Hello, hello, hello. This is your boy Irony Boxing. I'm through with Tuesday Night Live. We're gonna do things a little bit different. Here we're gonna do a completely open topic, open panel. Can talk about literally anything. Um, Let me start things off properly with the Lord's Prayer in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Thank you, God, for everything. Absolutely. All right, so we have a survey. Who is the most underrated out of these heavyweights? Larry Holmes, Vitaly Klitschko, Ken Norton, Sonny Liston. Man, you and I don't know what to say on this one. I want to say Larry Holmes because he is my second favorite heavyweight of all time, behind Big George Foreman, the one and only, the quintessential heavyweight, as I call him. So yeah, I mean, let's see. Let me go ahead and just put the link from the get-go. There's the linko right there. Let me put it on X. I don't know why I write stuff up and it doesn't show up on X. Whatever. There it is. Okie dokie. So let's take a look at the news. WBO welterweight champion Devin "The Dream" Haney remains intent on unifying with IBF champ Liam Pop. Okay. Eddie Hearn has said that heavyweight contender Justice Huni's next fight is being targeted for September 23rd against Hemi Ahio in Brisbane or the Gold Coast. Let me put this on the chat as well. Now it says here, if Huni wins, he could also find himself on the Tyson Fury Anthony Joshua undercard in November. That would be awesome. You know, everyone's shooting for that one. I would be doing the same thing. Not gonna lie, you will be a fool if you don't. So, okay. Let's check what is up with Fight Hub. A lot of things, I'm sure. Oh man. A lot of things. Yeah. Yep. Let's take a looky. Here's the banner. I'm not monetized. This is educational purposes only, okay? Please. These are shorts that I'm showing. Right. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I haven't pinned the link. Let me do that. I'll do that after this. Tequila Senior. Let's see.
What's your thoughts on Keyshawn kind of not going through the
know what happened with that. You know, that Takeover Promotions bidded on that, and for him to say no to it, I really don't understand it. You know, my son could have taken an easy fight. I mean, a tuna fight for the same money, but he decided, no, I want to go and become a world champion again. He likes to walk around being a world champion. And listen, this is not the end of the road. This is not a race. This is a marathon, and let's see who's on top 5 years from now.
Okay, yeah.
7, become undisputed again.
Yep, that's smart for him to call out the winner of Ryan and Conor Benn. It's really smart, to be honest with you. Let me go ahead and pin the link. 1 second. There it is. And on the vertical as well, let me pick a link. And if it's somebody else that you have as like the most underrated heavyweight, let me know in the chat, please. Got 1 vote already for Vitaly Klitschko. I love it. Yeah, that's a good answer. They're all good answers if you ask me. It's a tough-ass question. I'm struggling with it myself. At the end of the day, I'll say probably Larry Holmes, but Vitaly Klitschko's a great option. Ken Norton, to me, was criminally underrated, and Sonny Liston as well, for sure. So, man, they could all be great choices. They're not the only 4 in the conversation by any means. You got Jimmy Young, Jimmy Ellis. I mean, there's a shit ton of them, to be honest with you. Jersey Joe Walcott. The list goes on and on. Floyd Patterson can probably be lumped into that category as well. Probably Deontay Wilder could be in that category too, underrated for sure. I'm not saying that he's one of the greats, but I don't think he ever received his proper respect. Now he's still going, obviously, so we'll wait for it to be done so that we can see what's up. It's not proper to have that discussion if you're still fighting. It's really not. So we should have that conversation when Deontay Wilder finally hangs him up. Okay. Fight Hub.
You lost so much weight, man.
Yeah.
Feel good. For that spot reload, I think.
Yeah, well, cool, man. You good?
Feeling like a champion.
Yeah. Are you 55?
No, right now.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so we cruising. It's all cruise right now.
Cool. Good to see you, man.
I think that's Michael J. White, right?
Things are well. Good to be back home for a little bit, So,
I love that. I do. Man, honestly, we would love for you to be out there for fights in 11 days from now.
11 days from now, that sounds entertainment. But the thing is, if you did your best, you won.
Yeah.
In any way, if you did your best, you won. If you really understand that you can go a long way with that. Because
exactly.
But you really lost if you know you didn't apply yourself 100%. That's the true meaning of losing.
Yeah. No, it's well said.
Sugar Ray.
Slow as it goes. There it goes. 6 seconds. Don't stop.
Triple jab.
Hit it, bro. Hit it.
Hey, you can always hit him in the stomach so you can see.
Nah, you gotta hit that.
Stay focused. Here, who should I give it to? Thank you. They're really good. High quality. a good friend, man. I think a good friend is one that doesn't do it. Yeah, he took the fight. He was a champ. He is a champ. He didn't need to take the fight. He took the fight for his own reasons. So, and then we'll find out afterwards. We'll settle the score after.
You guys aren't close anymore.
Nah, I think that kind of shot away after he was champion at 140.
Guys, last one.
advantage on him?
Do I feel like I have a big
Some kind of advantage for your friends?
No. I think my biggest advantage is going to be that I'm just the better fighter.
Okay, to be undisputed at 47, which is the easiest fight? Which is the hardest fight for the champions?
Out of all 4 champions at 147 right now, honestly, it's just me and the man in the mirror. A good friend. I mean, it is confusing, you know. We can only express.
Dane Christensen, how you doing, brother? Deontay Wilder, he gets scrapped on for nothing, to be real. Seems like a lot of envy to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. I don't. Listen, the thing with Deontay Wilder is that, from my stance, bro, he never added anything to his game that will be an asset to his power. You know, I felt like he lived and died through his power for way too long. You know, he had all that success. He went on an absolute tear in the heavyweight division, knocking everybody out, but he never really got better. You know, he was always that dude, that one-trick pony that, you know, if he catches you, you're done. Yes. But he never really added any layers to his game. He never added any defensive game. He never added footwork. He never added more offense, to be honest with you, more creativity. It doesn't seem to me like he never really worked on becoming a better fighter. I just felt like he had this and I'm going to blame him to a point, because he does have over 40 knockouts, which not everybody can say that. So, like, I can see how he can be like a prisoner of his own success in that regard, you know. That's part of the problem with Deontay Wilder, you know. When American fans look at their heavyweight history, they've had so many great heavyweights and so many skilled heavyweights that I kind of understand. I just think that they have blown it out of proportion. But I kind of understand where they're coming from, because you look at, you know, Muhammad Ali, you look at Joe Louis, you look at Mike Tyson, you look at Evander Holyfield, George Foreman. I mean, you name it, right? Like, they were skilled. Larry Holmes, Riddick Bowe, you know, like, they had real skills, and a lot of them had similar power, you know, to Deontay, but they also had other things to them, you know. So I think that's part of the problem, but I don't agree with it. I mean, I agree. Okay, so I should say this. I agree to an extent. Like, I agree he's not one of the greats, but I think they've blown this out of proportion. I think he needs to get his respect. You know, he does have over 40 knockouts, and it's not his fault that his era, you know, wasn't filled with a bunch of future Hall of Famers, you know. That's not his fault. You can't put that on him, to be honest with you, any more than you can put that on Vladimir Klitschko, which I made that mistake too. Pull up, bro, if you will, or if you can't, please go to my Discord. Dane, here's my Discord link. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed either, trust me. But if you can join my Discord server, just click on this link right here, and we can talk about it, you know, off air. And we can prepare for you know what. So we can talk about whatever too. There's the link right there. So it doesn't have to be about Joe Calzaghe or anything. It doesn't even have to be about boxing, to be honest with you. Like the title says, this is my first ever open topic, open panel. If anybody want to pull up and talk about whatever, even if I don't know almost anything of what you're talking about, I'll just listen or look for whatever you want me to look for and play it if I can and whatever. So, you know, we love to learn new things around here too. So, Let's keep going with the Fight Hub here. I don't know. I'm liking Canelo. I probably never thought I would say this, but I'm taking a liking to Canelo Alvarez, man. Muy bien. Most dangerous 41-year-old on the planet. That's my boy right there. That's my boy right there.
You know, I don't think that the Ryan that fought Rolly was the real Ryan. I think the Ryan we saw last time was more close to the real Ryan. I still think he can improve if
I agree with that.
He wants to be a dominant factor at 147. And I think this rough, tough opposition is a great way to showcase his skills and talent if he wants to, you know, try to be the man. Saw a small comment from Andre Ward, who thinks that, you know, this could be a big challenge for Ryan stylistically as the pressure goes on.
I do not disagree. I just think Ryan's is way better. Marky Dan, there's my brother right there. How you doing, my guy? Dane, I don't know. It's almost 20 minutes now, so it's safe to say I'll be in for at least 45 more minutes, 50 more minutes, at least. There's my brother, Marky Dan. How you doing today, my brother? God bless you. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine, my dear friend. How are you?
Awesome. I'm good, bro. Thankfully, I started another work now, and I have I'm gonna go to a pizza joint on Thursday because I'm a pizza. I can make pizzas. Like that's a trade that I learned, and I'm gonna start on that on Thursday. So things are getting way better. Yeah, man. What do you think about the survey question? I appreciate that. Who's your most underrated heavyweight? Talk to me.
It would have to be Vitaly Klitschko. Just for the simple fact, I don't think he's in anybody's top 10 or top 15. And his abilities as a 6'7", 6'8", 250, 260-pound heavyweight with very fast hands, accurate punches, power. I mean, he'll beat anybody maybe in the history of the heavyweight division, except for, you know, a young post Cassius Clay Muhammad Ali pre-1970s. Is probably the only guy that he can't do nothing with. And then maybe no, I think he has a chance of beating Larry Holmes, because Larry Holmes will get into a lot of wars and he could get clipped. So yeah. So it'd be Vitaly for me.
What about, since you're mentioning skills, and I 100% agree with you, by the way, Would you say that skills wise, Riddick Bowe is on that level too?
What I say, skills wise, Riddick Bowe is on that level.
Yeah, let's forget about him throwing the belt in the trash, ducking Lennox Lewis, and all the rest of it. Let's forget about
By the
all
way,
of that.
to Dane in the chat, I might be up here for a while, brother. So I mean, if you want to jump on, you could.
Yeah, feel free to join, brother. Absolutely.
Yeah. But Riddick Bowe, in terms of skills, he was very flat-footed, but he did have a great jab, and had a really really hard right hand, and was a great infighter. Really knew how to tie up, knew how to manipulate arms and get shots off, and one of the great inside fighters of all time, Evander Holyfield. Riddick Bowe really bullied him, and yes, the weight was obviously a factor in that fight, but Riddick's skills on the inside really showed out. But he had a tendency not to move his head, so he'd get hit with big shots. You'd see that in the second Holyfield fight, and you'd obviously see it against Galata, who, I mean, just brutalized Riddick Bowe. But lost the fights because I don't know, like his fists were just like magnetically attracted to Riddick Bowe's balls. Unfortunately,
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, he had skills, but he was also a very flawed fighter. But most of the greats are.
Absolutely. Interesting. I would say there's
Blue left hand.
Left hand, my brother. I would say there's a strong case to be made for all four of them when you look at it. The top two to me are Vitaly and Larry. Larry is my second favorite heavyweight of all time, only second to Big George Foreman, which, as I call him, the quintessential heavyweight, in my opinion. I just love Big George, bro. It's a thing. But Ken Norton, listen, that was a nasty, horrible knockout that he suffered against Jerry Cooney, and obviously George Foreman just squashed him. But to be honest with you, bro, Ken Norton gave a lot of people all they could handle. I'm referring specifically to Larry Holmes and Muhammad Ali. What is your take on Ken Norton? Like, a lot of people, and I'm one of them, think that if he would have gotten any other era, he would have been a world champion.
Well, he was a world champion. He just didn't defend it. They stripped Muhammad Ali after. No, they stripped Leon Spinks after the WBC ordered him to fight Ken Norton, but he chose to go ahead with the rematch with Muhammad Ali. So that was probably one of the first ever times where you saw a heavyweight champion get elevated or rewarded a belt, But he went in there with Larry Holmes, and that, I mean, in one of the greatest fights ever. Larry, my favorite fight ever to watch. You talk about championships rounds.
Man.
Round 13, Larry Holmes hurts Ken Norton and puts hands on him. It looks like Ken Norton's gassed out. Ken Norton comes back, breaks Larry Holmes' jaw in the 14th round, hurts him to the body, and then in the 15th, it was just a war of wills. The two of them went toe-to-toe to see who would win, and Larry Holmes just had a little bit more gas left. So, Ken Norton, not only was he a champion, but, to me, he was one of the greats. I mean, he beat Muhammad Ali. It's just that against punchers, he struggled. He get cold cocked, and that was it. Against George Foreman, against Ernie Shavers, got stopped and it got knocked out in one round.
Forgot about that one, yeah.
Yeah, but he was a great fighter. There's no doubt about that. Great skills.
Certainly. I mean, I should have probably say, like, he would have been regarded. Yeah, I should have phrased that better. Like, if he would have been in another era, because, I mean, think about it. You got Ali, Foreman, Larry Holmes, Joe Frazier. I mean, too many greats, in another era, he would have been more highly regarded. He would have had a more sustained legacy. But we can say that about a million people too. I don't know. he all in all, bro, I give him his just due, you know. Which brings me to Sonny Liston, bro. To me, listen, he had an amazing power jab, like probably the if not for Larry Holmes. Now they were different because the jab of Larry Holmes was like a freaking fireball. The jab of Sonny Liston was damn near like a right hand. And I obviously the Ali fights will forever tarnish his legacy. But do you think, because Rocky Marciano himself said he was like chuckling, but he was honest. Like he said, you know, thank God I retired before Sonny Liston or something like that. You know, like
yeah, Sonny would have beat him dead.
I believe so too, and I'm a Rocky Marciano super fan. I mean, well, part of the problem with Rocky Marciano is he's not really heavyweight, obviously, right? He would have been like a light heavyweight or cruiserweight at best.
Yeah, he's a cruiserweight.
But nevertheless, yeah, I think Sonny Liston doesn't get his just due, not even a little bit. What do you think?
Well, nobody denies how ferocious Sonny Liston, how ferocious of a fighter Sonny Liston was. I mean, nobody denies that. Even, you know, the people who disliked and hated Sonny Liston and, you know, dragged him, they wouldn't deny that. I mean, Floyd Patterson ducked him for years, and Sonny Liston went and wiped out the entire heavyweight division from number 10 all the way to number 1 in the meantime. Like, he wiped out the heavyweight division before he even became champion, and then he knocked out Floyd Patterson in one round twice. So the only thing about Sonny Liston's legacy is, though, you know, people crapped on him, and, you know, a lot of media figures wanted to make sure he was forgotten and left in disgrace because, you know, he threw that second fight against Ali. Ali, in the first fight, you know, came out with those allegations that Liston cheated and put some type of substance on his gloves. In reality, it was some type of accelerant that Liston's corner had on his face that leaked on Ali's face in the middle of a clinch. And then it's like, you know, Sonny Liston had the mob ties. So you had people like Larry Merchant back when he was an editor at a Philadelphia newspaper who wanted to paint him as a menace to society. So that's just how it was for old Sonny. And it was really sad, man. It was really sad, you know. Came from a farm in, I believe, either Mississippi or St. Louis, where I believe they said his father used to beat him with a rake almost every goddamn day, and then he ran away. And as a teenager, was apparently like just terrorizing St. Louis, and the cops would arrest him and essentially just drive him out of town and say, "Please don't come back," and he'd just come back, and it would start the process all over again.
Yeah, that was a real sad story. He worked, I forgot about the name of his mob boss. It wasn't Joe Colombo. It wasn't one of the more, shit, I can't believe I forgot. I just saw it like a month ago. But anyway, he was like a bouncer for them in their nightclubs or whatever. So he had to toe the line. People got to understand, like, it's easy to point the finger. And that's another reason. And thank you for bringing that up, because it's easy to point fingers at, you know, Rocky Marciano or Jake LaMotta or Sonny Liston or so many others because they had mob ties. But you got to realize the mob back then had as much power as the cartels have today. Like people make this assumption, like as if you can just say no to them. It don't work that way, you know. So I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm just saying, given the circumstances, I mean, okay, you got two options. Either everybody knows you and you take a dive when we say you take a dive, and you get to keep your head off your shoulders for starters, right? Or nobody's gonna know you, and, you know, guess what other thing's gonna happen to you? Like, people are put in this position, so I think we need to keep that in perspective, especially when it comes to Jake LaMotta, because that's the most obvious one of them all, right? Like, he had to like say yes to them. it was just how it was back then, man. So, but anyway, Left Hand Man, he says, Shock and Navarrete 3-belt unification rumor for October 24 in San Antonio, Texas, bro. What you got about that one? He says, I got Shock, Navarrete, gun push the pace, then body shots might have Shock pissing blood after he got a making not close to get a decision. Oh, yeah, in Texas, that's right.
We're going to have to see what happens. That's a great fight. I mean, I really can't say what would happen. It could be that Navarrete draws Oshaki into a war with his really quirky and awkward style. Navarrete is one of my favorite fighters. I call him the human chainsaw. I mean, he fights at an unbelievable pace and throws just really weird and awkward punches from different angles. Like he throws this like he breaks a lot of the rules of boxing. Like he'll throw a lead uppercut from the outside. In the rules of boxing, that's a big no-no. You'll get countered with a straight right and put on your ass. Go look at that Evander Holyfield. Yeah, go look at that Evander Holyfield versus Buster Douglas fight. That's how.
Oh yeah, that's I was gonna say AJ Dubois, but that's an even better one.
Yeah, but it seemed Navarrete can break those rules and he puts dudes on their butts. I remember he did it with Ruben Villa. So that's a great fight. I'm taking my guy Human Chainsaw, Navarrete.
I love it. Dane Christensen, what's up, buddy?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm good. God bless.
How old are you, as a matter of fact?
Good evening.
Nice to meet you. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I don't think I've met you before, have I?
I'm Marky Dan.
Marky Dan. People just
I vouch for him.
Marky Dan. Cool to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet you too.
So what you think about, well, first let me get your take on the most underrated heavyweight out of those four, and then I want your take on Shock versus Navarrete.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I got to go Vitaly Klitschko all the way. Easily. By a mile. Yeah. I mean, you look at what he did. Look at what he did to Corey Saunders of South Africa after what his brother lost to him. I mean,
that's another thing that I forgot to mention. He's always cleaning up after Vladimir because he did that with Lamont Brewster too. Go ahead.
Yes, that's another Lamont Brewster. I'm sorry, I can barely pronounce right now. I'm wearing a gum shield for other reasons, but anyway, I have to go Vitaly because he was just an absolute beast. I mean, I'll just get at his negatives. He lost to Mr. Slickster, who I don't know how he ever got in the heavyweight division, but he was very evasive, and he was able to get a unanimous decision loss over Vitaly for the WBO. And then, of course, there was that famous fight. I think it was the last fight of Lennox Lewis's career. He took it for granted. He thought that Vitaly would be a sweet cakewalk. And Vitaly, I thought, won pretty much every single round. But that gash got so horrendous over his eye that they had no choice but to call the fight. And because Lennox, the glove, the punch caused the cut. And that cut was hideous, so they have to give him a TKO. So they had to. But if you look at the fight in its totality, what was Lewis doing? The ref was blatantly allowing him to get away with holding and hitting to the body, which, that's the ref's fault. But Vitaly, he was always more of a sports guy. If that were me, that would have just triggered me, and I probably would have lowered my head and just slammed my head into the bridge of his nose. But Vitaly, he's just not wired that way. He sees it as a gentleman's sport, and he was a warrior. I mean, he just cleaned up. He cleaned up across the board. How many champions wanted to unify with him? He was mostly simply known as the WBC champion after Lewis dipped out. Said, I think that's the end of my career. And, okay, mate, But who could touch him? Honestly, who could touch him? Who could even come close to knocking him out? Didn't he fight David Tua, and he made David Tua look like an amateur, like he was swinging at the air. Like
I think so, yeah.
It was laughable. He was doing that leaping left hook, and he was missing by about 3 feet every time.
He beat Shannon Briggs pretty handily too.
Yeah. That was not even. And Shannon Briggs is an absolute terror. Shannon Briggs to this day could get in the ring and flatten a lot of the top heavyweights, in my humble opinion. I mean, I could ramble on and on all day, but come on, bro. Who was stopping that guy?
I think I agree with the both of you because Marky Dan also has the same choice. I had Larry Holmes, but to be honest with you guys, I'm thinking because Larry Holmes, Ken Norton, and Sonny Liston, I don't think they get enough credit, but they do get credit. Vitaly is rarely, like Marky Dan was saying, he's rarely mentioned in top 15s or anything like that.
Yeah, when is he ever mentioned? I'm sorry to cut you off, but when is he ever mentioned? It's always Vladimir, which I understand because he was around longer, but Vitaly, the older brother, had well over 40 fights. Only 2 losses, and he was a killer. I mean, I'm going to go back to that Sanders fight, the Corey Sanders. Sanders was by far the most devastating southpaw in the heavyweight division across the board. And he was slick. I mean, you look at his earlier career, he was slapping that right jab, piecing people up, dancing around the ring, and he fell in love with his power. That strong straight left, which I know something about that. I mean, I'm a southpaw too, but not comparing myself. But simply put, when you got that kind of power, there's a tendency to lean on it. And when you show up out of shape, and I don't want to make excuses for the guy, that's his own damn fault, but he got his butt kicked by the better man, the more technical, the more savage, the more well-schooled, the more well-arsenaled. I went on a rant right there, but that's just why I see it. And Larry Holmes is a beast.
A factual rant.
Let's be clear on one thing. Like the problem with Vladimir and Vitaly, you look at them both. Vitaly is clearly the better fighter. Like it's not even like close.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
And I've given Vladimir crap. You know that my thing with Vladimir is starting to be like my thing with Canelo. Like I hated him for so long that I finally ended up loving him a little bit. You know, that's as crazy as that sounds, right? But Vladimir's performance against Anthony Joshua will forever be one of the most. I gained so much respect, albeit in a losing effort. But my goodness, he showed the heart of a freaking lion in that fight, bro. Like this is before the Andy Ruiz. This is when Joshua was, this Greek god just running through people, right? He was, I believe, fresh off of the massacre of Dillian White, So that I appreciate Vladimir on. With all that being said, bro, give me Vitaly any day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Vladimir is he had a glass jaw. So in the heavyweight division, you can't have a glass jaw and be very good or stay at the top for very long. So Emmanuel Stewart came up with a very risk-averse style for him, where at the same time he was getting stoppages, but just in a very methodical, same way type of boring style of jab, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then occasionally he'll hit you with a straight right, which would really, really batter you and eventually get you out of there. But I like Vladimir. He had a couple fights. I mean, he has it's really only 2 fights he has that are worth rewatching. That's the Peter Samuel fight. Where Peter Samuel dropped him, I think 4 or 5 times, had him hurt.
The early rounds, he knocked him down 3 times.
Yeah, but then Vladimir was just continuing to jab, putting out that Kronk jab and putting the right hand on him. And then the last round, I mean, Peter Samuel almost knocked Vladimir out, and then Vladimir came back and hurt him. That was a crazy fight. That's one of my favorite fights to watch.
Yeah,
Certainly.
I'll go with that. I will go with that. I thought
And the second one is the AJ fight, I presume.
Yeah.
For sure. Go ahead, Dane.
Oh, you know, I'm going to add on to that if you don't mind. Both, I have to say, I'm going to jump on another name, and if you listen to me at any length, for those who care to, I cannot stand Fury. Tyson. I won't even call him by his first name, because he does not deserve that first name. I'm sorry, but he does not. But anyway, this dude, let's keep it real. If it wasn't for his boring-ass win over Vladimir and then getting a draw over Deontay and an absolute robbery third fight win where he was spent a good minute of the fourth round on his ass and back, he would be nobody.
Are you talking about the first fight? No, I think you're talking about the first fight.
I'm
right?
talking about the first fight and the third fight.
Oh, okay.
Deontay was robbed in both of those. Because he won the Oh, watch it.
Now, okay, let me have Dane finish, and then Marky then will push back. Because I got some pushback.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'll just start with the first fight. Look at all the rounds in their totality. Who did the most damage? Who landed the hardest shots? Who is more or less just pitter-patting, not really doing any real effect? Fury. Who, when Fury came in, got that check left hook off, sending homeboy across the ring? Who got 2 knockdowns? Who got a knockdown in the 12th round, and it got a 1 and 2, and then when it got up to 8, 9 was and 9. And are you okay, buddy? You all right down there? And oh, you're good. Wait, walk this way, walk that way. Oh, I mean, come on, bro. And even on that, it was still a clear 115, 111 score because of the 2 knockdowns, clearly. And then we go to the third fight, and then you can say whatever you want, and I'll shut up. The third fight, yeah, Fury dropped Wilder in the third round, and he absolutely scorched Earth in the second fight. I will not take that away from Fury. I cannot take. He absolutely put a whooping on Deontay in the second fight. But in the third fight, he put him down twice in round 4. And that count, the first count and the second count were egregious, absolutely egregious. It was 1, 2, 3. And he started the count after he was on his butt for 5 seconds already. 5 seconds. And you listen to how they count today. It's not 1 and 2. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how they count. That's what we got in that third fight. Now go back and watch it and tell me that referee wasn't absolutely just babying the hell out of Fury.
I think that was Jack Reese. But
what I'll say is, and listen, you're allowed to feel that way about Jack Reese, but it's not a 10-second count where like he has to like have a certain cadence or it has to be 10 seconds exact. It's all to the discretion of the referee. Now I get it. He did drag it on the 9. He definitely dragged it on the 9. I'm not going to deny that. If you want to say that Deontay was robbed of the knockout, hey, you're entitled to that opinion, and I'm not going to fight you on that. But I thought that was a clear victory for Tyson Fury. I had that fight 9 rounds to 3. I watched it. I thought Tyson Fury like literally, I didn't think Deontay Wilder landed many punches at all. I thought Fury, like every single round, was outscoring him and was moving, was making Deontay Wilder miss. And then the only rounds Wilder was winning were those rounds where he got the knockdowns, and then maybe the first round. Outside of that, I thought it was a clear outboxing for Tyson Fury, and I give you that with the Jack Reese. Now with the third fight, what boxing fans have to understand is when a fighter is not in the neutral corner, the referee, and you can go look at the rules, and this has been a controversy going all the way back to Jack Dempsey versus
exactly Gene Tunney
versus Gene Fullmer. Not Gene Fullmer. What's his?
Tunney.
Yeah, Tunney. Excuse me, Tunney. where they talked about the count. This going back to Buster Douglas versus Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
When a fighter does not go to the neutral corner, the referee has the right to stop the count and say, go to the neutral corner. So when Deontay Wilder was not in the neutral corner, the referee stopped counting. And then once he went to the neutral corner, he picked back up the count. So that's just what happened. But people will take it as, it was a cheating situation or whatever the case may be. But no, it was just on Deontay Wilder, who I guess was a bit overexcited. He didn't go back to the corner when he should have. The neutral corner.
You can tell he thought it was over.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't he think that?
Let me also say I hated Tyson Fury for a very long time. He's somebody I had a strong amount of dislike for. I didn't like how a lot of Americans were going for a white gypsy from the United Kingdom over a black American who represented them in the Olympics. Because of whatever reason, they just don't like Deontay Wilder. I'm not alluding to why they don't. I'm just saying for whatever reason, they were rooting for Tyson Fury over their own countryman, Deontay Wilder, who represented them and fought for them at the Olympics. So I hated him for a long time, but I got a lot of love. I've gained a decent amount of, I ain't gonna say love, but I've gained a decent amount of like for Tyson Fury. I like, I mean, you just got to give it to him. He was a part of the renaissance of the heavyweight division, of people going back to caring about the heavyweight division. And then those two fights with Usyk, those are like, firstly, that first fight was one of the greatest fights I've ever been able to see live. Because Tyson Fury was putting hands and feet on Usyk through the first 8 rounds of that fight. And I thought Tyson Fury was going to get him out of there. And then Usyk came out of nowhere. Or not out of nowhere. Like, Usyk, just think about the pre-fight, what Usyk said, I'm not going to leave you alone, greedy belly. And he didn't leave him alone.
Yeah, exactly.
No matter how much Tyson Fury hit him, he just kept coming forward, using his angles. And then eventually, he had Tyson Fury against the ropes, got him hurt. I think he broke Tyson Fury's jaw. Opened a bad cut in his mouth, might have even cut his tongue, and took back over the fight. That was a great fight. And then the second fight was a chess match that I thought could have been a draw or it could have went either way. Like, so I got, you know what I'm saying? I give Tyson Fury his credit. To me, he's a great fighter. Hands down. To be 6'9", to be as athletic he is, to be as coordinated as he is, at 6'9", dudes that are that tall, they're usually not that coordinated. They're usually, what's a good example? I'm trying
They're
to think
more
of
like
somebody.
a Nikolai Valuev.
Yeah,
more than anything. Yeah.
Exactly. So I give Tyson Fury the credit, but I understand what you're saying, Kane. I get what you're saying 1,000% about, Deontay Wilder getting robbed on the count in the first fight. I get that.
Okay, so let me give you my 2 cents, and I have quite a few things to say here. First of all, let me start with the third fight because I'm going to spend some time on the first one. The third fight, first of all, that's an all-time great fight. I don't think there's any disagreement, right? Like this is heavyweight division, right? The third fight is one of the all-time great fights, period, let alone heavyweight fights. Okay. The first fight, like Marky then said, do you agree? Let me get a yes or no so I can land my plane, Dane. Do you agree that Tyson Fury was winning the fight?
The first fight?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, fair enough. Now, do you agree that when Tyson Fury got up, quote unquote got up, whatever, he won that round?
No.
Really?
No.
Damn. Okay. All right. I do believe that there are more reasons for Tyson Fury. I think you're making it seem like there's only, the Wilder fights and the Klitschko performance, which are the highlights of his career, but there's also a win that he had over Steve USS Cunningham that goes under the radar, in my opinion.
See, you actually have to dig to give me stuff. That's the problem with him. You just made my point, brother. You have to dig with Fury.
Well, yes, but I mean, it's not a great era, particularly. It's a top-heavy era. You know, you had those three guys, and maybe King Kong Ortiz here and there, and
who was the only top heavyweight to give Ortiz a shot and then smoked his ass twice?
Well, the first one was a tough one, but it is Deontay Wilder, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, you know something? I'll say that. Ortiz was actually up on Wilder. Fury, other than the second fight, and of course the third fight as the rounds progressed, no. So Ortiz did a better job versus Deontay in fight 1 and especially 2 than Fury ever did on Wilder, because he wasn't babied and coddled and given excuses and given a standing freaking 25 count.
Now, to be fair, Dane, you know as well as I do, Deontay Wilder has hit people like the Dominic Brazil knockout, the Arthur Spilka knockout, the Bermain Stiverne 2 knockout, which was horrific. You can count up to 1,000 and they're not getting up. So, the long count, yes, that is true. I'm not going to sit here and tell you and pretend that it's not, but it's shit that happens, bro. And to be honest with you, I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that whole thing was like a plan for Fury to, I'm pretty sure that was in the USA to begin with. So I don't know. It happened, but I don't think it was this plot to rob Deontay Wilder or anything. It could be, but it's not like they gave it to Fury either. It was a draw at the end. So, I mean, I don't know what exactly, because he did have like over 500 days or whatever it was outside of the ring. He almost committed suicide and all that and came back from all that. So he became an inspiration for a lot of people. Of course, he doesn't do himself any favors by retiring every 5 seconds, right? And then coming back every 10 seconds. Or all the shit that's happened with his father, wanting to fight everybody and headbutting Ukrainians and whatever the case may be, right? Like that doesn't help his case one bit. But all in all, I do appreciate Tyson Fury because he is a skilled fighter. If you think he's a cheater, there's definitely a case to be made by that, especially in the second Wilder fight with the gloves and what have you. So do you think that Fury is how do I put this? Overrated?
That, in all fairness, I have to say he is not overrated. I think he is over celebrated.
Interesting. Interesting.
And I'll answer. Let me just elaborate a little bit on that, if I may.
Yeah, for sure.
As you just said, he retires all the time. He got fat. He almost killed himself. He got on all drugs and something. You know something? I'm not going to compare myself to a boxing great, but as somebody who went down a very dark road and paid for it severely, and rightfully so, as I should have. And then when I began to get stuff right in my life, I don't deserve credit for that. That's crap I should have been doing all along. That's on Dane. Dane was being a jerkhead. That mofo doesn't get credit for finally doing what he was supposed to do all the time, all along. You don't get celebrated for doing the wrong thing and then doing the right thing.
Well, I mean, I certainly understand where you're coming from, but don't you think that being one of the most, I think it's safe to say he's one of the most recognizable figures, at least in Britain, if not the entire world, to be able to give a message like that with so many bad messaging that we get from recognizable people, I do believe that he can help people that are going through similar stuff just because he has this following and everything. Me personally, because I've had mental health and drug issues myself, and severe ones, I do appreciate that. Now, whether he ends up being, I'm not saying that he is a this amazing human being or whatever the case may be. I don't even know him like that to be able to say that to begin with. So I'm just saying that on that, the fact that he is able to perhaps touch somebody that might be going through a similar, you know, situation, I definitely appreciate that. But again, like we're talking boxing here, like I just wanted to throw that out there because that is a big part of why I appreciate him, all in all. And I do believe that he might be over celebrated. I mean, we'll wait and see because if he beats AJ and does it in style, then maybe we just have to tip our hats off to him, right? In a way, at least, because I'm not really faulting him that much for losing to Usyk. I mean, first of all, everybody else lost to Usyk as well, and there's a case to be made that he gave Usyk his toughest fights. Wouldn't you think?
I will say that Tyson Fury certainly landed the hardest shots on Usyk. Yes, I'll give you that. There were at least 4 rounds, especially in the first fight, where he rang Usyk's bell badly. I cannot. And let me go back to something because, you know, I caught myself going off a little bit, and that was not Christian. That was not cool. It's not Dane's duty as a human being or a man, especially somebody who professes to believe in God, to judge another man on his life. That's not my place. I should have used my words a little bit more empathetically. He went through a lot of bad things. He did a lot of bad things. I don't feel he should get credit for. I don't feel he should be celebrated for all of a sudden doing the right thing. But me judging him so harshly, no, that's not correct. Even though I still just dislike him based on his public persona, based on the fact that while another boxer is being interviewed, he'll start screaming Jesus Christ, and in my way of thinking, that is taking the Lord's name in vain, because now you're heaping attention on yourself by using God's name, and to me that's an absolute affront.
Well, it can be, right? Like it can be because there's a lot of people, you know, in mega churches and what have you that will literally use the name of the Lord in vain. In other words, to profit from it. Like that's their intent. Like that for sure is a real thing. Now, if somebody is living the actual gospel and just preaching the gospel, because it does say go out and preach the gospel to all nations and all so on and so forth, so it does say that as well. The big kahuna to me is what's your intent with this.
God looks at the heart. You're right. You are absolutely right, and that's between him and God, not between him and Dane.
Exactly.
Who am I? I'm nobody. I'm just another creation.
That those are things that he will eventually have to answer for or not. Depends on what, you know. There's only one entity that knows people's hearts, and it's not you or me. Let's just put it that way. But again, like that, what his intent is, because as he just articulated, who are we to even know what his intent is? So I'm not gonna really die on that hill. That's his problem. Like if he's secretly doing this to see if he can profit from it, I mean, that's his problem. I'm just taking the positive out of it, you know.
Yeah, you know something? It's really I'm just my inference based on what I've seen of him. Now, he may be very well a great human being, a great husband, a great man of faith, and you know, props to him, and props to him on his boxing journey. He did what he did, and at the end of the day, those are wins on his record, and his life is his life. But simply as a practitioner of boxing, a student of the science, and a fan of the business and the spectacle itself, all the above and more, based on what I've seen, I don't like what I see. And you've heard all my reasons, but as a man, no, it's really not my place to judge him. It's not.
Yeah, like when I go to church, I'm taking the Lord's message in and doing what I can with it. But if the people delivering the message to me, what they do in their private houses, good, bad, or whatever the case may be, is something that is really not. How do I say this in a nice way? It's not something that should be my concern. That's between them and God. That if you're sick, if you're doing the opposite, and I will go on a limb here and say, unfortunately, most people do. Like they go to church, and as soon as they go out, they forget about the message. And I can say this because, I mean, well, anyway, that's on them.
I'm gonna put myself out there. I'm guilty of sin, brother. I'm guilty.
Yeah, no, me too. Like it's inevitable that we sin, but beyond that, what I'm saying is like the people delivering the message are people that are being used or utilized, I should say, by God to deliver this message to you. Like when you plant the seed, that's your job right there. That's it. What they do with it, that's on them. That's on them. You did your work. So just to put things in proper perspective here, like and remember, the Lord came in for the sick, bro. He didn't came for the perfect ones, for the healed, for the ones that didn't need help. No, he came for the sick. He came for the, like understand that, because that's one thing that has literally kept me above ground. Like those important key passages of the Bible, bro, that what's really all about, it lands home. Like I'm not speaking for myself, but I'm hoping that this helps you out and whoever's listening as well.
Thank you for saying that. That means a lot.
Absolutely. Let's look. Where did I put that? Can't believe I forgot. I think it's Luke 6. Where is it? I'll give it to you in a second. Trust and believe. If I gotta look it up, I'll look it up. But I'll give you this Bible verse, which is so key to me. But I don't know what else. Like it says, bro, open topic, open. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. It doesn't have to be boxing. It doesn't even have to be sports. We can talk about whatever you want. So the floor is yours, buddy. Oh, he left. Okay, you can come back anytime, broski. Let me look up that passage. Passage. The Lord came to seek and help the sick. One of those beautiful passages you'll ever see. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Give me a second. Seek and help the sick. Is it Luke? Hold on a second. Hold on. And verse, Lord came to see. I'll find it before we're done. I can promise you that. Aha, Luke 19:10. I knew it. Yeah, Luke 19:10. There you go. Luke 19:10. There it is, Dane, and whoever else might be interested. Luke 19:10. There's my brother Dane again. Luke 19:10, broski. I just put it in the chat for you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. It's all you, my brother. I got kicked off for some reason.
What the hell? Yeah, StreamYard does that.
I think my phone is glitching. My bad.
It's okay. Yeah, for the Son of Man came to seek out and save the lost. Oh man, even better. Let me put it on the chat. See that right there? Yeah, he didn't walk past, the sick and the poor and said, tough shit. No, he opposite. That's why he's one of a kind, bro. He will sit down and he came for the people that nobody gave a F about. And still don't give an F about. So
yeah. If he could save a sinner like myself, I'm sorry, is my phone still glitching out?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. If he could save somebody who's a sinner, who's done all the wrong things, who had all the provisions, who is taught all the right ways and took all the dark paths, I can't make any excuses for that. But if Jesus Christ did and will always look out for his creations, if he so loved the world that he gave out his only begotten son so that we may live and inherit everlasting life, and that applies to all creation, including little old me. I mean, who am I? I'm absolutely just hearing those words come forth through my own voice. I mean, I'm humbled. All the bass from my voice just disappeared.
One cannot help but be humble, because imagine how great his love is, that, and I've said this a ton of times, and I'm trying not to get emotional right now, but
it's all right, brother.
It's like the Amazing Grace, bro. Like that he's, he saved a wretch like me. Like I was really a wretch, bro. Like I've been only love as great as Jesus' love can save someone like me, bro. Not a mother's love, not a father's love, and I have great parents. Okay, I ain't got nothing to, I was blessed with having them both. They never encouraged any wrongdoing whatsoever. That was purely me being young, dumb, and the other stuff. All that. So I have many things to thank God for. Many things, many experiences that I probably deserved to go through, and by that I mean prison, that I didn't go through just by the grace of God. So yeah, man, it's when you really get to know God, bro, like it's nothing like it. And let me show you this actor. His name is Noel Guglielmi. When you see him, you'll know who he is, because he had a great. Let me see if I can find this thing. Give me a second. Aha, there it is. Why Hollywood actors stay silent about God? Do you wanna see this? Like 11 minutes.
If you want to put it up, it's your show, bro.
Let me go ahead and show you this, because I think this is very important to hear. Hopefully I don't get screwed over here, but you know what? I don't even care. Let's see. Let me know if the audio is good. Oh, the Amazing Grace. I wanted to play it, but let me know if you would like to, because that will surely make me go bonkers. But hey, okay.
I don't hear a lot of actors.
Do you hear this?
I can hear it. Yes.
Awesome.
I don't hear a lot of actors and a lot of the Hollywood people mentioning the word of God. Why do you think that is?
Because it most of the time would keep them out of Hollywood. A lot of people don't want to share the faith of God also, because then it messes up their work. I know a lot of celebrities that are saved and they're believers of God, et cetera, but they don't want to talk about God because they don't want to lose jobs. And but I go by just so we're clear, man. I gotta say this real quick. I don't care. I care less about Hollywood, man. To keep it 100, I wasn't even looking for it. The way I got started, some guy just came up to me and said, "You want to be in a commercial?" I thought he was on some BS. Gave him my number. Ended up being real. Did a commercial. And boom, here I am. I wasn't looking for it. When I was younger, I wasn't thinking I want to be a doctor. I want to be a cop. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be an actor. I wasn't thinking none of that. I was just living life. Acting came to me, right? And then, yeah, I liked it and cool. Let's ride this wave, right?
Those checks were pretty nice, huh?
Oh, yeah. And I'll be honest, too. When I first got into it, it was all for the money because I never made so much money so quickly and legitimate money. And I never made such fat checks like that before. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but what I can honestly say is I started doing it. It became a true passion of mine because, again, I travel. It's never the same thing. I'm always meeting different people. It was the funnest job in the world. So, yeah, first when I got into it, yeah, it's about the money because, again, I never made that much money so quick. But when I started doing it, I'm like, damn, I like this. So the money just became a bonus later. My point is that when I was 15, before even getting into Hollywood, though, I was learning and knowing the Word of God. But when Hollywood kicked off, I saw the short skirts and the partying, and I said, thanks, God, for giving me what I need. I don't need you no more. Then I started wilding out, acting a fool, just on a whole nother level, right? And then in 2008, came back to God. I'm not perfect. I got my problems like anybody else. Knowing and doing are two different things. I always say people.
You heard that, right? You heard that, bro? You there? You disconnected?
I can
Are you
hear
there?
every word. I can hear
Oh,
every
okay,
word.
okay. Because that right there is deep. Knowing and doing are two different things. He'll go into it right now.
Say to people, it's kind of funny. I go like you. I'll ask you real quick. You're a believer in God, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. But here's the more important question to ask: are you a doer of God? Because you can believe in God all day long, but believing doesn't get you into the kingdom of heaven. It's being a doer of God that gets you into the kingdom of heaven. Now remember something very clearly. The devil
Faith without works is dead, homie.
himself believes in God and he's in hell. So
yeah,
just because you believe, that's not the key in. You got to be a doer of God.
And what's the difference between believing and being a doer?
Your lifestyle, what you give up. I'll give you a perfect example. In 2008, when I went all in. Before 2008, I was a gambler. I was a male slut. I was always smoking weed. I was drinking. I can honestly say I was borderline alcoholic. I used to cuss a lot, fight a lot. I used to get in all kinds of dirt. 2008, now God's in my life. No longer drinking, no longer smoking, no longer gambling. I can't say I didn't cuss, but I didn't cuss as much as I used to. You see the transformation? So being a doer of God, there's a transformation that takes place in your lifestyle. There's things that you stop doing that you know you should not be doing because now you're serving God faithfully. And that's where the transformation / change takes place. So that's being a doer of God. And you're doing it for God. And the way that happens is the more and more and more of the word of God that you get to know and get to understand and is in you, the more it will just start changing you automatically from the inside out. God himself,
facts.
I can't tell you. They can't tell you. He can't tell you. God himself will tell you, hey, Junior, you need to change this. You need to change that. You need to stop this. You need to stop that.
He'll speak to you.
He'll speak to you and he'll let you know what you need to clean up in your own life.
I stopped drinking like 80 years ago, which the way we were drinking, the way we grew up is borderline alcoholic. You know, if you're drinking every day, that's
well, now I'm just giving you examples, right? So I just want to be very clear. And this is what people don't understand. You know, when drinking becomes a sin, see, this is all the word of God, though, that you just got to get to know and know and know.
Okay.
See, this is the thing. You know, when drinking becomes a sin,
when
drinking becomes a sin when you get buzzed or intoxicated, because now you're under the influence of a substance that's making you think differently than the way you would think from being not buzzed or not drunk. So see, this is the difference. When you know God, it's okay if you're having dinner with your wife and you want to have a glass of wine or you want to drink one beer, it becomes a sin when you get buzzed or drunk off of it, or it has a hold of you and you don't got a hold of it. Make sense?
You become like,
but you also want to think of it in all kinds of ways, because drinking is and all subjects are very, controversial. But the more you know God, the more you understand. You don't want to abuse drinking because it is a liquid drug that is intoxicating your body. So if you have too much of it, you're now making the body and the temple that God gave you intoxicated and worse, because you are putting poison into your body. So it's like you want to have the best of it. You don't want it to have the best of you. You understand what I'm saying?
It's crazy that you bring that up.
So, yeah. So I tell people like there's just certain things that you change in balance.
You see how he told him that it's crazy that he brought that up? Because he's hitting home with him. And it's hitting home with him because God is using him to deliver a message to the other guy right here. Those are the stuff that we miss out on sometimes. We miss out the forest for the trees.
To where it's like, I'm not doing it sinfully. Why? Because I'll tell you what the difference is. Before God, I used to drink every day, have a beer every day. I used to drink a 12-pack every day, 6-packs. I would get buzzed. I can't just drink to drink. I got to drink to get buzzed. Mm-hmm. Now you're walking with God. I drink one beer maybe once a month, and I just drink it. But here's the difference now. When I drink it, I don't get buzzed and I don't get drunk. I just have one beer because I like to go have a romantic dinner with my wife. And yeah, we like to have a glass of wine together. Now you see but you see the difference.
But I've said this on other podcasts. I got baptized in the Christian church. I stopped drinking, right? But a few years later, I'll have one, I'll have two. But I refuse to get intoxicated. When I start feeling buzzed, or because now with one I'll get buzzed, and I'm like, oh hell no, I just can't allow myself to start feeling like that. So then I'll have one, and then I'll eat a bunch, and that's as far as it goes.
Well, maybe that's God telling you that you even have to slow down and not have even the one. Yeah. Because if you get buzzed off of one, that could be God speaking to you and saying, don't even drink the one. Don't even put yourself there.
And
because
that's why
you got to remember this too. God knows you better than you know yourself.
Yeah.
So if God's your creator, he's your father. So if he's telling you something, he's telling you with something in love to stop you now before it becomes a deeper problem. So maybe God's saying, don't even mess with the one, because even off the one you can buzz.
That's why for the majority of the time, I'm good. Give me a water and some food.
Yeah.
I'd rather eat.
And then there's also, like God's word goes so far. I don't want to bombard you with so much right now. But the other thing is
this is good stuff.
You don't want to drink in front of your brothers or sisters who are.
Oh, this is very important. Listen to this.
But that means when he says brothers and sisters, he means people, period, who have a problem with drinking. Because now, let's say he had a problem with drinking. I don't want to put a Corona or whatever in front of his face where I put him in the temptation of, hey man, let me get one too. So God also says, don't make your brother or sister stumble. Like if it's your problem, let it be your problem and your problem alone only. Don't make your problem someone else's problem. So if you got someone who, hey man, I'm trying to stop drinking, don't take them to a bar and don't order alcohol in front of them.
Makes sense.
And drink to make them be like, damn, you know what? You're having one. Let me get one also. See, and that's the reason why I picked God, bro. Because when you really get to know his word and you really dissect him like the frog in the science class and you really get to know his word, he just makes sense.
Just makes sense, bro.
God just makes sense. But a lot of people, man, they just don't get it because they don't take the time to get it. They don't take the time to study him, to get in that relationship with him, to understand.
They'll take the time to learn every letter in a Bad Bunny song, but they can't read one Bible book.
Damn, it's like your wife, for example. You're married, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know your wife like nobody else. Your wife could just make a face and you know what the hell she said. And someone else could take it the wrong way and be like, hey, your wife is kind of funny, homie. Like, she treated, excuse my language, she treated me like a bitch. But you're like, no, you don't get it. I've been knowing my wife for years and she actually likes you. Oh, I took it as she hates me. I don't know until I know. But you know that because you know your wife personally. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The way you know your wife, that's how you got to get to know God.
Amen to that.
And how do you do that? By doing what you did with your wife. Spend time with them. Spend intimate time with God. Get in that relationship with God.
Yeah, God is not going to force himself to you. He's not a dictator. He's not going to force himself. He may very well can, I mean, obviously, but he won't do that. He showed you good and evil. And he loves you so much that he's going to allow you to make the choice by yourself. He's not going to use his power and say, let me just no. He's way better than that. You got to make that call. I taught you good and evil. You got to make that call.
Really get to know his word, know what he wants to tell you and you specifically. And I swear to you, bro, what I can guarantee, your identity and him will start to change. And then it will repurpose your purpose. You'll still be doing the podcast. You'll still be doing the real estate. You'll still be doing everything that you do. But you're going to do it now with a bigger, better purpose. It's going to be kingdom business instead of junior business.
Wow. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Marky Dan. Oh, and Dane is there as well. Holy shoot. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. I got caught up.
You're good.
Appreciate it. So yeah, I just thought that was a heck of a video, but we can come back and speak on because Dane, make sure you go to my Discord, bro, and we can talk about God and everything all day long. But I don't know if Marky Dan, if you feel comfortable having this conversation, because I have to respect the fact that you told me that you believe in a creator, and I do appreciate that, but that you don't consider yourself a religious person, and I do need to respect that. So
No, you good. It's your channel. I mean, I did 18 years in Catholic school, so yeah, I'm really in tune to all this stuff in the Bible and what it says. I just don't believe in a guiding hand, so to speak. But I do like the Bible. I look at a lot of its passages more so in a metaphorical sense. So when you talk about temptations and specifically about addiction, I look at that as the devil. When Jesus was in the desert for 60 days battling battling the devil in the New Testament, I look at that as kind of the same way how we have our battles through life. Like I have my battles with THC and edibles and trying to and just because I used to have, man, listen, I used to intake almost between 400 to 600 milligrams of Delta 9 THC edibles per day. And anybody who knows edibles knows that is an insane amount of THC cannabinoids for your liver to be metabolizing and spreading throughout your body. And I used to do that every single day. Now I'm at a point where I only do it at least on the weekends because, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to maintain, I'm just trying to maintain, like I have a very good job. I maintain my mother's properties as well as I'm raising 2 kids. So I'm trying to set a good example for them. And, that's my battle in the desert a lot of times is just trying to get through the day where, on the weekends where it's a lot of fun, but then it's like, you get to that Sunday and you just be like, or you get to that Monday and you just be like, man, what's today going to be like if I don't, if I don't have that feeling, that THC give you, that relaxed type of feeling. But, so that's my battle with it. But yeah. But I respect
I
everything.
appreciate that.
I respect everything the dude was saying. You know that's how he views it. That's how he views the scripture, and I agree with. And just on a logical level, I mean I just agree with him. I agree with him in the sense that if your friend or your brother is going through something, first off, the best place to take him would not be the bar in the first place. But secondly, I mean, don't partake in like if your friend is a drug addict or whatever his substances of choice would be, don't do that in front of that person. Because that, I mean, your body,
Right.
I mean, your body is physically addicted to that substance, not
Right.
just mentally where you want to feel the buzz or the feeling. You're physically addicted where you feel like where it's a habit. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a point in time where I used to literally, but just to eat, I wanted to pop an edible because to me, eating while high was just a lot more fun. Like it was just more fun to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it was a habit to that level. So
And your
I get
body
what dude is
begins to
saying.
your body begins to develop a tolerance that gives you amounts like the one you mentioned a few minutes ago. And let me just say this
Exactly.
real quick. That's one of the things that I feel most proud of. Like even in my darkest, when I was rolling with the other guy, so to speak. The I never ever brought somebody in to a substance that hadn't previously, how do you say, like that hadn't, like, I never like brought somebody into a substance. I never tried to convince, like if I talk with somebody and just happen to mention, hey, have you ever had whatever, and he says no, I would talk about something else. Thankfully I never made an effort or even a small effort to convince somebody to try something for the first time, because to be honest with you, I don't know if I would ever forgive myself if they fell into some sort of horrible addiction. But go ahead, Marky, then you were saying something. I'm sorry.
No. I was pretty much finished what I was saying. But yeah, I mean that's a good um that's a good practice in general to have. I mean, I think people could explore things on their own if they are curious about drinking or THC. I mean, if you're a good friend, I think you would just look out for them and just explain uh maybe just look out for them and teach them about what's the word I'm looking for? Uh what's the word? Just know what your limit is, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Or
Boundaries.
or yeah, no, not boundaries. Damn, I can't. The word is failing me at the moment. But no, that's a good that's a good way to look to go about your life. I
Know
wouldn't
your
introduce. I wouldn't
limitations.
feel good about introducing anybody to anything either, and then they get hooked.
Yeah, bro, like that's a burden that to be honest with you, and knowing myself the way I know myself, I don't know if I would have ever like gotten over that, doing something like that, like knowing that this person wouldn't have ever fallen into whatever they fell to if it wasn't for me. Oh man, that yeah, that would have pretty much.
Moderation is the word I was looking for. Moderation.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. And please continue.
No, I mean it's open topic. I mean, when Marky done, so Dane. Okay, so let me just let you guys know. Marky then I've had a few conversations with Dane in other panels and in other discords, and Dane, I've known Marky then for a good couple of months now, right? Through a few panels, and we talk boxing and sports, of course, but we also talk a lot about politics and history because we're two geeks of it. So I don't know if you're, because I mean it's my channel and all, but I also like, I don't mind talk if a person doesn't like to talk about politics or religion or boxing or whatever. I can talk about other stuff. I ain't no problem with that. So I'll ask you, do you mind if we get into politics, Nolan Wells, whatever the case may be?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I respect your platform, and by all means, you speak whatever you'd like. It's your platform. I'm a guest here.
Okay, no, just so you know, with Markitan, we typically love going into history and politics. So, Markitan, let me ask you, are you been following the Nolan Wells case?
Yeah. Very, very sad stuff.
For sure, man. I've been following it. I'm gonna say somewhat closely, not fully closely. I've seen quite a few channels that cover it. Apparently, there's a discrepancy when what's his name? Warren, I think is his name. Called the Coast Guard, and somebody saying no. When he called, I think the police, and somebody said on the background, like, "Yo, I thought you were gonna call Coast" or something like that. And apparently, they didn't perform any CPR on the kid, and they had a cell phone, like a bunch of weird, and not to mention the fact that they lawyered up and they're talking about receiving death threats without providing any actual evidence for it. Feel free to add. The floor is yours, bro.
Well, what I'll just say about that, I 1000% believe those boys did something to Nolan Wells. I don't really have any doubt in my mind. I literally just seen a video. This is unrelated, but I literally just seen a video the other day of a black girl. I believe this was either in Milwaukee or New Jersey. It wasn't even in the South or Mississippi, but these 3 white girls that she was hanging around got her drunk.
Oh, no. Oh, please
and
don't.
then,
please don't.
What happened?
I'm sorry. I'm just thinking to myself, you say whatever you want, but this is hurting me.
No, I hear what you're saying. That ain't unalive her, by the way. That ain't unalive her, but they beat her up.
Thank God.
They beat her up. They cracked her skull. She had a seizure and all that. They got her so drunk that she couldn't even defend herself. I would not be surprised if something similar like that happened to Nolan Wells. I don't know this to be a fact, but it's too many weird details. Okay, the 3 of y'all went to this island together. Excuse me, the 4 of y'all, Nolan and his 3 white friends. Which, listen, it's no problem to have white friends. I have white friends. That's not a problem.
Yeah, no. You're doing the description.
Yeah, the 3 of y'all, the 4 of y'all went to this island together. Y'all left him. Y'all just left him and came back without him. That's a weird detail, number 1. I go somewhere with my friends, unless they say that they communicate, they're going with a shorty or something like that, or they're getting a Uber. I check for you, because your family, they're gonna ask me what's going on, where is he, and it's gonna be on me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, and if you're my friend, I'm just gonna have a level of worry about you. So y'all left without him. Then initially one of the friends lied, had his phone on him, lied and said they don't know where his phone is. The mother tracked the phone and forced him to give it back. Nolan's text between him and all 4 of them, or the 3 friends, completely wiped. Everything is deleted. Okay, that's weird detail number 2. And then what you just said, and then number 3, what you just said, they lawyered up. Their mother, who's a judge, put out this big long statement or whatever. Okay, that's weird detail number 3 for me. And then number 4 is the location, Mississippi. Just in 2023, Mississippi, literally 2 hours from where Nolan Wells and these boys were going to school, they had the Goon Squad incident. If y'all don't know what the Goon Squad is, go look up the Goon Squad. There was a official department within the Jackson County, the Mississippi Jackson County Sheriff's Department, and their job and their mandate was to terrorize black people out of Jackson County. Okay, they got caught. They broke into 2 black men's houses, tied them up for over an hour, tortured them, sexually assaulted them. They put a gun in one of their mouths and fired the bullet, broke his jaw. Thank God he didn't die. And then eventually they all were forced to plead guilty and receive life. But if they hadn't gotten caught, they would have kept on doing it. And I have no doubt that's not the only Goon Squad in the state of Mississippi. Then the sheriff that's investigating this thing comes out immediately, before they even have the body, before they even do an investigation, before the medical examiner even touches the body and says he doesn't think there's any foul play. Why? Why would you do that? What, any seasoned investigator / police officer / whatever / law enforcement personnel would never do that. To come out so quickly with that. So
Yeah.
I have my thoughts about this case. I believe that they did something to that boy. I don't know why they would do it. Personally, I think it's the story as old as time. A young white woman was probably involved. Nolan was probably fucking her on the island, and maybe one of them boys that were drunk. They got mad. They hit him and dumped his body. I don't know, but this stinks to high hell. And no, I don't have any doubt in my mind. Knowing the history of what I know about the South, they did something to that boy.
Especially since I can't remember where I saw this. I think her name is Queen Sheba or something like that. The channel's name, but she said that the girl, I think her name is Christine, the one that Nolan Wells was with, that she had rejected one of them before. So that makes this stink even more, bro. Like
exactly.
Yeah. Man, it does stink because I just looked up what you said, bro. It says here the Mississippi Goon Squad, GOON Squad, refers to a group of former Rankin, RANKIN, County Sheriff's Department deputies. I'm not going to say their names live, who were convicted for the racially motivated torture of 2 black men. I'm not going to say their names live either.
How long ago was that?
3 years ago. So that was the other day.
Not even a decade
the other
ago.
day. Oh wow. So, and not only that, didn't they found like a well, there's no nice way to say this, right? Didn't they found like a basically a mass grave of black men somewhere? Not that long ago either.
I mean, are you kidding me? It's Mississippi. Literally.
Yeah, I mean they have.
You saw a rock, you'll probably find a mass grave of black people.
Yeah, they have like a horrible record. I mean, they were the last ones to approve. I can't remember what law it was. I think Nancy Grace talk about that. Like I said, I haven't followed it that closely, unfortunately, because I mean, to be honest with you, that's one of my problems. Like I bite off more than I can chew. Like I typically focus on one topic for let's just say a number 2 months, right? I remember I focused on North Korea for a couple of months, then I focused on the Soviet Union, like stuff like that. Not right now. I'm focusing on like 10 different things.
I'm gonna be right back.
Sure,
Arnie, if you still up.
Absolutely. And one of those is Nolan Wells, so I can't really say too much about it. But this guy Tatum, bro, what's his name? The police guy, Tatum. I don't know, man. They're raining down.
Call him by his name. He's Raccoon. Raccoon.
Yes.
Officer Raccoon.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but there it is. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry for laughing. No, that's
20,
true.
30, 40 years. When my grandchildren ask me what a raccoon is, I'm gonna show them Brandon Tatum.
Yeah, that's. I mean, what he's doing, like. Because he's
anytime a black person gets killed or is accused of a crime, he is front and center advocating for white people. Okay, he's not like an unbiased journalist just looking to get the truth. No, he's just there to either shit on the dead black person and say, "Oh, give the white guy a chance, innocent till proven guilty." Boy, this Carmelo Anthony, he's a thug. Why did he bring this knife? Throw his ass up, lock his ass up, get him out of here. He's a menace to society. He's a force of evil.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely looking like a useful idiot. Because on one end, he's saying that, Al Sharpton and Crump, I forgot his first name, and others that he mentioned, like they are jumping into conclusions. And what are you doing? You're doing the same thing, bro. Aren't you doing the same thing? Because he told Nancy Grace that they took a what's it called, the
A
polygraph.
polygraph,
Yeah,
which was
uh,
bullshit.
which exactly and then when she told him what was the thing that she asked him,
It
like
was like he took like a they took like a voice test, like it's something that like measures the tone of your voice when you answer a question.
yeah,
It's some
like
real
the
bullshit.
tiki tac version of a polygraph, because a
Yeah.
polygraph will oh my goodness, they will take your blood pressure, your it's very hard to pull that off, bro. With a polygraph, you know. And everybody knows the old, you know, get a tack in your shoe or clench your butt trick. You know that shit ain't flying no more. But we'll see, man. We'll see how this whole thing play out. I mean, they didn't want to speak with the mother for the longest time. I mean, everywhere you look, because listen, let's say that you know these guys are perfectly innocent and whatever the case may be, which is literally what their lawyer just said, right? I can't remember his name, but the lawyer started speaking, and I get it, you have a job to do, whatever, but I mean, he spoke about these kids as if he raised them. Like it was borderline embarrassing. But you're giving people every reason to be suspicious, are you not? Like, come on, from the sheriff on down, and one of the descriptions said it was a black boat. You see the picture, all of the boats are white. I mean, I don't know, man. Everywhere you look, it just stinks. I think one of them is gonna crack, man. I think one of them is gonna crack. It might be the blonde guy. It might be the. I don't think it's gonna be Warren. I think that's the one with the mom judge, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know. Um, we'll see. I will follow it more closely.
Usually in these type of cases they don't crack. Um, and this isn't even like a race thing. Like I don't know if you remember a couple of years ago. You remember Shanquilla Robinson?
I don't believe so.
That she was like a she was like a successful hairstylist, nail tech, owned multiple businesses, took her friends, all black group down to Cancun, and then they murdered her and left her body down there.
Okay,
And
I know what you're
came
saying
back,
now. Yeah.
yeah, and then they came back to her family and said, "We don't know what happened." And then the video came out of them whooping her ass. And then the Mexican government came out and said she had a broken neck. But if the video didn't come out and the autopsy didn't come out, they would have kept on acting like everything was all cool.
Yeah.
So that's just human nature for self-preservation. Nobody's gonna talk.
Yeah, we agree, Jay Gibson. We definitely agree. Like even if you were the most unbiased dude, something is clearly not right here. And I don't think they found anything in his lungs either when they were talking about. I just forgot about it. They were talking about something in his maybe neck or I don't know. Okay, I don't quote me, but it's not the lungs, because if it's an accidental drowning or whatever they're trying to make it out to be, your lungs will be full of water, obviously. So, and there's another. There was an Asian girl that was on a yoga retreat. I think this was in Guatemala, and she had a pair of, and she had a best friend that. And hang on a second, is it true that they all deleted their social media? I heard about that, but I could be wrong about that. But I heard that like they all deleted their social media. You know, but let me see if I can find this one for you, because this one is really, because I mean it's easier when it's in a different country, right? If it's in Cancun, Mexico, or um, you know, Guatemala, another country. But like, man, let me see if I can find this short right here. Aha, there it is. There it is. Let's see. Okay, now this one is taking the race approach, which cannot be ruled out, but this has to be seen because I just heard about this and it's 100% true, and they still haven't been able, to best of my ability, still haven't been able to come up with it. But here's where he highlights where a girl was unalived in, I believe, Guatemala. Let's see.
If you don't care about,
hang on a second. Let me put the freaking banner here. If any of you want to say anything, let me know if I pause, or if you want to change topic or whatever the case may be. We can do whatever.
if you don't care about what happened to Nolan Xavier Wells because he doesn't look like you, would you feel differently about his friends minimizing his life if the victim looked like this, more like you? What if I told you that this is Nolan Wells's grandmother, which makes Nolan's mother half Asian and Nolan himself a quarter or an Asian person himself? And if you think that couldn't happen to me, that happened to Nolan because he's partially black, then I'm going to remind you of Nancy Ying, the 29-year-old special needs teacher from
Nancy Ying. Look it up. That's a real thing.
Alhambra, California, who went missing while she was on a yoga retreat on Lake Adelan, Guatemala, 3 years ago, who, just like Nolan Wells, put his trust into his white friends, thinking that they're just going out for a good time on the water. Nancy Ying also put her trust in her white friend, Christina Blazik, while going out on the water, thinking that they're about to have some fun. But just like Nolan Wells' white friends, who all claim that they don't know what happened to Nolan and just thought that he was on another boat, but then as soon as they got back, deleted all of their social media accounts, including Warren Hudson here, who up until 9:30 last night still had his profile up and now is gone. And allegedly, at least two of them immediately lawyered up upon getting home. Christina Blazik, who had told officials in Guatemala that she did not see what happened to Nancy, whether she jumped in or fell into the water, as soon as she returned to the United States, deleted her socials, lawyered up, and through her lawyer tried to claim that they were barely even friends. Which is weird because I didn't realize that people who barely knew each other put their arms around each other's necks and then held each other's hands while taking photos together, who once she returned home to America through her lawyer was like, no, I tried to save her. Oh, by the way, also Christina and the whole rest of the yoga retreat decided not to even remotely help find Nancy Ying's body and then fled the country the next day before a police investigation could even be officially started. So not only if you care about community, should you also care about what happened to Nolan Wells, because this boy was also Asian. But if you only care about things that happen to people that look exactly like you, that's the problem. Because when we're fighting the same systems of oppression that places people of color systemically second class compared to the white counterparts, it bleeds into societal standards and even into interpersonal relationships. The effect is the same for all of us. And that is that our lives are not valued, which means that our lives are not safe. Demand justice and visibility for Nolan Xavier Wells.
Okay, now, so I've seen a sprinkle of Asians that's speaking up for him because he was half Asian, and they're like, look.
There it is right there. Now, here's one thing that I just have to have you guys listen to. This is unbelievable right here.
Why does not America look like Dubai and Germany? And why doesn't America look like Russia and Persia? And where the money go? There should be grapes, turnips, vegetables, everything on the streets every day for the homeless to eat. You're making us pay for water, you son of a... You're making us pay for grapes, apples, things that God gave us for free? Ha ha! You will burn in hell when I'm through with you. You will not be allowed in my Father's house at all.
God. Does that hit hard or what?
Well, I mean, that's the reality of capitalism, my brother. You know, somebody has to take the time out of their day as well as to invest the money into buying the farming equipment to grow the goddamn grapes. Somebody has to take the time out of their day to because we get most fresh water in the United States comes from Fiji. At least the bottled water. Most of it gets imported from Fiji because it's cheaper to ship it from Fiji than it is to build a bunch of water desalination plants. Those are really expensive to build. So, you know, somebody has to pay for the shipping and the costs. Then you got this dummy Donald Trump put fucking tariffs on water. So yeah, that's life. I mean,
Yeah, and people are so and I've gotten somewhat educated on the tariffs because people for some exactly Jay Gibson and
But I mean, but you and me, I mean, well, I don't know if you're still on the island, if you're still in Puerto Rico, but
yeah.
me and you are island folk. Like I can literally walk to my backyard and pick bananas. Like I have 2 banana trees in my backyard. But like, so I have like this really fertile soil down here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean for sure. Yeah, definitely. And I saw that awesome video that you sent me about United Fruit. For sure. Oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. We're talking about capitalists. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean we got tens of thousands of homeless citizens and tens of thousands of homeless veterans. But we do have a trillionaire.
Get a job, commie.
Yeah, that's exactly the shit that I said when I was on the right, bro. Exactly. Marx, for what I've learned about Marx, there's several misconceptions, and I'm in any way launching a defense on Marx. I'm just saying that people always like to take the convenient stuff of Marx, and believe it or not, I am referring to the left. That he was against capitalism, yeah, but not for the reason that they love to tell you, because he saw overproduction as being a problem. Because, okay, let me put you an example. You and I set up I don't know, a chemist or a waste disposal company, right? Now, are we going to pay more and get less profits to dispose responsibly of the waste? Or are we going to say fuck the people and get all the profits? Because I think that's the real problem with capitalism. Is it not? Like, I don't like, look at sports, for example. Like the NBA. Yeah, LeBron and KD and all of them are signing all this whatever million contracts and the owners and this and that. Yeah, like the split is not as unfair. Like, how in God's name do you have a society with the quote unquote richest country in the world, which is really China, but let's say it's the USA for the sake.
No,
of
it's the US. It's still the US. We still have the largest GDP in the entire world by like we outpace China by like I think about 18 to 19 trillion dollars per year.
Right.
But they're on the trajectory to catch us within this century. That's for certain.
Yeah, not only that. I mean, at some point, by y'all I mean the USA. Okay. At some point, y'all gonna have to start paying that debt, bro. One of the big reasons for this, and we talked about this on the other day, is the fact that you got the Federal Reserve that can keep printing money and can keep giving this illusion that we can just keep, sending out billions to the big eye over there, and have big heads that request for whatever billions more and blah 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 blah. And by the way, it is true that they ran out of missiles. Oh my goodness, is that scary or what? I mean, what's to stop China from taking over Taiwan? What's to stop?
Well, the thing that stops China from taking over Taiwan is number one, China is an export-dependent economy. So if they made the choice to invade or blockade Taiwan into oblivion, then the entire world would probably boycott, or you would see like just a heavy sanctions regime against China from different countries. On top of the fact, China just had a huge military purge, so they do not currently, I think, have the chain of command system to even launch an operation of that size, especially when you have the U.S. Navy that they're going to have to contend with. So yeah, that's that. But Donald Trump, what he's doing in Iran, it definitely does make it harder. It would make it harder to defend Taiwan at this current moment because we're out of Patriot interceptor missiles. We're out of long-range precision ballistic missiles. But no, I don't think China wants to kick that hornet's nest right now. Maybe in another 10 or 20 years, maybe, yeah. But right now, no. They wouldn't. I don't think they would do that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm hoping that you're right, and I agree with everything that you said. I don't think I don't think people realize how formidable of an opponent China really is. And I think part of the reason is that people don't really know that much about China. Like, they're not on the media all the time the way the U.S. is. They're not fighting a war every 10 seconds, And not only that, they produce most of what the world needs, right? Like, damn near everything is made there. Damn near everything you look up, made in China.
True.
So they taken control of that. Yeah, exactly, Jay Gibson. Exactly. I mean, listen, you don't get lower than Trump being president. Like you can't get lower than that. I don't give a damn if you put Ted Cruz in there. Well, actually, that's probably wrong. But I mean, you don't get lower than that. And part of the problem is that they don't switch governments every 4 or 8 years. That's also another thing that they have on us. And I say us because obviously I'm Team USA, right? More ships, of course, more ships, more people. The thing is that people don't really know that much about China. They kept, for being a superpower, they've really done an amazing job, in my opinion, at pretty much keeping it quiet, keeping it on the low. That they've existed since forever. They've had their fair share of trials and tribulations and what have you. Obviously, we can go all the way back to the dynasties, to Chiang Kai-shek, to Mao Zedong, to now Xi Jinping, and all the rest of them. But Xi Jinping's been in there forever, and he's seen, as have others, how the USA can just, okay, let's just wait 4 more years and that's it. And somebody else is going to come in and put a stop to this, and we can. It doesn't work that way with them. Like, they have many advantages over the U.S., in my opinion, and I'm hoping I'm wrong, bro, because I prefer the USA. I do, but man, I don't know. Jay Gibson says, and the U.S. economy is pretty. Oh man, tell me about it. Let the Strait of Hormuz stay closed for another 6 months, then you'll see a real freaking inflation. Like Trump, whether he wants to admit it or not, Iran's got him by the balls, guys. That's just the truth.
but Iran also has China by the balls as well, because China gets most of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz also. Like, they can only bring in so much oil from Iran through rail and through trucks over land. Most of it comes through cargo containers. So the blockade is hurting them as well. It's hurting everybody. It's also hurting us. It's hurting everybody.
Yeah. Europe too. Europe probably more than anybody else, but go ahead.
Yeah, Europe is going to run out of jet fuel very soon.
It's going to take years to restock all those missiles, which means another whatever billions in national defense or whatever the hell they want to call that. Is it true that they passed that bill to like merge the Big I with U.S. as far as like intelligence and all the rest of it? Because I think they voted on it, but I don't know if it like is installed or. Yeah, let's not forget about Russian oil. Exactly, Jay Gibson. Yep. It's another thing. People are sleeping on Russia, but go ahead, Marky.
Taking care of the Russian oil. The Ukrainians are taking care of the Russian oil. They're blowing up their refineries.
The only reason why Ukraine is still above water is because Russia knows they have the support of the U.S.
Well, that and
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing Marky then. If you're talking,
Oh, okay, let me go and come back.
that one I heard. Let me go but it was okay. There it is. There you go. You're muted.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no,
It's okay.
performing brilliantly.
Oh man, you're cutting out a lot. What happened? I just heard you clearly a minute ago, but now you're like cutting out badly. Freaking stream here, bro. Jay Gibson, can you hear him clearly? I cannot. Um, Let me lose the educational purposes thing. There it is. Okay. Dana, you're still there, bro? Okay, there you go, Mark. You done?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now perfect. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, Ukraine is subsidized by Europe, who's buying a lot of these weapons from the U.S., but Ukraine is performing brilliantly on the battlefield. Like, just brilliantly. They've completely changed modern warfare. Like, tanks in this new tanks are going to be completely obsolete, and they through drone warfare. Like, tanks get blown the fuck. Like, to be a tank crew. That and so what Russia does now, which is even more crazy and in some ways, they put their troops on bikes. They put two soldiers on bikes at a time to try and outrun the drone line so that they could break through, and then they get off the bikes and then they start assaulting Ukrainian positions. And the drones can't attack them because there's the risk of friendly fire from that position. But even that, it's not really changing much. Like, for months, or literally since last summer, Russia has been trying to take Donetsk. They've been saying they're going to surround Pokrovsk. Literally since last December, they're still there, losing thousands of men per week. So it's pretty much stuck at a stalemate, which at this point you could say Ukraine is winning because they're still a functioning country and they still have resources to send up to the front. Whereas Russia, well, up until the dumb orange guy, and this is the problem with Donald Trump, his foreign policy is so incoherent. Russia was on its knees. And then because of the Iran war, Donald Trump had to make the decision to unsanction Russian oil, which allowed a lot of foreign currency to come into the country. But before that, Russia was on the edge of a recession. Yeah. Even now, you see Putin's popularity has dropped from 90%, now 65%, which is unheard of for him. So this war was supposed to only last 2 weeks. They were supposed to drive through and get to Kiev and oust Zelensky and put him on trial and execute him 4 years ago. Then the Ukrainians pushed them back. Now they're at where they're at right now. And even like not even just on the Donetsk front, but Sumy, on the Sumy northern front, Ukraine they're winning. And not only that, they've even counterattacked and taken some Russian territory and created sort of like a buffer zone up there. So I mean, like I said, Donald Trump, if he had just left Iran the fuck alone, we could potentially be seeing the Ukraine war be ending early 2027 or by the end of 2026. But now, because of this fucking dummy, Russia gets to sell its oil. They get to bring in a lot of currency to pump into the war machine. And yeah, the war is probably going to drag on for 2 to 4 years if Iran has anything to say about that. And it's even worse now because all those Patriot interceptors, now it's complete. Now the cupboard is completely empty because before we were selling them to Ukraine. Now we had to juggle not only selling interceptors to Ukraine, we had to juggle with giving literally not selling, giving our interceptors to Israel, and then defending our own bases, which at this point are completely defenseless. They've all been fucking destroyed all around the Middle East. So yeah, I mean, we're just in a fucked up position. On either front, whether it be Russia, Ukraine, or the Iran war. And it's all because of Donald Trump. It's all because he's a big fucking dummy. Even on the trade war front, he's completely lost that to China. Like, he'll come out one day and I'll put 120% tariffs on China. The next day he comes out, Xi Jinping, my good friend, we had a great conversation. I'm gonna back up for now. We're gonna make a deal. It's gonna be the greatest deal in history. And then nothing.
Yeah, man, you do that voice so much better than I do. Thank you, Jay Gibson. Thank you, Jay Gibson. Thank you. Yes, that would certainly be a pleasant change. You saw that short that I saw you with the guy said, "Where the F is the money going?" There's where the money's going. Because those are billions that you don't have for schools, for roads, for so on and so forth, for anything for that matter. But yeah. Oh man. Do you think that JD Vance, provided that Trump gets impeached, because we had that conversation on the, last time we talked, do you think that JD Vance will withdraw from Iran?
No.
Yeah, I mean,
simple. I mean, I don't see how he does. Well, you know what? No, that's not true. I think JD Vance is less of a child than Trump. Donald Trump has no patience for real negotiations. So the USMCA, the deal he struck with Canada and Mexico in the first term, it took 2 years to hammer that out. It took Obama 2 years to hammer out the Iran nuclear deal. Donald Trump wants everything done in 2 weeks. So if it's not in 2 weeks, he'll rip up the MOU and we're bombing them and we'll bomb them into the Stone Age. And like, he just doesn't have the temperament fucking leader on the world stage at all whatsoever. So
I think it's a little more than that. I think his ego is just too fucking big.
Getting
Like,
us out.
Yeah, we're talking about a man that has a severe case of little dick syndrome here. Like let's be clear on that. Like he has to look good. He cannot look like he's conceding. You see what he constantly say? Oh, we blew up. I can't do the freaking voice. We blew up their navy. Their blah blah blah. You can constantly saying, just selling air to people because he needs to look good, like a fish needs water. Even if he's the only one that believes it, he needs to look good. So, oh man, this is. I don't think that JD Vance has that big of an ego. I just think that JD Vance is neck deep with Peter Thiel, and because of that reason, he's probably not going to. Oh, not to mention that, yeah, he too damn old to be in office. Yeah, he talking about Trump 2020, and man, get the fuck out of here. Like, if I was you, bro, I would focus on just freaking lasting whatever is left, because you know the blue boys are coming to get you.
Man, I hope I hope that somehow, some way, they amend the Constitution and let him run a third time, because he was absolutely destroyed.
Hell yeah.
The only problem is he probably might do January 6th better the second time around.
Man, don't get me started on that bullshit, bro. I still don't know how Nick Fuentes never went to jail. I'm still trying to figure that out. I mean, I know the answer, but I'm not gonna say it. Yeah, like, how are you on camera actively telling people to disregard authority, police, to just go in there and wreak havoc? How are you on camera with a freaking megaphone like Jimmy Hart saying that shit, bro? and you're still walking free. And again, I know the answer. I think both of us do, but whatever.
It's one of the downsides to freedom of speech. The marketplace of ideas is only really good when you have good faith actors. But when you have really bad faith actors who don't really give a fuck about the truth or making or putting out good ideas that helps everybody, I mean, that's what you get. You just people that lie and lie for their own agendas. Kind of, it's like, it's like our freedom of speech is like we have 10 people in a room and they're all screaming at the top of their lungs. But it might be better if we were in a different room and you have 10 people and you have one person who has a gun and that one person says, okay, everybody gets to talk one at a time and you have to get fact checked. That might be the better freedom.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a double-edged sword, and I'm super like pro free speech, but at the same time, I tell people freedom of speech don't mean no consequences either. Like if I walk into a room of people and I say, oh, there's a BOM fill in the blank over here, and turns out not to be true, there's consequences for that shit, the Fauci ouchie. Yeah, to be honest with you, that is a topic that I have not followed.
Like Fauci be going.
Say that again.
I said it looked like Fauci might be going to jail for a couple months.
To be honest with you, that is not a topic that I followed as closely as I should have. I saw the whole Fifth Amendment thing that he had with what's his name, Crowley, something like that.
Yeah, Josh.
Exactly. But let me go to the bathroom real quick, bro. If you want to cook on that topic, I'll be right back, bro. Appreciate it.
No problem. Fauci looks like he's going to be going to jail.
Well, I guess I'll be your audience, but please continue.
No problem. No. I never really fucked with Fauci. People treated him like he was some type of superstar. I mean, he was a Donald Trump appointee from the beginning. Donald Trump was even encouraging him to run for mayor in New York at one point. Now listen, I mean, the lockdowns, even though I didn't like it, we all view that thing in hindsight and say, oh, that was so wrong. We were locked up and he was forcing us to take the jab. But I mean, we don't know what the fuck COVID was. But I don't really have like that big a issue with like some of his policies. However, I mean, I just think that firstly, I didn't like his fucking policies. I didn't like being shut up in the house. I didn't like not being able to go to school. I didn't like when I go to the beach, police officers were there and telling me I have to leave, and they were putting little fences around the beaches on St. Croix. Yep, and he off of his book deals and off of documentaries and movies, like he's some fucking superstar. So now he's gonna be going to jail. They found him in contempt of Congress because he pleaded the fifth. And you cannot plead the fifth pardoned for crime. So there's no like chance of you incriminating yourself. Therefore, you do not have the right to not incriminate yourself. You don't have the right to remain silent because there's no way you could incriminate yourself. So it's gonna be a thing, Let the conservatives and the right let them get their red meat. It is what it is. Let him go ahead and take that little walk to prison. Sit his ass down. Think about all the
okay, I'm back.
Fucked up decisions.
Welcome back.
And God bless him.
Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Marky. What were you saying?
No, that's all I was saying. Fauci's gonna be. Yeah, to Jay Gibb in the chat, they got Fauci's diary where he was talking all this shit about how he's a superstar and this person loves him and I'm on this show and I'm on that show and da 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 da. Go sit your bitch ass down somewhere.
Definitely. Dan, you want to say something?
On this issue, I'm gonna let you two cook because I'll be straight up honest with you. I'm a very simple man with simple requirements. All I do on my free time is train and study and do my research and due diligence on boxing. That's all I do on my free time. All this other stuff I'm learning as you guys speak.
Awesome. And if you have any questions or anything, go ahead, bro. Absolutely. We weren't born with the knowledge. That's for damn sure. So, but yeah, I mean, we went through Nolan Wells, the Fauci Ouchie, Orange Boy. How do you believe that we can? Because listen, there's a bunch of people that he said he funded gain of function research. There it is. Because for example, it's one thing when, you know, I don't know, let's say Dave Smith or I don't know, Anna Kasparian or Tucker Carlson goes against the Zionists. But it's another thing when Norman Finkelstein speaks out, because we're talking about the son of two Holocaust survivors here. In other words, what I'm saying is they cannot call him an anti-Semite. Like, how are you gonna call the son of two Holocaust survivors a anti-Semite? You see, they don't have that.
What they'll call him is they call him a self-hating Jew. That's the thing.
Yes.
You know, may I add something to that?
Yeah.
For somebody who went through something as horrific and survived, nobody has the right under any natural law to open their mouth and speak on something they know nothing about.
Yeah, no, but like specifically, like let me give you an example. Like, I don't know why it keeps dropping him. It's StreamYard. I haven't even touched my cursor, but like let me give you let me give you an example, and Mark, I'll let you go in a second, but let me give you a quick example. Like, we all know, for example, alcohol is bad, right? You know, we can say why it's bad, this and that, but it changes when like a recovered alcoholic says it. Like, it's something different there because they have an experience value that can't really be replicated unless you went through it. You know, like somebody that just read a bunch of books, which is awesome, can tell you some things, but they can never tell you stuff that people that went down that rabbit hole can tell you. Is what I'm trying to say. Like when like we all can see what's happening and it's obvious, yes. But when somebody that been there, done that, knows that society like he does, and I can give you other names too, like Max Blumenthal. Like, I forgot this rabbi's name. God bless him. He's the one that said that Bibi is Amalek. But okay, go ahead, Marky. Then I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You know, with you know, and I agree with what Dane said. I mean, what happened during the Holocaust was literally industrialized extermination. It's like Amazon for human beings, which is a quote from, you know, what the Trump administration said they want legal immigrants who are human beings. I mean, if you didn't go through that, if your family didn't go through that, then you have no right at all whatsoever to cast any aspersions on that person or say what they are or what they aren't in regards to that traumatic event. The problem is the Z-Force over Israel, they call themselves the Jewish state. So they take Jewish identity and they co-opt it to make it seem like their country went Holocaust when in fact they didn't. And so now they feel like they have license with which to call anybody who criticizes them an anti-Semite, including somebody whose parents went through the Holocaust. And I believe Norman Finkelstein, I don't know if he was born at the time. I don't think he was, but he might have been. I don't know. But yeah, that's how they work over there. And it's a shame because I think Israel, I think they have some good people. I think that for a long time, even though I view them like as a colonial settler state that has unleashed unyielding amounts of cruelty and violence on the Palestinian people for decades, I still feel like there was a really decent part of the population who wanted peace, who wanted to find a two-state solution where they could live side by side with the Palestinians. But then what happened with Hamas on October 7th has unleashed what happened to us after 9/11. It unleashed the bloodlust that America had after 9/11, where we just said, well, if it's a fucking country that ends with a stand or ends with an ear, we're going to fucking bomb it. And we're going to kill all those people because of what they did to us on 9/11. And it was until decades later we came out of that bloodlust and realized, holy shit, like we wiped out Iraq civilization and killed 1 million people. And for what? We didn't achieve anything. Like ISIS came out of that. We killed over 100,000 civilians in Afghanistan. And for what? The Taliban just came right back.
Yeah,
and
they spent 20 years replacing the Taliban with the Taliban.
Yeah, eventually Israel is going to come to that place. It's going to be under Bibi and these guys. I think it might happen a couple or two down the road where they realize we didn't achieve anything and all we did was make the entire world fucking hate us, and all we did was kill a bunch of children. And yeah, we'll come to that phase eventually, at least I hope. But for now, they're in bloodlust. They're in the post-9.
Yes.
Tommy Hill, my guy Tommy Hill.
Without
Tommy
a
Hill.
shadow of a doubt, War Crimes. Welcome, Thomas Hill, to the house.
Hey, man, well, let me pay homage first, man. Shout out to my great brother, Iron Boxing, like IB in these streets. Some people call him. Shout out to Puro Sur. I believe that's Puro Sur.
No, that's Dane Christensen.
Oh, man, hey, my bad. Shout out to Dane Christensen. I remember my man, the Viking from up north. That's right. Hey, shout out to him, too. Shout out to my main man, Marky Dan, the factitious one, or aka the Factorian. Hey, man, I'm going to say right now, you was kicking a lot of good stuff, man, but it sounded like you was afflicted with two conditions. One, it sounded like you were stuttering. The other one, you know that voice box that you got to use when you got that hole in your throat? The connection was cutting up, man. It had you sounding like you had that big old talking box next to your throat. But I was rocking with what you said. Everything was pretty much spot on. I don't know what the fudge we talking about. I heard anti-Semitism. I don't know. We talking about the Jewish folk or whatnot, man. I saw some comments up in the comment section, and I don't know what's going on, but I do see somebody getting handed a trophy, dog. What we speaking of, dog?
I mean, we pretty much went through, like, I'm trying to, like, diversify a little bit because I do follow history, politics, and religion and other topics outside of sports and boxing. So we went through boxing. We went through the survey, who we thought was the most underrated heavyweight out of the four. We sort of came to an agreement. Larry Holmes, Vitaly Klitschko, Ken Norton, and Sonny Liston.
Man, it's only between two people, man. I like me some Klitschko. You know, Liston was cool, but it would either be Norton or freaking Holmes. And I'm going to go with Holmes because as great as he was, he don't get the propers that he deserves. So, got to be Holmes to me.
Awesome. Jay Gibson think it's Klitschko as well. We also went through the possibility of Shock fighting Navarrete. We're pretty much split on that one. I say Shock. I think Dane and Marky then say Navarrete, if I'm not mistaken. And then we went into the Nolan Wells case. We went into the little bit of the Fauci ouchie. We went through.
Oh, the drug peddler.
Yeah, we went through
What color is that Negro?
exactly, and we went through the Strait of Hormuz, foreign policy, and now we are talking about the big eye over at the Middle East, and it's not Iran or Iraq.
The Z4.
Right, more accurately, exactly. Right, because when I say the big eye, I am inadvertently, but in reality, like lumping them all in the same, and which is not true, to be fair. So it is the Z-Force because
Those
not
folks
every.
that Floyd Mayweather went over. Those folks that Floyd Mayweather went over there and opened his ass to, Tommy Hill.
Yeah, that was bad.
You said he went over there and opened the dam?
Opened his ass. That's what Floyd
Oh yeah. He busted wide open, put the customary costume on and everything, but that was because he was backed into a corner. Like he made a lot of investments.
I love Israel. I'm Israel champ, and I'll back Israel no matter what. The people of Israel are my people. I love Israel, and I'll fight for you. Whatever.
Yeah, he does stuff.
He even had the little cap on his head too, man. He was wild.
Not his finest moment. Not his finest moment by any stretch of any
That was crazy, Tommy Hill.
But desperation sometimes, especially when you've been used to a certain type of standard of living, it definitely will have you doing anything. And they had him by what they call them, the short and curlies. So you know he pretty much was their puppet. He was their private dancer, and he was dancing for money. With that being the case, man, I'm gonna say I got Shock. I think that this fight means a lot more to Shock than it does to Navarrete. I love me some Navarrete. You know, I'm a big fan of cowboy flicks, but I think that Shock is looking at the bigger picture, man, and he's seeing an opportunity because it's branding. Everything nowadays is branding. Oh, you can cook right now, player. It's on you. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate that, brother. I was simply going to say, I didn't mean to cut anyone off, but well, I guess I cut two people off. As far as Navarrete and Oshakwi Foster are concerned, I have Oshakwi absolutely piecing up Navarrete. It's not going to be close. With all due respect, I like Navarrete. I respect him. He's a brawler. He's a warrior, but terrible matchup. We're looking at a new unified champion who very well could be undisputed champion. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, he probably gonna be undisputed. I don't think Anthony Kakachi is gonna get in the ring with him because listen, he wouldn't get in the ring with Ray Ford because he got paid a hell of a lot more money to go into the ring with Lee Wood. So not necessarily
because he's a straight up duck.
Right. Like come on now, right? So I can't see him getting into the ring with Oshaki Foster. I could be wrong. That Joe Cordina fight left me with a bad taste in my mouth because he clearly hit him when the ref was separating them. But they do say protect yourself at all times, bro. So I don't know. We'll see. He hasn't really impressed me that much. I know that he knocked out Lee Wood. Exactly. He knocked out Lee Wood and whatever the case may be. But I mean, to be fair, Sugar Nunez also knocked Ray Ford. But I mean, he got his ass whooped anyway. So we'll see. We'll see. But I definitely got Shock. I mean, I think Shock is gonna. I mean, Shock does get into a firefight here and there. Let's not forget about the Rocky Hernandez fight. I mean, that was a hellacious fight. So if Oshaki Foster can stay disciplined like he stayed against Ray Foster, okay, I mean Ray Ford, excuse me, he should be fine. Because Navarrete will press the issue and will go for it, but I just don't think he has enough for Oshaki Foster. I think Oshaki Foster is too good for him. Go ahead.
Navarrete has a lot. I'll simply say this. As much as I respect him as a warrior, I'll respect any man who puts himself in the line of fire, and he has made it to the championship level, and nobody can take that away from him. But on top of being very, very shop-worn, for lack of a better terminology or term, O'Shaquie Foster is simply a much, much more technically sound boxer who is going to exploit every hole that guy has. He won't be able to put a glove on him. I'm sorry, that's how partial I am.
I love it. Do you see a stoppage?
It's very probable, and I would think it would happen in later rounds, because if he gets touched too much to the face, those lights are just going to shut off.
I mean, Navarrete has been in quite a few wars, and he has been put down before, so I wouldn't.
Now you're proving my point.
Yeah,
And
I wouldn't put it past that at all.
O'Shaquie Foster is he is a sharpshooter. He has a kind of sniper-like ability, pinpoint accuracy, and he will find that chin. And I don't see, as long as if Navarrete puts up that high guard, he could possibly make it the distance, but that's best case scenario for him. Best case.
Interesting. T. Hill, do you see? What?
I was simply going to say once again and double down the fact that's how confident and partial I am on this matter.
Interesting. It could be. It could be. Like, I can see that happening, you know. Navarrete is not the most consistent guy either. Like, he really impressed me against Sugar Nunez, but I can point to a lot of times where he got in trouble with could be said lesser opposition, and I'm referring specifically to Robson and particularly to Liam Wilson. Dennis Berinchik is pretty good, actually. I'm not going to hold that against him. Thomas Hill, do you see a stoppage in this fight?
Nah, I don't. If it is a stoppage, it would be by El Vaquero. I don't know if Shock gonna put the punches together to the body that's gonna take down Vaquero. I think that Vaquero does give him a sense of awkwardness that he has to get accustomed to. I think that will be the biggest obstacle in his way. I do believe he is a far more superior technically sound fighter. But what I do believe more so than anything is necessity becomes the mother of invention, and sometimes the opportunity to further your brand is the biggest motivational factor you could have. And right now he's riding the wave of someone who has openly given him sort of an ultimatum of how to fight him, and then he done it and completed it and didn't get the fight. So he's riding the crest of that wave, and I think that with that there comes the opportunity to build his brand so that becomes even a bigger fight for him. And right now, I don't know if any of you have seen the movie Castaway, but right now my man Chuck Norris is being played by Shakur Stevenson, and he's out there on that island over there at Zuffa by himself looking for a boxing glove to stick some hay up in there and put a blood print on there, put some eyes and a smiley face so he can have a friend, because right now he ain't got very many things over there on that island that cohabited with him. So, he's going to be increasingly more desperate as times come, and that might be even more of a fight after he does beat him. So I think that the fact that he has an opportunity to really validate himself, he's going to make the most of this opportunity. He's going to go out there and put a show so that, people can finally give him his propers and his respect and say, well, you deserve at least a shot. So that's how I see it playing out. And I don't think it'll be a knockout or a stoppage, but if it does, hey, more power to the person that does that. I favor a stoppage going in the way of Vaquero, but that's because he throws punches at times from awkward angles, and maybe he catches them with something he doesn't see, and that could be it. But being that, Shock got a strong base, he got a good neck too, so he absorbs a lot of the blows up to the top. I don't know if Vaquero is going to work the body as well. I do believe Shock needs to work the body a lot more in that fight so he can actually start to break him down. But I see him dominating the fight as well, man. I think that it's going to be fairly easy myself.
Now, let me ask you something, T Hill, and then Dane. I would like an answer from you as well. Do you think that this is going to be an entertaining fight?
Absolutely. It's a style clash.
Yeah.
It's a style clash, and oftentimes style clashes either go horribly one-sided or it becomes, well, hell, we got to figure it out. And it gives you multi sides. So I think that this will be a fight where you see multiple aspects play out. But you will see like highly competitive spirits from both fighters, and I think that you will see the very best that body can give in that moment, man, so that they can pull out that victory. I think it's going to be a hell of a fight.
Yeah, let me say
I think
something.
it'll be much better than the Fulton fight for sure.
Oh yeah, and let me say something before you go, Dane. I'm not expecting to see necessarily, the second coming of Bivol Beterbiev here, but I do think it's gonna be a hell of a fight because, for all the reasons that you said, T Hill, about being a style clash, but also both guys have shown me they are willing to like really go for it. Like Oshaki showed me that against Rocky Hernandez, and Navarrete has shown me that in damn near every fight. So it's two fighters that have shown immense amount of heart, that have lost before, so they have the sack of potatoes off their back called the mythical O, as I call it.
Which means nothing, man.
Exactly.
I'm old school,
you.
man.
Me too.
I could care less.
No,
unless we're talking about Joe Calzaghe, then I'm going to hold it over everyone's head. But that's
man, F Calzaghe, dog.
Well, hey, brother, let's not go there because I'm going to go all in if we do.
No, let's go there. T Hill's been listening to Dr. Boxing Talk for way too long. Clearly.
All right.
Man.
We could switch it up a little bit later, but if I may, could we stay on the O'Shaquie Foster and?
Oh yeah, for sure. Go ahead and give me your answer on that one, for sure.
Ooh, I think we're going to see. I think my brother said it the best. Anthony Hill, is that your name? If I'm mistaken, please correct.
Hey, no, that sounds close enough, man. I got the hillbilly.
Could you correct me, please?
It's Thomas Hill.
It's Thomas Hill. Anthony Hill, but it's Thomas Hill. But I'll take it.
All right, Mr. Thomas Hill, brother. I liked exactly the way you put it. It was brilliantly spoken. The only thing I could possibly add to that is we're going to get a treat, an absolute treat, because Navarrete is, if I'm not mistaken, is Mexicano.
Yes, sir.
He's absolutely
Mexicano versus a Black American fighter. That stylistically, it always, for some reason, makes for the best matches on U.S. territory. It absolutely does. And on top of that, we have two perfect examples. One being unorthodox, who has a lot of pop, a lot of snap from awkward angles. I can't take that away from him. But once again, we're looking at a sniper, and he's going to exploit every possible chink in that armor. And what Thomas said, maybe he could catch him from that awkward angle, but in my estimation, that's a very, very weak maybe in this case. A very weak maybe. There's always a chance. Yes, there's always a chance, but I think we're going to get a great fight, but a showcase at the same time.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit, like on top of all of that, what you both of you gentlemen have said is that think about what's on the line here. like whoever wins this fight has a very strong case of being top 5 pound for pound.
Easily.
Like it's that, legit of a fight. It's perfect.
Well, not only that, but also the opportunity for even bigger and better fights, more lucrative fights. I think that, you add everything that was just said right now. I mean, you got the dynamic of style clash. You got the dynamic of demographic. You got each fighting for their country. Like, because when that fight always comes together, they fight for pride. You got belts on the line. You got like prestige and accolades on the line, and you got people, man, that wanna definitely put their stamp on the sport, man. You got people that's not really out there looking for the next biggest moment or payday. They're not taking to social media to try to build no brand. They take it to the ring, man, and that's what I love. And El Vaquero, after that one time where he didn't look so good, he done came back ravishing like Rick Rude. And my man.
They did a great one. That was
Dane is a wrestling head, T Hill.
Well,
so, yeah.
I gotta get you.
Well, shout out to Ravishing Rick Rude. And my man over there, Shock, after doing what he did, he got rowdy like Roddy Piper, man. So it's bound to be some bagpipes blowing.
I love it.
And people showing their bravado, dog, letting them arms swing, and seeing who actually gives the bigger kiss. So with that being said, I'm looking forward to the fight. I think that it's going to be a great fight. I think it's along the lines of the fights that we need to make. I think there needs to be more like it. I agree with you when you said Bivol better BF. What I will say about that, and I'll condense it all in this simple fact. We have, in this day and age, fell in love with factions and fighters and not the sport. We got in love with folks who put on fights and folks who are fighters instead of the actual boxing aspect of things. So we got people who, quote unquote, give us the fights we want to see. One such person was Turkey, and he gave us one such fight. And I believe he only gave us one. And it was Bivol versus Beterbiev. And when that hit, nobody really cared to talk about it. Very few people did. They didn't respect that. What they respect is drama. They like bad girls, and they like real world rules and Real Housewives of Atlanta hip hop and all this other bullish instead of the actual meat and potatoes of the sport. And that's getting in there and fighting and showing why my style is better than yours or why my fight is better than yours. And you got that in that fight. And that was the one time that he actually did what they say. But meanwhile, you got many people saying, I like fights and people who give us the fights that we want to see, and they apply it to others because they can't stand certain folks or certain factions. Well, hopefully this gets us away from that and brings us back to the fact that, you know what? We here to fight. And there can only be one. And I'm a big Highlander fan, man. So there shall only be one. So let's go on and try to make sure that we can eliminate a lot of people so we can make less room for the folks who need to be doing battle. This is a fight that give us that outfit.
Oh, wow. The metaphors are killing me, man. You're hired. You should be promoting this fight. I'm not being sarcastic in the least.
I second that. Like, I've spoken with T Hill countless times before, Dane. Like, he has quite the oratory skills. Trust me.
Oh, yeah. I could clearly hear that just in the couple times we've spoken.
So let me get your guys. I don't think I have your. Maybe I have your take, T Hill, but I wouldn't mind hearing it again. Let me get you guys' take on first Ryan Garcia versus Conor Benn. Let me get Dane first, and then T Hill.
That's a very simple matter. Conor Benn, I know he likes to fancy himself a welterweight, but he's long since grown out of that division. He looks horribly depleted, in my estimation, at this lower weight. He's older. He's matured since when he first first on the scene. And I'm not going to cast aspersions on his indiscretions, to be politically correct.
His excellent adventures.
Yes, well, I'll go with that. But Ryan Garcia is certainly not innocent himself, needless to say. So we have two guys who have been on the dark side of things, and they're clean and cleared, presumably right now, and I will give them that. I mean, innocent until proven guilty, but as far as the fight itself is concerned, this is the perfect weight class for Ryan Garcia. He's got the quicker hands. They're both a bit of brawlers, but I think that, especially as of late, as in the last fight versus my man who used to fight over at 140, who was robbed, in my opinion, against Josh Taylor in England. But
Jack Catterall?
Oh no, the other one, the gentleman from Louisiana. Regis.
You're talking about Regis Prograis.
Yeah. My man, he was catching and countering. He could not miss with that lead right jab and that right hook, and he was putting those combos together. I thought that scorecard was asinine, but here's the thing. Ryan Garcia doesn't have to shut out knees, and I think he's gonna shut out Conor Benn. He's gonna put him down, or at least beat him up severely.
Yes. Let me say one quick thing before I let you go, T. Hill. Personally, I think Josh Taylor won that fight, but it was a hell of a fight. So if you think Regis won, I ain't mad at you. I personally think Josh Taylor lost to Jack Catterall. That to me was a little more egregious.
He did.
But I always liked Josh Taylor personally, and that was a hell of a fight. And I hear people say about the Jose Ramirez fight, which was a hell of a fight as well. But nevertheless, Conor Benn, I believe, said the other day that this, the Ryan Garcia fight, he ain't going to fight at welterweight after Ryan Garcia. So he said that the other day, I believe. So
I could see that.
Yeah. T. Hill?
I bet. So everything my man Dane said was freaking spot on. I agree that Regis did get robbed. I do agree with you. I think the more egregious robbery was the Catterall fight. I thought Catterall definitely won more than 3 rounds against Taylor. I thought that it was more egregious, but both of them were robbery. But hell, it was in his homeland, and he was the house fighter, so you know how that go. The money do with him. So that's where the victories go oftentimes, when it's somewhat of a dispute. That being the case, which you said absolutely with Regis on bended knees, I should say, like his Boys to Men. Oh my, he was fighting on bended knees. The boy didn't even look like he could stand up straight. He didn't move very well or anything, but he could not miss. And he wasn't in the best of shape. Now, lately, Ryan has been fighting in said vein, not in the best of shape. It worked well for one fight. It hadn't worked well for another, and he got by on another. So with that being the case, will Ryan rededicate himself to the craft? Even if he doesn't, I agree with Dane. I believe that Conor Benn is far spent for this division, far spent in age too. He can no longer put his body through the taxation without representation that it takes to be a young fighter in this game, to do things like that. He is getting hit a lot. That is his defense, to outgun you. And Ryan has quicker hands. He has a stronger pop, and he's more sudden. He's more explosive. He is also more technically sound. And a lot of people don't want to give him that, but he was a champion even in his amateur career. So the Mickey Freaky can box. It's a bad style matchup. Let me tell you why you know it's bad. Not just because of the things that Dane named, not because of the things that you echoed and the things that I just repeated. You know, for you guys that didn't catch the memo, sometimes you need to echo because it lingers longer. So we're going to let it linger for a second. But this is the thing that really, really makes sense. He's given himself an automatic reason for if he does not do well. This is my last fight over here. I really can struggle to make this.
Mm-hmm.
That right there lets you know where his mindset is. This is for a paycheck and a paycheck only. The next thing is threefold too. It's a trident. Whatever that, what is it? Ghidorah, King Ghidorah, is that the one that had 3 heads? Which one had 3 heads? For the Godzilla villains. One of them had 3. One of them had 3. Yeah, Rodan. There you go. Maybe it was Rodan. You right. 3-headed monster. So the already built-in excuse because I shouldn't really be here fighting. Second is, well, the bigger fight for me and the thing that my people will get ahead of will be a trilogy fight with one Chris Eubanks. The end all be all. So that's preparing ourselves for that fight. We know that fight is being prepared for because he said, I'm not only going to move up to 54, not even to 60, but all the way to 68. So that's a stark ass jump all the way up to where a person who was fighting all the way down to make the fight for you, sacrificing everything, giving everything up so that y'all can have that fight that you had. Shout out to the first fight. The first fight was epic. I thought it was fighting good. But, you know, Eubanks had been fighting 3 weight classes below his weight. So now that puts him closer to where he normally would fight. But then there's the one other caveat that we know lets you know that this fight is just here for a good look so that they could build that next fight. Boots happens to reside at 54. Now, Boots was somebody he was calling out and somebody that people were clamoring for to see him. He don't want to go to 54, which would be the step up. So he can be in the way of harm over there with Boots. So let me get all the way out of the way because Boots can also fight at 60. Let me go all the way up to 68. So I'm clearly out of there. This fool about to get curb stomped by Ryan. He gonna set up a way to duck the hell out of Boots because he was running his mouth about Boots, so he can go back and get that legacy fight with his fellow countrymen and settle the score because it's 1-1. That's what I believe. So yeah.
I mean, let's be honest here, and I'm so glad you brought this up, T, because you see him give that spectrum of 47 all the way to 68. And there's a reason for that. Now, if I'm him, I'm going straight to 60. Now, 54, obviously, he forget about Boots. I mean, he will get smoked by everybody in different ways. Like, I can't see him surviving Virgil Ortiz. I can't see him surviving, what's his name, Bakram. I don't see him surviving. Notice that I haven't even gotten to the champions, right? Like I can't see him surviving, period. Like, mention whoever you want to mention, personally. So 54 is out of the question. Now, 168, that's not the easiest division out there, guys.
Oh, no.
It's
I think
not.
Conor Bennett's just ducking a lot of smoke, to be honest.
Yeah, and I can't say that I blame him because deep down he's got to know he ain't that freaking good anyway.
No, he's not. He's not.
But 160 would seem to be, to me, like the better option because you have that's a champion that's 175 years old. His name is Erislandy Lara, and you have a guy that just got elevated. His name is Denzel Bentley, who, with all due respect, is not that good. Okay.
Yeah, you know something? If I may cut you off for just 1 second, maybe 3. Erislandy Lara, even today, would spank Conor Benn. I think Conor knows it.
Yeah, no, I agree, but it is definitely the like Lara and Boots. The choice is simple, right? Like, especially now, like this ain't the Lara that fought Canelo or what's his name?
No, I'll give you that.
Yeah, like I don't know. Everybody remembers that Danny Garcia performance, and it was awesome. But let's be honest here, okay? Like, Denzel Bentley, that's a real opportunity for him. That's a UK fight. Who's the other guy? Yeah, Adames, I believe, moved up, but now I don't know if he moved up or not because he was linked with Osles Iglesias, and I don't think that's happening. I know Janibek moved up, and they ranked him number 3, which still trying to figure that out.
That's ridiculous. That guy should be completely removed from the rankings. If any,
definitely.
Just on principle alone, David Morrell should be still in the top 10, and that guy, drug cheat, man. You're lucky to even be reinstated, homie. You're lucky. And by the way, weight bully, missing weight over and over again.
Yes.
Disgusting.
And not only that, I mean,
you can't make weight on drugs. You can't make weight on drugs, homie.
Right. But not only that, like literally when he was a unified champion, I was like, guys, this is the weakest resume in boxing. Like, come on, bro. Like Vincenzo Gualtieri and Denzel Bentley, those are your 2 best wins? Come on, man. And Adames has been wanting to fight you forever. Now I'll give him this. Like, he is pretty good. Like, I've seen him. Like the eye test tells me that he is pretty good. So in the ring, he's good. Enough. You know, where I can't say I would favor Adames, but I can't say for sure Adames beats him. Okay. Like this guy is really good in the ring, but you've never fought nobody, bro. Like,
nope, but he was able to get 2 world titles off of fighting nobody. That's
literally.
I can't respect that. I cannot respect that.
I mean, if we're gonna, like, not for nothing, I'm not the biggest fan of, for example, Richardson Hitchens, but he still has a win over a current world champion, Liam Pardo.
Yes.
So,
and he absolutely destroyed Kambosos.
Absolutely.
Big time. Who is a former unified world champion, former IBO champion, who went toe-to-toe with, even though he was stopped, one of the absolute most technically gifted boxers on the planet, Lomachenko.
Oh yeah.
That counts for something. That counts for something in my book.
Well, the thing with Kambosos is 2 sides of the coin. The coin being Kambosos, right? Because on one end you have that win over Tio, which was an amazing performance and a pretty good fight, to be honest with you. An awesome fight. They both were down.
Yo, just for context though, Tio just came fresh off of a convention party where he found out, one of his ESPN mates was over there giving his wife the ravishing Rick Food treatment as well. That wasn't the right Tio up in there, but that being said, you're absolutely right. It was still a big win. But we have to credit the fact that after that win, with the exception of the robbery of Maxie Hughes, he has lost every single fight.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. The thing with Kambosos is, okay, and listen, I like Kambosos, okay? I understand what he is. He's one of those toughest nails, B-, C+, C- range type of fighter.
I give him a B-. But
I'm you can fluctuate that depending on what stage of his career we're talking about, right? But the thing is, okay, you got the win over Tio, the losses against Haney. I mean, listen, that's a horrible matchup, bro. Like it is what it is. And then obviously Loma stops him and Richardson Hitchens stops him. That's one thing. The other thing is, like T Hill just said, there's a lot of people, and I'm one of them, that believe that Maxie Hughes got robbed against them. And,
hey, for context, I'd like to know what Dane thought about that fight. How did you see that? How did you score that fight with Maxie Hughes before Iron continues on? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I'd like to know that.
You mean before the fight right before Hitchens?
The Maxie Hughes fight.
The fight before Loma, the Maxie Hughes fight, where, the winner was
something? I will be completely honest with you. That's a fight I need to go watch. I will be honest.
Oh, please do. Please do watch that fight. And come back and tell us what you believe.
Absolutely. You got it.
I will give Kambosos a fight that not a lot of people give to him, and that's the Lee Selby fight, because he won that fight, and he won that fight in hostile territory. You know, so that fight, and Lee Selby is not joke. Okay, he's not Carl Froch, he's not Joe Calzaghe, he's not Lennox Lewis, he's not Nassim Hamed. Okay, but he is a pretty good fighter. I'll give him that one as well. So when you think about Kambosos, you kind of like have to take everything in. You know, like, I appreciate you, but at the same time, bro, like, one can say, and I hate to use one-liners like this one, right? But if the shoe fits, wear it, right? Like, one can say, and I couldn't debate, that you're a one-hit wonder, bro. Like, it is what it is, you know? Like, now, one-hit wonder is better than zero-hit wonder, obviously. But you are a one-hit wonder, bro, because, I mean, listen, Tio got in the ring. I'm not going to go into the whole stuff that happened. I understand there's a lot of things that happened with him. Listen, you went into the ring. You could have postponed it. I don't know, whatever the case. So you got in the ring, so I don't want to hear it. And he won that fight, because I saw that fight, and Kambosos won that fight. But, bro, like, you couldn't really hang with the boys at the top, man. That's not necessarily an insult. That's just calling it what it is, you know? Bobby, how you doing, my brother? Always great to have you, my guy. But yeah, so I appreciate the fact that you know, he is who he is, but you know, he got to the top. You know, he did.
Oh no, man, you gotta just hustle. The way he was able to make something out of nothing and make the most of his opportunity, I'm not mad at him at all. I will say that, you know. Damn, it was something I was thinking about, man. I forgot what the fudge I was thinking about now. You said, what were the things that you said describing him as you were telling off? Because you said something that I was going to speak on, but I didn't quite remember.
The being the one-hit wonder?
One-hit wonder. I'm glad you said that, man. I mean, when we think of one-hit wonders, man, you could think of the 80s. The 80s produced a lot of one-hit wonders. But a lot of people lived off of that one hit. I know there's a lot of people that if I said you don't have to take your clothes off, they would know exactly what follows after that. You know what I'm saying? And that was a one hit. That person never had another hit in his life. But that song still plays to this day. You know, and you know, with him being a one-hit wonder, he's going to still have a career that's going to play to this day because it was vital and instrument other people's quote unquote legacy runs. There are a lot of people who munched off of him like that was legacy, and they validated it because of, once again, like I say, how people honor factions and fighters. They don't honor the sport. So if we dislike this person or we dislike this faction, this makes this win that much greater. And we know this is true because we can go back, and I want you to go back and watch it, Dane, but Dane no longer with us, right? It's just me and you?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't even have to say anything now with guarded ears. Maxie Hughes, at the very least, won 10 rounds against that fool.
Yeah.
Very least. I think he won 11, dare I say all 12 rounds. Yet and still, they were going to give him that ring because Maxie Hughes versus Loma does not have the same ring as Kambosos did against Loma. So therefore, we're going to make that fight be a reality. We know this is true because when it went to a decision, they ran 3 extra set of commercials because they had to fix it so it looked like it was legit. That's the boxing that we are in right now. And it's always been that in boxing because the mob has had a hand in it, but it's always something going on behind the way, and the house money always plays out. So I agree with you, and I do know that, you know, he was valuable to help build other people's careers and make everybody else somewhat of a viable name. I will not take anything away from him. Is he the fighter that many people use to validate their claim to Hall of Fame? Hell no. Not even by the long shot. The win over Selby was still a split decision where you could have argued for Selby as well. The same thing with the dude that trained Devin Haney. What's his name? Oh my God, I can't think right now. He was out. He was 36 and a half years old. He was out 4.5 years, and he came back and fought him in Australia. Mickey Bay.
Yes.
Mickey Bay. He won a split decision there, and I thought that Mickey Bay arguably did better work in that fight. So, you could see all along he was pushing. He did take the most out of the opportunity with T.O. And I do believe T.O. wasn't right mentally. And I think he blamed it on some physical condition, but it was his heart. His mind was all trouble because, his like I said, his wife got the Ravishing Rick Rude treatment by a stablemate. But with that being said, man, I'm not going to discredit that dude. I don't believe he's as good as people say he is, but he did make the most of a time where, it was a lot of ambiguity. And he took it by the steam and by the horn and ran with it. And he got the most out of his 15 minutes of fame. So salute to him for that. I can't hate on that, dog. That's hustle.
For sure, man. And like I said, it's better one-hit wonder than zero-hit wonder at the end of the day. He made himself a major player for a while where nobody had him. People, I remember everybody was saying that T.O. was going to massacre him. And when I say everybody, I do mean everybody. I couldn't tell you 3 people that told me that was going to be a tough fight, let alone Kambosos going to win. So that's definitely an upset that doesn't get talked about enough. In my opinion, I'm not saying it's at the level of Ali Foreman or Foreman Moore or Buster Tyson. I'm not saying that. But as far as modern upsets is concerned, it should be mentioned right up there with Bruno Furase knocking out Jaime Munguia, things of that nature, in my opinion.
I think that was a little more impressive. I don't think Munguia was going through emotional torment. I think that T.O. really was, and you could tell. He said he was fresh out of breathing issues. He didn't have a person that can breathe couldn't fight the way he did. He fought with his head first, as he often does, barreling forward, not respecting the guy, and he got caught a couple of times. And he had the wherewithal and the fortitude to continue on. If he was having breathing problems, that would not have been the case. It was the fact that he just got his home life wrecked, and he was fudged up. But that being the case, it is not Kambosos' fault. When I found that out, I did favor Kambosos. I was never big or high on T.O. T.O. was more banged than buck, so to speak, more flashed than actual something that is legit. But he does have amazing talent and excellent athletic ability, and that has been his victor in most of the fights. I'm just more of an athlete. I have a little bit more talent than you. And that man wasn't trying to hear it that night. He was trying to go on and be something special, and he did something special. So, like I said, I'm going to always respect that. But that man has not looked good since that victory. And even the fight that he had in Australia against the Nobody, I thought the Nobody was putting paws on his ass and got robbed. But that's just how I feel, man.
Yeah. I mean, I think he fought out of his mind in that particular fight because, like you just stated, he never looked remotely the same after that. And listen, I get it. The American slick style is very tough to deal with, and you got Loma. It's not like he lost to me. Okay, like
nah, he didn't lose to me. You right about that.
like I still gotta give him somewhat of the benefit of the doubt because, to be fair, when your losses are only top-notch losses, and I'm saying this as somebody who thought he lost against Maxie Hughes, okay, but at the end of the day, in your recorded losses, you lost to probably all of them are going to the Hall of Fame, okay. Like Hitchens is the only one that we can safely say, okay, we're not too sure about him. But the other guys that he lost to are probably already Hall of Famers or like a hair close to being Hall of Famers. So there's something to be said about that. There's something to be said about that. What was the other one that I wanted your take on? Shit. Okay, it was Ryan and Connor, and I'll tell you this, bro. This is not the one because I think. Well, I don't think I got your take on. Okay, let me just straight up ask you: Itama Hrgović. Me too, Bobby. I'm forgetting a lot of them too. I mean, you can say John Ruiz is one. Now, does Andy Ruiz? I mean, Andy Ruiz might be one, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, Andy Ruiz, as much as I love that AJ performance, at the end of the day, you're 1-on-1 against him, and you had a very fishy draw against Big Baby Miller. A lot of people, including myself, thought that Miller won that fight. I don't know. I haven't. Maybe I'll give you a strong maybe on Andy Ruiz. John Ruiz, definitely, right? Who else can I think of? Shit, I know there's quite a few of them. Can't remember right now. Moses getting him under 5 rounds. You think so, Bobby? Ooh. I think it's gonna be. I don't know, Moses. I think Moses is taking Buddy lightly, man. But I do love Moses. I do think he's the goods, though. His hands.
Yeah, he's the goods. He's the goods. He's not seasoned, but he's the goods. He got the goods. I think that him going along the lines and him fighting against Adji Caballero is going to be a hell of a fight. I would like to see him in the ring with Bakole after Hrgović if Bakole is in shape.
I wouldn't mind that either. I'm thinking more of a Joseph Parker that just got lifted for his Bugashuga suspension. Or what was I thinking? I'm thinking Joseph Parker. Oh, well, actually, let me say this. I saw that that fight, Itama Hrgović got elevated for the actual belt, the IBF heavyweight belt, and Frank Sanchez took step-aside money to fight the winner of that fight. So, in all actuality, provided that he gets past Hrgović, he already has a Frank Sanchez problem. But people are also linking him to the winner of Dubois Wardley 2 for a fight at Wembley. So Frank Sanchez might be getting the short end of the stick here, because if that becomes a real possibility to have, let's say, obviously a lot of things have to happen. Moses got to beat Hrgović and Dubois got to come out on top, because if Fabio wins, you got to do the trilogy, obviously. So he might have to go ahead and defend against Frank Sanchez while that whole thing plays out. But provided that Moses wins and Dubois wins, there's no way they're going to pass on that to have a defense against Frank Sanchez, who may spoil the party, just like he spoiled the Richard Torres Itama party. So I don't, man. Bobby says, irony, I keep seeing videos pop up that talk about Moses having a glass jaw. I mean, there's only one way to find out, Bobby. He says, I don't even remember him having it. No, not me neither. I don't even remember him having issues, period, in any of his fights. Dancy McKean, Dillian White, Jermaine Franklin. I don't remember seeing him in any trouble whatsoever, but it is going to happen sooner or later. So there's only one way to find out whether he has or doesn't have it. I think Hrgović might touch him early, guys. I think he hasn't seen a right hand. Hrgović does have a right hand, guys, and he does have valuable experience. He's been in there with the who's who, He's been in there with Big Bang China. He's been in there with, what's his name? Daniel Dubois. He's been in there with what's this guy name? I can't remember. But like that to me counts for something, Now I think Moses is going to be able to weather the early storm, because Hrgović is quite the fast starter. Like, let's not forget, he had Dubois. Like, he hit Dubois with a shit ton of right hands in their fight. Okay, before it was going good until it wasn't. Yes, JoJo is, thank you, the Juggernaut, when he was good, by the way, before he got Zile zanked. I wouldn't put it past Filip Hrgović touching that chin. I do like me some Hrgović a little bit. You know, I don't think he's an all-time great. I don't think he is, you know, all that. But I do think he's pretty darn good, bro. Right, Bobby? Exactly. Like, he did some good things. Yeah, he just got tired and then he quit on the stool. You know, I hate to use the Q word, but I gotta say it. You know, I gotta say it. It wasn't like he had his orbital bone broken or something that I can give you the benefit of the doubt on. But I do think he's gonna, you know, the Croatian persuasion. Yeah, he told them to his face, bro. Listen, the only reason why people know you more than I do is because you're from Britain and I'm not. There's Dane again. It says there's Dane Christensen again. So I wouldn't put it past Hrgović giving him trouble for the first couple of rounds. But I do see Moses weathering the storm and taking over and finishing him rounds 5 through 7.
Really? You really think Moses is going to take Hrgović in 5 rounds?
I wouldn't be shocked if he goes a little further than that, but I just feel like his hand speed is going to ultimately be too much. Like, I think he's going to get hit by Hrgović. We're going to see him get tested a little bit. But I do think that this is exactly the type of fight where we can either say that you weren't that good, you were a hype job and what have you, or that we can say, okay, like, we know for sure you're the goods now, because this is the type of opponent that even when he loses, he gives the opponent trouble.
Well, here's the thing with Hrgović. He only has one loss on his record, and I like Daniel Dubois, and I don't think he did anything intentionally wrong in their IBF interim title match that went on right before Deontay Wilder fought Zhilei Zhang in Saudi. However, Daniel Dubois became IBF interim champion and eventually elevated to IBF world champion, largely due to the fact that his head split Philip's head. His head caused Philip to cut, and that fight was stopped on a doctor's suggestion, saying, "Oh no, the cut's too bad." And I based on the eye test, and granted I'm not a doctor and I wasn't there, I don't believe that cut was worth stopping a championship heavyweight fight, even an interim championship fight. And to add a little bit to that, Hrgović won the majority of the rounds up until. So with all due respect, I think Moses Atalma is the underdog. I think Moses Atalma has to show us something. I think it's rather presumptuous by the odds makers and the Queensberry and the UK fans. I know that he's a UK fighter and he's being given a huge push, but he's fought good opponents, not great opponents, but all the opponents he's had are simply opponents, and many of them were journeymen. And
I don't think he has fought. I personally, not to cut you off, brother, but personally, I don't think he has fought good opponents simply because of the fact. Listen, all the respect for Dempsey McKean, but he wasn't that good. And Dillian White, we all know that he is a complete shell of himself. And Jermaine Franklin, you know, and I get it. Like, he's super young. Like, I get it, but they are hell bent on pushing this kid to be the youngest heavyweight champion after Mike Tyson.
That's
the only,
That's because they have control of the belts.
exactly, because there's no logical reason why this fight should be for the heavyweight championship of the world. Like,
may I push back on that?
Well, let me just say this. Let me just say this real quick, and then you can respond.
Please.
Hrgovic is fresh off of beating Dave Allen, and Moses is fresh off of beating Jermaine Franklin. But go ahead, Dave.
I think because of Philip Hrgovic's accomplishments and the fact that he holds many of the highest regional titles. He holds the largest title right now, the IBF Intercontinental title, which is the highest ranking title within the IBF. Besides the IBF championship, there is no interim champion right now. So he's number one. He's number one ranked. He's the guy who gets the next shot. The fact that Moses Atama is his opponent for that vacant belt due to Usyk vacating and saying, hey, I'm not paying these stupid sanctioning fees when I don't have to. I'm a megastar now. I mean, he could fight Deontay Wilder and make $150 million. I mean, that's how it is. But anyway, and not get taxed from all the sanctioning bodies per result. But I digress. Philip Hrgovic absolutely deserves a crack at that belt. Now, Atama, to me, that's actually a little bit of an insult to Philip Hrgovic because he hasn't earned a title shot. But it is for a title, and I believe that Philip is next in line. And I hate to break it to people, but Moses Atama, even though he stole a couple of shots from the Prince Nassim Hamed, the great Prince Nassim Hamed, he is not a heavyweight version of that man, not in any way, shape, or form, nor is Ben Whitaker. So enough with that rubbish, as they like to say over there.
I agree.
And I think Philip Hrgovic is going to put a pounding on that chin. And as he says, I give you no props. I give you no props.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you know something? I don't give him props either. And then all that rubbish talk, it tells me he already got in that kid's head. And now he's going to punch a hole in it.
Could be. When you do a PSYOP or you do a PSYOP attempt, it'll either bite you in the ASS or it'll work perfectly. So we'll see what happens because Moses, the only way to find out is to find out. You know, like we've never really seen Moses in that position to begin with. So there's a lot of finding out that's going to happen on this fight. Because I do like Hrgovic, but at the same time, I do think Moses is the truth. So I am like caught in the middle of those two reasonings because I can honestly see Moses just having a virtuoso performance because the hand speed of Moses, I don't think Hrgovic is going to be able to keep up with. Because Hrgovic, I'm not saying Hrgovic is Sile Zhang slow or Jojo slow, because that's snail level, right? But he ain't the quickest dude. He doesn't have the quickest hands. He has a very sharp and a very dangerous right hand, but he doesn't have the quickest hands whatsoever. So once Moses gets the timing and he can slip that 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly even more punch combinations, pretty much going to be over with. So, and exactly, Bobby, he does tire out too. So, but we'll see, because I do think Hrgovic can either upset or at the very least make Moses pull something that we haven't seen before, you know. So that intrigues me, to be honest with you.
Well, in other words, Moses is the one with something to prove. Hrgovic, and that's another thing I need to push back.
That's a
on.
fact. That's a fact. Yeah.
And from a technical perspective, as somebody who actually does this, once again, I'm not a professional. I'm not some big tough guy. I would be lying if I ever pretended to be. But I train boxing. That's what I do. This is my thing. This is my passion. Don't have to be a professional. And here's the thing: you do not need great hand speed to beat a guy who has phenomenal hand speed. You do not. If that were the case, Zab Judah would be undefeated because his hand speed is unmatched. Floyd Mayweather has nothing on Zab Judah in his prime, and we saw that when they fought.
No, that's true. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that. But go ahead. Yeah.
But simply put, I think that after seeing how Hrgović handled, and even in one of his worst performances and the worst shape he's ever been versus Yili Zhang, he rallied and stole that fight by winning the championship rounds in that IBF eliminator fight. He absolutely, and Yili, as slow as he is, he has better punch placement and a better boxing IQ than Atauma. And people are going to hate me for saying that, but he does. He has a better IQ and he has better fundamentals than Atauma because he's been doing it so much longer, and it shows in the ring. And as talented as Atauma is, he doesn't have that same IQ yet. I don't see it from him. What I see is a lot of flash.
I think that's a great point, and I will say, if you're Filip Hrgović, this really is the opportunity of a lifetime, isn't it? Like this is bigger than even a Dubois win. If he would have beaten Dubois, it's not as big as this one because everybody is talking about Moses Atauma.
Yep.
Like, yeah, we all understand that he's young and he hasn't really beaten anybody, but you're not really supposed to have beaten anybody by that age anyway. So we're kind of like putting things in perspective, but at the same time, we're seeing good things in the ring over and over and over again. And we're like, okay, so this is the crux. Like, if Hrgović, listen, make no mistake about this, guys. If Hrgović pulls this out, I mean, it's right up there with the greatest upsets of all time. Okay, I'm sorry.
Really?
Like the way people are,
Really?
yeah,
You're gonna take it that far. You're gonna take it
yeah.
that far. Oh.
Because you got to remember, if he beats Dubois already had a loss against Joe Joyce, and you know, like, but this guy is the new him. You know, like this is the Britain's. Listen, let's be honest here. If Usyk doesn't exist, the heavyweight division is Britain's. It's owned by British, right? Like let's just call it what it is, right?
Between Matchroom and Queensberry, they have
exactly.
a stronghold.
So, if not for Usyk, that would have happened anyway. So, this is their guy because Leo Atang is really not there yet. You know, he's like he's not even at Terra Moana level of body of work. So, Leo Atang is gonna take some time. So, this is their guys. If Hrgović pulls this off, bro, oh my goodness, I'm telling you, this is monumental because people don't really think that much about Hrgović anyway.
Which is shameful. That shows the level of ignorance as a. I understand from a fan's perspective of the show, the boxing. I mean, the show of boxing, but from the science of boxing, that's an insult. That's an insult.
Absolutely.
Prepared to be insulted. I'm gonna be real with you, and nobody really gonna hate you for saying that. The only person that's gonna really hate you is yourself. After this fight happens, my man Tuama gonna destroy Hrgović. It's gonna be fairly quick too.
I'm telling you, that's what everybody's saying, and I can see that happening. But if it, oh man, I'm telling you.
All right.
And you're right. Speed does not equate to the greatest barrier that you gotta accomplish, but if your timing is lacking and you got slow hands, it's hard to catch up to the speed, even if it doesn't know how to be used properly. And Hrgovic's timing is a little off, especially after his last couple of losses that he took
One loss.
Okay, one loss. The other one should have been a loss.
What was
I lost that he was doing very well at the beginning, by the way. It's not like he got
lost to.
Right, exactly, and who he lost
Please,
to as well.
please tell me who Hrgovic. I'm not being sarcastic, but please tell me who Hrgovic lost to, other than being headbutted by Daniel Dubois.
I mean,
You can't tell me that Zhilei Zhang got that, because at the end of the fight, remember the last 3-5 seconds after Hrgovic was piecing him up? That could have been it. I gave it a 10-9, which still put Hrgovic as winning the fight by a point or 2 points. I gave him 2 points, but that could have that round 12 could have easily been a 10-8, because Zhilei not only did nothing in 11, but in the 12th round, he not only lost, but he was almost stopped. In the last 3 seconds, he sprinted after the 10-second clap. It went down to 5. He ran all the way to his corner, turned his back and ran. I mean, that's seeing a 285-pound Chinese man run from a white Croatian. I mean, that's a bad look, homie.
I mean, I don't mind Big Bang China. Like, listen, he will get tired. Like there are only 3 certain things in life: death, taxes, and Zhilei Zhang is gonna catch up. That's a certain thing, you know.
He wasn't too tired to sprint across the ring.
Nah, but come on, Dane. You know as well as I do. He has that reputation. Even in the Joe Parker fight, which he dropped him twice, Joe Parker won damn near every round because, like Andy Lee was telling him, listen, he's only dangerous for the first minute or so. Like you only gotta weather this early storm, and you can use your footwork for that. So like that, it's too. The problem with Zhilei Zhang is that it's too easy of a game plan to beat you. It's clear as day, you know.
On paper, but in reality, it's not the case. On paper, yes.
Well, okay, I'll give you that one. But Hrgovic, to me, like, hasn't really had that impressive performance, you know. And if he has had it, it hasn't been against a legit enough name. So I think that's part of the reason why people are not sold on, like, you know, as much crap as I say that Fabio Ward is the greatest one-hit wonder ever, and that is a compliment, by the way, which is a compliment. He does have wins against a legit enough name, and that name is Joe Parker, right?
He's had some pretty good wins before that as well, better than
yeah, for sure. And not to mention Dubois, like Daniel Dubois, his win over AJ, forget about everybody else, forget about Big Baby Miller, forget about Hrgovic, forget about everybody else. The win versus AJ is going to carry him throughout his career, like and well deserved. And I can go on and on. So, and one fighter that's missing that one is Ajit Caballel, but that's not his fault, bro. I can't put that on him, man.
Yeah, Caballel's the guy.
Yeah, like he's been waiting for his shot forever, bro. Like I genuinely feel bad about it. And he got elevated, but I mean, come on, like put the belt on him already. Might as well, you know, like. So I got a question for the both of you, because I want to see the fight that I want to see the most in the heavyweight division is Ajit Caballel versus Daniel Dubois. Do you guys agree? And if not, who is the biggest fight that you want to see? Let me get T Hill first.
I'm not mad at that fight. For me, if Usyk is fighting, I'd rather it be Ajit versus Usyk. That would be the fight that I would really like to see, because that is actually the champion versus the number one contender for me. I think he's the number one contender. I think that he deserved the shot. I know Usyk is at that point in his career where he ain't trying to get in there with nobody that could possibly work him. And I mean, we know that Ajit, his signature, his trademark is that body shot. And we know what happened in that Dubois fight with Usyk the first time around. That body shot that he over there perpetrated like it was a nut shot and fabricated so he can get his wind back together and get up and fight.
It was borderline. Yeah, I'll give you that. It was borderline.
Hey, I say we roll out the footage again. We roll out the footage. We're gonna show how borderline can be. That was a legit punch.
To be completely honest, if I were the ref, I would have said, I'm not buying what you're selling, kid. You either get up or I'm counting you out.
It should have gotten to the point where he got 13 minutes on that floor. He literally took, 4 rounds? 4 rounds to stay on that ground and perpetrate. Now, if it was borderline, I know what an action of getting hit there as opposed to an action of getting the wind knocked out of you.
You know something Everything's too, and I'm not bragging. You will go down, and it looks a lot worse than what I saw from Usyk. I mean,
it was bad acting. It's like you ever try to be casted for a role that you can't play, and you try your best to oversell it. That's what it looked like to me. It looked like he was overselling it, man. And you know, when it's genuine, when it's real, they can tell. They can see it in your eyes, man. You know what I'm saying? And right there, my man was over there doing the most to make it look like it was what it was, but that's not how we react when we get hit there. No. So, you know, but to his credit, he still had to get up and fight. And after that, he did get up. Oh, yeah. You know, he definitely controlled the fight, man. And that's what made me look at Dubois different. And like you said, Irony, the only thing that really does save him is that freaking Anthony Joshua fight, because Anthony Joshua was over there just trying to big boy that son him and everything. Went in there with all that bravado and he got his ass close cocked.
Yes, sir. Even in the build-up, you remember he was trying to. I gained so much love for Dubois. Listen, he has a case for the cringiest guy on planet Earth. But you know what? I gotta confess something. I'm kind of.
He said cringiest. He's the cringiest guy on planet Earth. He kind of is. He definitely is kind of cringe.
But I cannot lie. I'm kind of liking his cringiness, bro. And he wouldn't let AJ bully him. You remember when he said, "No, you can't." Yeah, exactly. And the other clown was like, "I'll hit you with a chair across your face." I'm like, "Come on, bro. You're a boxer."
No. No, you're not. No, you're not. Bro. Not while you're sitting down. Give me a side.
That was so weak, bro. Like,
get off your bitch ass and actually stand up.
But that was the beginning of the breakdown for him, because that was what he was using to try to commandeer the fight. He was trying to use gamesmanship and bullyism to try to do it.
He got his ass whooped worse than
Do you guys remember when he told Big Baby Miller, every baby has a daddy? even Miller was laughing, bro.
AJ, he had his, I don't mean to rhyme, but AJ had his day, and that day is gone. It's long gone. And he knows it, and all he could do is give these weak little one-liners. You work for me. You work for me.
Yeah,
I'll put
bro.
this chair across your face. I'll put this chair across your face. Oh, this and that. Now you're shocked. That's why you got your ass kicked by Pringa.
Pringa? Yeah, Pringa did him dirty.
Yeah, he did him super dirty.
They actually had a signal to Pringa.
And the thing, and to go back to Tyson Fury for just a second, like, not for nothing, Tyson Fury can make it rain on the mic, guys, when he wants to. Like AJ's not AJ's trash on the mic, but Tyson Fury can really. I'm not saying he's Chael Sonnen, okay, but he can definitely make it rain up there on the mic, bro. He did the greatest psyop. The job that he did on Vladimir Klitschko psychologically is comparable to Conor McGregor versus Jose Aldo. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, but he didn't deliver the way Conor. That was a boring. That was a snooze fest.
No, it was a snooze fest, but he also dominated him. You know,
by pot shotting and holding.
I understand that, but he did. There was no doubt who won that fight.
Yeah, there's no doubt that he bored me to tears and got a big fat paycheck to it. But all right, I'll give him that.
I can't deny that. I cannot deny that. But yeah, like not for nothing, Tyson Fury can really make the whole room live, you know, when he wants to. So, he remember when he called that word that he loves to use, dosser. I don't even know what the hell that means, bro, but it must be something bad.
Dosser.
Uh-huh.
You big dosser.
But he does it in a way that's like witty, you know, that even if you don't know what it means, it's like it can't help but to like create that emotion in you. I don't know. It's just some guys just have that gift, bro. To just be entertaining.
To be fair, he does have a slick tongue, and it did work in a few scenarios. But sometimes it's a little bit like, no, man, you don't even believe what you're saying. It's starting to you sound like a bad pro wrestler.
Yeah, he'll go off the rails more often.
Yeah, some of what he says is slick, and then the other 65 to 75% of it's just dog shit. But when he does hit some bombs sometimes. He does.
For sure.
He got a bomb squad and freaking Deontay Wilder beat his ass twice. But yeah, we'll go back to giving Tyson Fury his props.
Cannot argue with that either. Let's see. What else? Dane, are you excited? Would you be excited for like Caballero versus Dubois, or is there like another possible fight that would be more exciting?
You know something? I'm gonna, because I admittedly wear my viewpoints as a badge of honor, whether people like them or not, and I know they're not popular whatsoever. And I'm gonna give you another one that's not popular. I understand that Tyler, and I understand as just Agit Caballero, the Kurdish German, the Deutschmann,
exactly,
is a phenomenal fighter. He's a phenomenal, fantastisch. But as they say, fantastisch Kampfer. But anyway, that's the way they say fantastic fighter. They say Kampfer. But anyway, what was I going to say?
You were talking about Agit.
Yep.
Agit Caballero. Agit. But in Kurdish, they would say Agit. I like Agit.
And let me give a shout out to Dr. Boxing Talk, because he said he has a great one-liner. He says, Agit is legit. And yes, he is.
Yeah, he is. But I love WC versus WBO for unification, but what I like even more, because like I said, you know who my favorite fighter is, who is still active, my favorite active fighter is, and I don't even have to say. I am looking forward to Usyk going in there and presuming he's going to make an easy 100 million plus and not have to pay sanctioning fees at the expense of Deontay Wilder, and I think he is going to catch something fierce. And he is going to end his career thinking, why did I do that? And I really, really believe that's the fight that's going to be essentially the next, actually, in some ways, even more surprising than George Foreman beating Michael Moore's ass. I think that's what we're going to get, especially how lazy Usyk showed up last time versus the kickboxer. Verhoeven, the guy who put all his weight on his front, he was leaning over half of his left knee. He says he's a boxer, man. You look more like a wrestler in there, dude.
No, I'll tell you why that is, Dane. I'll tell you why that is. The reason why he did that is because it's basically muscle memory for him at this point, because kickboxers will do that as setting a trap, because they will dip their head and get you to either swing a left hook on them, and they'll come back with a kick over the top and knock your ass out. So that's a very common trap that they set in kickboxing, and he's been doing it for so long that it's basically like brushing teeth for him.
Yes,
Well,
you're right, because I did Muay Thai for 1 year.
Yeah,
I won't lie, I didn't excel at it. I love boxing so much more. But yeah, you are absolutely correct on that. You are. That's muscle memory. Yep. I acquiesce to that point.
Hey, I don't know if Bobby's still up in here, man, but shout out my man Bobby. Bobby love to heckle me, man. He's like my other Robin Ficker. I got two Fickers. One is Carrier and one is Bobby. They love playing with me, man. I ain't fall asleep. I ain't getting too old where I just drop off unannounced. A brother actually got a mutt that don't want to do nothing without me around, so it won't go use the bathroom unless I'm around. So when I came out into the kitchen, the Mickey Fricky came down the stairs and was like looking like, yo, I need to go outside, but when I come back, I'm going to want to eat too. And I was over there dealing with her, and then, you know, I was eating my food too. So, nah, Playboy, I wasn't over there asleep. I was over there grubbing and dealing with a mutt.
Yes, sir. And to do full disclosure, Carrier loves to rustle my jimmies as well. So it's a thing.
Yeah. He's definitely indiscriminate. That boy don't care who it is. He gonna mess with somebody.
the minute he can't stop laughing at me. And listen, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to American football by a long shot. But when he heard that I had Steve Young in my top 5 quarterbacks of all time, he to this day he gives me crap about that. So, but I mean, he will say like he's great, but he has him like in the 10 to 15 ish, 15 to 20 type range. That it's not like he says it's trash, because it's impossible to say that, right?
Yeah, because he got that championship. It's kind of hard to call a nigga that got a championship and was very instrumental in getting the championship trash. I mean, exactly. I'm a big Steve Young fan, man. I think that I catch a lot of flack for this. Now, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to hate me for this one. I think he's a much better quarterback than Montana, but I will say Montana is a great winner. And I think the same thing with Tom Brady. I think that he's a great winner more so than he is a great quarterback, but because he wins, it trumps everything. Like, yo, you can't say nothing. But I will say that the last Super Bowl he won in Tampa Bay, if it had not been for the defense, like a lot of times in the damn New England things, wouldn't probably been no championships, man, because, you know, a lot of his receivers had to make hella catches to pull some of those passes down. But I will say that he definitely won, and I cannot take that from him. But now quarterback is doing many things. Quarterback is reading and breaking down the defense. Quarterback is being able to make every single throw. Quarterback is being able to make the change on the fly. Like, hey, yo, this is what the defense is giving me. They're giving me this look. Well, this look mean that they're going to do this, and if they do this, this is what I got to do. So you're going to go hot. I'm going to have you go here just in case this look is not. So you got to do a whole lot of things. You got to throw the ball. You got to make sure you hand the ball off. You got to be able to quarterback, too. And I don't know about quarterbacking, but I do know, I mean, when I say quarterback, I mean, you got to be able to motivate your team. And I do know that one thing I will say Joe Montana did well was when they was playing the Bengals. He looked up into the stands when they had to go down that last drive, and he was like, hey, is that John Candy right there? And everybody looked and saw it, and they got a laugh out of it, and then they went down there and got 92 yards and a touchdown. And I think that also speaks volumes for your quarterback ability. Will people follow your lead, and can you relate to your people when you need to? So, you know, when people say that, I don't know what Tom Brady does well, but it seems like that is one of the things that he does do well, because it seems like his players do play
I just don't like the way he do it because it seemed like he do a lot of screaming. Even when he effing up, he's screaming and hollering at everybody else, making freaking you through the pick. You fumbled the ball. You missed the Mickey Fricky wide open. But that's just me. But Steve Young is a great quarterback, a hell of a quarterback. Warren Moon is another guy that doesn't get the dang credit he deserves. Dan Marino.
Yes, I was going to say
Dan Marino. I was just about to get to Marino because
Dan Marino is the most underrated all time because he had a crap team.
Exactly. And that's why I don't really put that much into. I'll let you go in a second, Dane. I just wanted to say this one thing. I don't really, if there's a sport where you really gotta, not put that much stock, and this is with all due respect, into the rings, is football, man. Because, listen, and I'm saying this as someone that has Tom Brady as their number one. Okay, so let me just give you my top 5 and give you like my whole sense of the game here, which is not much, but okay. Number 1, Tom Brady. Number 2, Aaron Rodgers. Number 3, Dan Marino. Number 4, Steve Young. Number 5, Brett Favre. Those are my top 5. Now, Brett Favre, a lot of people push back on everybody, especially number 4 and number 5. And number 5, Brett Favre, is mainly because that run that he had at Minnesota, like people sleep on that, bro. Like that run he had. And listen, I know he didn't get to the Super Bowl, but my goodness, you don't get closer than that. Like what he did in Minnesota, if it wasn't for him, they don't get that far. Like just point blank period. And that throw that he made where the guy caught it like with his tippy toes, otherwise he was out of bounds, if I'm not mistaken. That's one of the best throws I've ever seen.
You talking about Brett Favre?
Yeah.
So now if you talking Brett Favre, then you really got to talk John Elway.
A lot of people give me people give me shit because I don't have him in my top 5. To be fair, bro, I didn't get to see a lot about Elway, so I'll say that. Okay, so there's like 5 people that I don't have them strictly because I haven't seen next to nothing about them. One of them is Elway, the other is Johnny Unitas, and what's the name of the Joe Namath is another one, and what's the Browns guy? Shit, something Brown. They're called the Cleveland Browns, but I think his last name is Brown. And who's the other one? And the other one is Patrick Mahomes, the guy from now. So that's the only. I will openly admit to you that those, I don't even know if it's 4 or 5 that I mentioned. Those that I mentioned is because I haven't seen much about them. But the reason why I have Dan Marino is because he's probably the greatest arm of all time. And talk about a guy that exemplifies the lack of a team, man. Dan Marino's my number 3, Bobby. I think he missed my top 5. It's Brady, Rodgers, Marino, Young, and Favre. Yeah. So Bobby says Elway did take 3 bad teams. Didn't he have Shannon Sharp? Did take 3 bad teams to the Super Bowl, yet he lost. Yes, he lost them, but it was impressive. Oh, okay, I feel you.
Man, Elway had. You like my man need to go watch that Maxie Hughes fight. You got to watch some Elway. You got to watch you some Elway highlights, bro.
Definitely.
Elway was a one-man team. You know Steve Young. What do you like about Steve Young the most?
Steve Young is kind of like an Aaron Rodgers type for me. Like if it wasn't for the other guy, people would appreciate them better. And by the other guy, I mean Brett Favre.
I know who you're talking about, dog. You're not talking to nobody that don't know. Like I said, I would never. It's kind of hard putting people over people. I will agree with one thing you said. Well, arm talent, both of you said it. Marino's arm talent, very few people come close to it. The 2 people that I think come closest to it, most people will never give them credit for. And I think Warren Moon and Randall Cunningham's arms were amazing.
phenomenal. Some of
the only one,
best I've ever seen.
yeah, the thing that separates Marino was the quick release, the pinpoint accuracy. And because of that, man, I mean, the only thing he was really missing was mobility. And he didn't have the very best of line. He really didn't have a running back. He had decent receivers. But during the course of his career, his best receiver usually was a tight end or a dump to a running back. The man didn't have much talent around him. I think Elway was pretty much the same until the tail end of his career. Randall Cunningham, likewise, was the same. Warren Moon had receivers, but they just didn't have a scheme that would allow for it. But I think that Warren Moon and Dan Marino's arms are the greatest arms that the league has ever seen. And I stand on that. And I think that Cunningham is like a close third. But those two guys were incredible, man. And if you could put them on the team, if he could have been on the if Marino could have been on the Patriots, my God, you can give him any kind of protection or on a Dallas Cowboy. Like I say with the running backs, man, you know, a lot of people want to say Emmitt Smith, the best running back of all time. I don't even think he might be top 5, but
nah, that's got to be Adrian Peterson.
I know for a fact if you put Barry Sanders on that team,
oh, I forgot about Barry Sanders. Holy shit, yeah.
And I used to tell my cousin because he's a Cowboy fan. You know, I'm not a Cowboy fan.
Let's not forget about Thurman Thomas.
Yeah, Thurman Thomas was legit. So this is crazy. Thurman Thomas and Emmitt Smith played on the same team in college. I mean, not Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders. They both went to Oklahoma State. Now, I knew who the hell Thurman Thomas was. I didn't know who the hell Barry Sanders was. But I swear to you, that little Mickey Freaky, Thurman Thomas was a baller too, by the way, because he could catch the hell out of the ball. Like Thurman Thomas could do everything. He could block, he could run, he could catch. So I ain't gonna definitely hate on you, but it's kind of hard to say who was the best of all time because they're not playing with the same players and they're not playing against the same players. So it's kind of hard to always rate it that way. But I do tell you that there are some that just stand out above others, man. So, you know, when somebody says what they believe, I can't fault them for what they believe and what they hold as their value. But I do know that in any top 10 quarterback, top 5 quarterback, Dan Marino definitely is going to be in it. Dan Marino definitely. Now, I know a lot of people won't put a Warren Moon in there. I know they won't put a Randall Cunningham in there, but they dang sure better put a Dan Marino up in there, man, because
Yeah. You know who else I'm going to throw in there, if I may add, is a name who does not get mentioned nearly enough. And because, once again, great quarterback, crap team, in a phenomenal era of phenomenal quarterbacks, and we went through a bunch of them, and that is Boomer Esiason. Oh, my gosh. You could not tell me he wasn't great. You can't tell me that.
Nah, Boomer was tough. Boomer was tough.
He was all around. I mean, you would have. He was one of those guys. He didn't get injured because he wasn't going to show it. He would show up. He would go to the arena with his leg broken, but he'd tape it, and he said, "I'm going to still make that run. I'm still going to make that play. No, I'm not sliding out of bounds. Screw that."
Nah, Boomer was tough. I can't hate on that, man. I love me some Boomer Esiason. And in that game that I was telling you about, irony, it was against Boomer Esiason and the Bengals. It was against Boomer. It was a hell of a game. They had Icky Woods. Icky was up in there doing the Icky shuffle.
I'm so out of my league right now, and I love it.
No.
What about you? Talking about football?
90s football. 90s football. I could talk about all day. If you
No, but I love it because I got to learn this game for sure.
If you, for all the people who love football but got into it not until the 2000s or 2010s, you need to go back and do your 1990s research, especially from the early 1990s. We are talking about a league that was packed full of legendary quarterbacks, legendary running backs, wide receivers. The guys today, I'm sorry, but they don't hold a candle. I'm not seeing too many guys who really stand out comparatively. They say that athletes evolve over time. Well, when we're talking about those positions, no.
What do you guys think about? I'll just go ahead and say why I don't have Peyton or Montana in my top 5. A lot of people give me crap about that.
Do you have Joe Namath in there, or better known as Joe Namath? Joe Namath, do you have him in your top 5?
No, actually that's one of the ones that I have next to no. Like I know he is the last one that won with the Jets. But I don't know next to nothing about him, unfortunately. And another one that I know.
To get into some stuff with him, he was a born leader. He was tough as nails.
There's Bobby giving me shit. What? No Montana. I knew it. I'll tell you why in a second. But now I want to get you guys.
Joe Montana, as good as he was no Namath. He was no Namath. He was not on Namath's level, not by him.
When you say it like that, I think you're saying no mas.
Namath. He's Hungarian. It's a Hungarian name.
Okay.
Yeah. In Hungary, Hungarians, to give you a little bit of, because you obviously speak more than one language. Hungarian, the language itself, Magyar. That's how they say it in Hungary, Magyar. It's a language that belongs in something known as the Finno-Ugric group, which there's only 3 languages that are known worldwide that still exist in Europe that are used on the broad scale, unless you go to far semi-north Norway, Finland, and that's another one. Finnish, Hungarian, and Estonian belong to the Finno-Ugric group. They are the 3 languages that predate the Indo-European language groups. All other languages, from Russian all the way over to English, German, everything in between, to Italian and Spanish, which is a different category. Those are all under the Indo-European category. When you're talking about Magyar, Sami, or Estonian, you're talking about ancient languages that predate the hunter-gatherer seasons. Yes, that's how ancient they are. So that's why Americans twist Hungarian names so much, because it's so foreign to us. It's foreign to people in Europe. And that's all I got. That's all I got. I wanted to give my little rant on that.
Well, I want to get your guys' take on Johnny Unitas, because that's a name that that keeps popping up. I know he's from way back in the day, but the reason why I don't have Montana is because I just felt like, look, this is probably unfair for me to say, but I just felt like he had a dream team with him, because he had who I consider to be the greatest receiver of all time in Jerry Rice.
Nah, you're absolutely right there. That's not even a question.
Absolutely.
That is one. You said it's questionable?
No.
Unquestionable.
Oh, I was about to say, who do you got? like.
No, my brother. We are shaking hands on this one. We're not arguing. We are in concurrence.
There are a few positions in any sport where I can say without a shadow of a doubt that was the best player at that position. Jerry Rice was that guy. Facts. Now, I know there were some great ones. Moss is a great receiver. You know, T.O.'s a great receiver.
Yeah, Julio,
Megatron's a great receiver. What's the dude that played for Marvin Harrison was a great receiver. Lance Allworth, man, I could go to some of the older receivers.
Michael Irvin,
the playmaker, was a great receiver. Yeah. But Jerry Rice, man, he was a different dude, bro.
Oh, man. It was as if his hands were three of an average man's hands. I mean, he was Spider-Man. He wasn't missing a pass.
But
my two receivers on the team, and we can come back to this, but I want to get to Peyton for just a second, and then I want to talk about receivers because this is going to be interesting. My top two receivers that I've seen with my own two eyes are Jerry Rice and Randy Moss. That's just me. The Peyton, I never liked Peyton, guys. I'm sorry. I hate to be the asshole that says it. I never, bro. Eli, listen, he didn't have the best seasons. Like Peyton will slap a 14-2 season like nothing, obviously. But Eli Manning scared me to death, and I don't need to tell you guys why, right? Like I'm a Tom Brady fan, enough said. But Eli Manning will scare me at levels that it's kind of like one guy is LeBron James and will take you through the regular season, but the other guy is Michael Jordan, or Kobe Bryant. They'll stick the dagger right through your heart. Go ahead.
May I add something? Because you brought up LeBron James and Michael Jordan, I'm gonna make it short and sweet. There is no comparison. It's MJ, slam dunk all the way. There's no comparison. I'm out. Peace.
Thank you. I'm out with you. I mean, I will. I would add something to that, but we're going to be here for 2 more hours if I do so. Oh, yeah, the regular season, sign me up. Peyton will take you, but Eli Manning, bro, I'm telling you, he's got it. That clutch gene, as they call it, or whatever they call it in football land. But, Peyton Manning never scared me the way Eli scared me, guys. I'm sorry. Like Peyton Manning had teams that for the majority of their careers, Peyton had better teams than Brady did. Yet Brady has tripled him in Super Bowls.
Man, Brady had a better defense each and every year, dog. And that is the bigger thing that wins football. You got to get stops. If you can't get a stop, then you can't win a Super Bowl. You can win a Super Bowl 3 donut.
Yeah,
you could lose a Super Bowl 42-36. I think that I won't ever talk down. Like I said, I won't talk down upon Tom Brady because Tom Brady he's the greatest winner that sports has ever known. Yeah, so I don't have a leg to stand on talking bad about him. I can tell you what I did see, though. I did see a lot of players making hell of a plays off of throws that he made, and you know who got the credit for it? The Mickey Freaky Tom Brady. But the one-handed snag between 3 people that dude came down with, spun off, then went to the house. Oh, no, that was just Tom Brady magic. That's them believing in it because Tom...
I'm sorry. I need to enjoy that last line just a little bit longer. That was smooth, man. That was smooth.
That's how they did it for him, though, man. I mean, hell, the fact that they damn near on the 1-yard line and they had beast mode and they threw the damn ball, that was Tom Brady magic. See, they knew that if they scored right there with 10 seconds left, Tom Brady would have got the ball and they would have looked down there. Hey, no, you know who thought it was? The quarterback.
Russell Wilson?
Hell yeah, because if I'm them, I'll remember the possession before when it was 4th and 2, I believe, on the 4th and goal on the 2-yard line, and we handed it off to beast mode, and he went head-to-head with a 340-pound Vince Wilfork and took his ass into the end zone. I would have said, you know what, I know what they call him, but bump this. This is what we doing. Power, 36, dive. And we giving you the rock, dog. Going over there. No, not 36. I'm sorry. 26 dive. And we going to you, player. You lead us in there. I would have given that dude the ball all 3 downs. And if I didn't give it to him on 4th down, it would have looked like I did. And I would have naked bootlegged that bad boy. But I'm not putting that ball in the air. I'm not giving them a chance for them to pass interfere and get a pick, or me get a deflection and it become a pick, or me just throwing that bad ball away, dog. We going with what got us there. And beast mode got us there. So, yo, Tom Kill, whoever called the play was terrible, but they commit. I would have been like, hell no. Like I told you that one time we talked about it. The movie Any Given Sunday. When my man told De Niro, hey, look, coach, he's in there changing the plays. The plays you designed that I love, he's in there changing the play. I'd have changed the play, dog. Hell no, we not doing that, dog. This is what we doing. Beast mode, take us on, dog. But that I digress, dog. Go ahead, man. I didn't mean to go on that little soliloquy. But yeah, man, I mean, I just think that Tom Brady definitely was a great winner. I believe his presence alone gets his team the feeling, the aura that they can win. And there is no value you could put on it. That's immeasurable. But at the same time, there was some tomfoolery done by other teams, and there were some great plays made by his players that, you know, accentuate. I remember the little bitty fella. What's the little bitty fella's name? He catch a 5-yard in, and he'll take that ish like 70-something yards. What's his name? What's the little dude's name? Y'all had y'all had 2 little tough white dudes. I forgot their names though. They were
Julian Edelman?
Was that the one? Who's the other one?
It's Danny Amendola, I think, is the other one.
Then it was definitely Edelman. I don't know if it was Amendola. I think it might have been.
You might be referring to Wes Welker.
Wes Welker and Wes Welker and Edelman, man. Them two cats, they would make plays. Vincent Brisby.
Edelman was tough as hell, man. I love that guy. Go ahead.
But what they really had, and what is a tremendous weapon that most people don't use, but all the great quarterbacks do, they had great middle talent. That tight end play, amazing. They had some great tight ends, man. And he utilized the hell out of those tight ends, man. He opened up that field so greatly with that. It opened everything up. Man, I got to give Tom Brady his dap because he's a smart player. He's a heady player, and he don't get rattled. He don't get rattled, man. I'll give him that. And on top of that, he won, man. And I can never take that away. Because like my man said, hello, you play to win the game.
Herman Edwards, the one and only. That's classic, bro. Now, let me ask you guys this, because I'm so glad you said tight end. I think the greatest tight end of all time is Rob Gronkowski. Do you guys agree?
You know, it's hard to disagree. It's hard. That's a really
Because the thing is that he got injured a lot, so a lot of people bring up Tony Gonzalez or Shannon Sharp, and I forget the other two. I
think bigger names, but as far as I'm sorry. There's notoriety, and then there's actual football, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Exactly, Bobby. That's the whole case against, because in talent, I think I heard Shannon Sharp say something like he's too big for cornerbacks and he's too quick for linebackers or something like that.
We all know Shannon Sharp is right about everything, huh?
Well,
not everything. When that boy was over there talking to that little girl, he wasn't right, boy. Yeah,
and I don't like it when he talks about Manu Ginobili. It's almost as painful as hearing Max Kellerman talk about Tom Brady. But you know, it is debatable.
Something gets painful listening to Max Kellerman talk about boxing.
Well, this version of Max Kellerman,
he's an embarrassment. The last good Max Kellerman.
He agreed to toe the line. You know?
Hey, Dane, if you pay somebody to do their job, would you want them to do their job to the very best of their abilities and make you look good?
Of course.
Hey, that's what he doing, though. He getting paid. He a hired in, man. Whatever they tell him to do, he gonna do because he want that check to come.
Yeah, you named it. He's a company man. He's a straight up company man. Maybe not so much straight, but he's a company man. That's for sure.
So if you hire him, you want him to do his job, but you wouldn't want him around you though, because that boy would jump ship like a champ. That boy's a mutineer.
That's why. That's right. I don't trust him. I don't trust
Yeah,
him.
you can't trust him.
I would not hire him because of that. I will not. I don't care how good you are as an employee in any line of work. If I can't trust you, you can be the absolute best. You can put me over. You can make me look like $1 million. You can make me look past 100%, which is impossible. But here's the thing: if I can't trust you, I don't want you to F around me, and I'm out on that.
Well, what about receivers? Like, which two receivers do you guys have?
Wait. We got to go back to receivers, but for tight ends, man. I mean, tight ends. There's so many great tight ends, man. I mean, tight ends that you wouldn't.
Lay him down. I want to hear yours, brother. I want to hear your top favorites.
I'll be right back, fellas. Go ahead and cook.
Yeah, I want you to cook, please.
Okay, so for tight ends, man, I think let me start off with Ozzie Newsome. I loved me some Ozzie Newsome from Cleveland, man. I thought he was a tremendous tight end. I thought I forgot his name. I think it's Andre Mackey, but I know his last name, John Mackey. John Mackey. I think he was a tight end for the
Well, I'll never
excellent receiver, excellent blocker. You know what I'm saying? He could catch the ball and run like the Dickens.
He's a utility player, not just a tight end.
Absolutely. Before there was utility, he was the utility player.
Yeah, he was the Major League Baseball's answer to football. He really was utility player. He was fantastic.
Fantastic player. I'm gonna say Mark Bavaro. I love me some Mark Bavaro. I thought that he was one of the greats. Who, if he wouldn't have messed his knee up, played for the Chargers. Chandler. Was it Chandler? Was his last name Chandler? Or was that the receiver? Bro. Maybe that was the receiver. Hold on. Let me think about this one. I know Chandler played on the team too, but I'm thinking his name was something else. In fact, it definitely was something else because his son played in the league too. What's his name? Hell, Bobby might know. Damn.
No, you know football more than I do, bro. I can't help you.
I can't believe I can't remember. Was it Chandler? Hold on,
Somebody in the chat. Throw us the lifeline. Oh. I think we lost you, bro.
You ain't lose me. I'm just trying to figure out who the hell that was. I want to say Joyner, but it might be Chandler. One of the two. It's either Joyner, Charlie Joyner, or
the name Joyner. That rings a bell. That absolutely rings a bell. Man, I'm scrapping my brain. Is there somebody in the chat who could throw us a lifeline?
So another Charger is Antonio Gates. I absolutely loved me some Antonio Gates. Tony Gonzalez definitely was great. Jay Novacek. A lot of people don't say nothing about that man, but he was great. Morton Christensen, that played for the Raiders. Was it him? Was it Christensen? Was he receiver?
Christensen. How did he spell Christensen?
Christensen. I think Christensen.
Okay. No, the KR. No, I don't remember that name. My bad.
Let me see. There was another one. I did say Ozzie Newsome. Let me see. What was the other one that I want to say? Of course, Shannon Sharp. I think Shannon Sharp was a great tight end. I think the kid that played for the Chiefs. What's his name? Kelsey.
Travis Kelsey.
Kelsey's a great tight end. So it's so many of them for me to narrow it down. I like Antonio Gates. I like Tony Gonzalez. And I like, if his name is Joyner or Chandler, I like him. And I like Ozzie Newsome. And I would say Gronkowski. Those would be my top 5.
I like it. Can't hate on that.
Those would be my top 5 if I had to pick. So, too many people that played that position that was good. But like I say, Mackey, I think he was the prototype utility player, as you stated. I think that, he was, as Shannon Sharp said, he was too big for smaller DBs and he was too fast for big linebackers. And he could catch, he could block, he could run. Tony Gonzalez did everything well on a garbage-ass team. Matter of fact, I don't know who his quarterbacks was. I think he had some garbage-ass quarterbacks, and for a good time, he didn't even have no running game, nor receivers to cover him up, and he still was great. Antonio Gates just was, for a while, he was San Diego football. Him and Junior Seau.
That's another legend. Very, very sad, but legend.
Yeah, Gronk, I can never dispel with how great he was.
No,
I
I'm
like,
not either. I mean, like I said, I really don't want to go there, but CTE, that's a true illness. It is. Your mind is not the same. It's not.
oh, not at all. But yeah, now we can go back to. I'm sorry, Iron, and we can go back to receivers.
No, I appreciate it, actually. My 2 receivers for my team would always be.
Oh yeah, Jimmy
Jerry
Graham
Rice.
was nice.
Jerry
I forgot about
Rice
Jimmy Graham.
and
Go
Randy
ahead.
Moss. Those are my 2 guys.
Yeah, Jerry Rice and Randy Moss is definitely no-brainers. Like I said, I would throw Megatron on there because Megatron definitely is a no-brainer, and I know his career was short because he didn't want to go through it no more. But that dude could not be checked. You couldn't guard his ass no matter what.
Yeah.
Let me see. To throw 2 more up there with those 3. Ooh, sheesh.
Hang on, is it 2 or 3 wide receivers? Because Bobby's saying, oh man, I'm showing my lack of knowledge now. Bobby says my 3 wide receivers, so it's 3.
I mean, more times than not, it's a 3 receiver set. When it's usually 2 if you got a tight end and a running back and a fullback. But nowadays, it's usually 3. Sometimes it's even 4.
Oh,
so
okay.
he's saying that
My 3rd one is Julio Jones, with all due respect to Megatron.
with all due respect to Megatron,
Yeah, I love Megatron, but Julio to me is, oh my God, bro. I mean, there's no bad answer, obviously. And Megatron played, isn't kind of like the same thing with Tony Gonzalez when it comes to Megatron? Like he never really had nothing to work with. Not really.
well, Marvin Harrison is up there too, man. I mean, if we're gonna keep it a buck, Marvin Harrison up there. Michael Irvin up there too. Larry Fitzgerald definitely was great. Larry Fitzgerald was like 20 years in the league, still doing big things. Let me see who else was legit.
T.O., you can never go wrong with that one. T.O. was amazing.
Yeah, T.O. was great too, man. The only thing I didn't like T.O. mouth sometimes detracted from me for him, but he was a great productive talent out there on the field. But Calvin, I would say the top 3 would be Moss, Calvin. Damn, I can't even say not Rice. Moss and Calvin. Those would be. Man, hell, Bobby, if he had a team, bro, that Mickey Freaky was unguardable. Now, I'll tell you somebody who I absolutely love that don't get the respect that he deserves, and that's somebody that played alongside Randy Moss. And even Randy Moss to this day give him bad love is Chris Carter. I love me some Chris Carter, but I'm an Eagles fan. So, you know, Chris Carter started off with the Eagles. That was my guy.
Yeah, Michael Irvin could be in there too for sure. Oh, there's that again. Michael Irvin can definitely be in there too.
Yeah, Michael Irvin was a G. He was a G. But now, if we're talking about being on great teams, he was definitely on a great team. He had a great quarterback. He had a great fullback. He had a great running back. He had a great tight end. He had a great 2-3 other receivers on the team. Because, hell, not only was Michael Irvin out there, but they had Alvin Harper out of Tennessee. They had Kevin Johnson out of Texas A&M. No, I take that back, out of Miami. They had Alexander Wright. I forgot what school he came out of. So, you know, they had squad, bro. And they had the best offensive line the game has ever seen. They had 5 Pro Bowlers on the freaking team. And I apologize for the sound of the fan, dog, but it's hot up in church.
Nah, don't worry about it. And let me get to Dane on that. And after that, I want to get you guys coaches. Like, who will be coaching you?
Okay, bad.
Dane, what you got on the receivers?
On the receivers, oh wow, man, I'm very, very partial to 1990s football, so I'm gonna keep it with Jerry Rice. And even though he was a running back, Thurman Thomas, man, he could switch it up and do the wide receiving job. He was a jack of all trades. Who else? My word. The homie from the Chicago Bears at the time, his name eludes me, but he was really good. I thought he was underrated because...
Willie Gold?
No, that's not it. I might be thinking about a running back. My bad.
Oh, you talking about Walter Payton then?
Yeah. He's up there. Let's see who else. Well, I can't pull any from the. I definitely can't pull any from the Dolphins. Oh wow. As far as like all-time greats are concerned,
No, like for
Irvin,
your team, like for your team, like who? It doesn't necessarily have to be. It can be just somebody that you like for whatever reason, you know. But yeah, who would you like on your team for receivers?
Oh, I'm always gonna pick Jerry Rice. I'm always gonna go that way. I don't see anybody topping him. But as far as the other guys, I'm gonna go. I gotta go Peyton. Let's see who else from the dude. Man, it's been so long. The guy from what's his name from the Detroit Lions? Outstanding.
Megatron.
Calvin. You talking about Megatron? Yeah, you talking about Calvin?
Yeah, absolutely. Megatron was bad.
I definitely loved Hines Ward and Tim Brown. I couldn't stand Tim Brown in college though. He's Notre Dame. Herman Moore. I remember Herman Moore. Yeah, it used to be Megatron and Herman Moore. That's right.
Yeah, he was a little bit he was outshadowed, but I'd throw him in there. Absolutely. Just because he was overshadowed doesn't mean he wasn't great.
Now, as far as the coaches go, my top 5, and this has fluctuated. My top 5 typically are Jimmy Johnson, Bill Belichick, one of the Harbaughs. I forget who it is. There's one of the Harbaughs that I just love. The other one is probably Mike Tomlin, and what's this guy's name? Well, in the meantime, let me throw in. I mean, I like Reed, but I don't think he makes my top 5. You know, the mustache guy.
I know who you're talking about.
I'm gonna for now. I'm gonna say Mike Ditka.
All right.
I think it's John Harbaugh. I think that's the one. If I'm not mistaken, it's one of the Harbaughs that I just absolutely love. I had to get back to it. T. Hill, who you got as your top 5 coaches?
Parcells. Jimmy Johnson. Don Shula. Let's see who else. John Madden. Let me see.
You know what? I can't believe that I forgot about Bill Parcells and John Gruden, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you good. Let me see. Last one would be probably the dude that coached the Browns a long time ago. I forget his name. Oh, yeah, Tom Landry. I'll rock Tom Landry for sure. Tom Landry.
All right. That's a cool list. Something's going to happen. It's been so long, and football for me has pretty much been a thing of childhood. But for my liking, the head coach of the Buffalo Bills, I always liked him.
Oh, that was what was his name? It started with an N. Did it start with an N? I remember his name. I could see his face. I can definitely see his face.
Yeah, I remember him. Man, he was a hard nose. Ooh, man, why am I'm drawing a blank, but he was my favorite. Of course, Mike Ditka. I mean, Chicago Bears. I don't think anybody really beats that. I know that's a big argument.
Marv Levy. Marv Levy. I think it was Marv Levy. I don't know why I said it started.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's just a personal favorite. And also, I'm a huge Buffalo Bills fan. I'm always going to rock Buffalo Bills. So that's a partiality thing. That's me being partial. But I'm still going to stick to those guns. But then I'll put Mike Ditka as the all-timer great, which people dispute all the time. But he was the man. He's the gold standard. I know that's cliche, but I'm going to go with it. That's what I'm going with.
I appreciate that. So let me ask you guys, because I've done a tribute show for Patrick Ewing and for the Admiral David Robinson.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, because they had their birthdays like a few days apart. So I was like, might as well just go ahead and.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I think David Robinson is one of the most grossly underrated players in the history of basketball.
Facts.
Yes.
Grossly underrated, and people only seen a shell of his former self because of the damn back injury that he had and the 2-leg injury that he had. They would have been able to see him, and this is somebody who didn't really even love the sport. How effortless it was for them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Man.
So let me ask you guys my survey questions, right? Because regarding Patrick Ewing and David Robinson, my question on Ewing was: is he a top 10 center of all time? And I think yes.
Again?
Top 10 center?
Yeah, I'll give you my top 10. Yeah, I'll give you my
If you
top
talking
10
about centers, hell yeah.
Yeah, of all time. And Robinson is he a top
most
5?
definitely.
On Robinson, is he a top 5 center? And I say yes to that as well. And that's the one that people
Yeah, they're gonna give you some. They're gonna give you some backlash.
Yeah, Moses is underrated. I do agree with Bobby there. But let me give you my top 10 so that we can put this in perspective, and then I'll defend whatever I need to defend. My number 1 is Hakeem Olajuwon. My number 2 is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. My number 3 is David Robinson. My number 4 is Shaquille O'Neal. My number 5 is Will Chamberlain. My number 6 is Bill Russell. Number 7 is Jokic. Number 8 is Moses Malone. Number 9, Patrick Ewing. Number 10, Dwight Howard.
For centers, but no love for Horace Grant.
He was a power forward.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm thinking about somebody else. I mixed the names up.
I got a few honorable mentions, which is George Mikan, Yao Ming, Alonzo Mourning. Who's the other one? Mutombo, and I forgot about the other one.
Hakeem Mutombo. Oh yeah, I need to double down on that. Man, that is a stud. A stud.
Especially on defense. Sure.
Oh my gosh, you weren't getting by that guy. He was gonna take your head off. And he was gonna do it legally.
I knew it, Bobby. I knew it. That's the backlash that I usually get. David at 3 and Hakeem at number 1 are high for me, but great players. Oh, that's the one. Bill Walton. That's the one that I forgot about my honorable mentions. Yeah, for sure. I was between Walton and Dwight, but I think Dwight's defensive prowess was the one that got him in for me. Because your ability to rim protect matters a lot to me, particularly if you're a center. But go ahead, guys. Chime in.
I'm gonna double down on David Robinson, Patrick Ewing. Let's see who else. Hakeem Mutombo. Yeah, I'll triple down on that one. And who did we have for the Lakers at the time, the 1990s? If I'm drawing a blank.
In the 90s.
In the 90s, it was Bloody Divock.
That's right. I like Lottie Divock. I like him. I really do like him. I would put him. He was just one of those guys, man. He was. People wrote him off. I know that. I know he was kind of like the odd man out, but I thought he was a lot better than he was given credit for, and I'll stand by that.
I mean, I can get there, but he wasn't that good, to be honest with you. Listen, that's not necessarily an insult to say you're not as good as Kareem or Hakeem or Shaq. Obviously, that's no insult whatsoever. But is he even better than Marc Gasol? I don't think so. I would take Marc Gasol before I take Vlade Divac.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't trust that. That's just a judgment call. That's a judgment call on my part. I would say no.
Interesting.
Well, for me, if it's for me, Kareem's number 1.
Yeah.
I got Wilt number 2. I got Hakeem number 3. I got Shaq number 4. Robinson number 5. Jokic number 6. Ewing number 7. Mourning number 8. Let's see who else we got.
You're gonna put Ewing that far behind Shaq?
I will. I think Shaq.
Okay.
I think if Shaq had work ethic, he would be number one. He probably would have been the greatest player of all time.
That's a fact.
I just don't think you can be 340 pounds and move up and down that court like he did. If the Mickey Fricks could hit a basket away from 5 feet or hit a free throw, it would have been nothing you could do to stop him. He was just that big.
But here's the thing with Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal, as a rookie in his first few years, that man was untouchable. Untouchable. Power.
Oh, I forgot about Moses. I my bad. I forgot about Moses. I would have to put Moses after Robinson. Put Robinson, Moses, then Jokic.
Moses Malone.
Yeah, Moses was a beast, man. When Moses was healthy and he was in his stuff, he was damn near a nightmare. He was a nightmare. Yeah, we gave Kareem fits.
But don't you think the problem with Moses is the same problem with and I say problem with with all due respect with Bill Russell, as far as like they're not really centers by today's standard. Like I have them both in my top 10, but the only reason why I don't have them in my top 5 is because, I mean, you know, like you're not 7 feet tall.
Well, hell, I mean, him not being 7 feet tall, I'll put it to you like this. Will Chamberlain was averaging like 50-something points. Against him, he was only averaging like 30 points or something like that. If you can take damn near half of what he averages away from him, you had to be something. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm getting? I'm getting that Bill Russell was kind of like the Ben Wallace of his time. That's what I'm getting.
Man, I got a picture. I got a video of him grabbing the rebound, taking 3 dribbles, and then jumping over somebody and laying the ball up. He grabbed the rebound. He took 3 dribbles, outsprint everybody, and jumped over somebody and laid the ball up. You don't believe me? I'll get it right now. Fudge all
No,
that.
I believe you.
Oh,
No, I believe it. You don't even have to prove it.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
Like I'll play it. I ain't got no problem playing it, but trust me, like I wouldn't. You ain't the type of dude that would just make shit up, bro. I know you well enough. But I think at the end of the day, we got mostly the same names, but in different order. Like you have Robinson number 5, I have him 3. You got Shaq, I think 2. No, yeah, 2. And I have him 4. You know, it's potato, basically.
Well, there goes your potato and potato right there. Check that out.
I love it when he does that. Let me play this.
Shout out to the drunken Irishman, man. Congratulations on the born baby, man. You know the baby's getting stronger day by day, man. He's a private stock of good stock. And on top of that, man, every now and again, you know, we gonna sing a toast to him because we get drunk when we Irishmen. Shout out to the local pub.
Bill Russell. Let me share my screen for this one.
Yeah, share your screen, dog. Share your screen. It's black and white. Frames per second is very low, but trust and believe this is what's happening in full speed. You're gonna see how he did this.
And let me give a shout out to Irishman because that's a boxing historian right there.
Yeah,
anytime I
man.
see that man in Bruce Gas trivias, I'm like, okay, I know I'm playing for second. Oh, look at that. October 2nd. How about that, huh? God bless you, bro. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, let me show the Bill Russell jumps over a guy. Oh shit. Okay, Bill Russell. Hold on, let me start from the beginning. There we go. Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Damn. Okay.
So I was wrong. It wasn't 3 dribbles. It was 5. I'm lying.
No, you didn't lie. It actually impressed me more the way I saw it than the way you expressed it, which is rare.
You saw that man outrun everybody on the court and then jump over a guy. Dog. That Mickey Freaky was something else, man.
Damn straight. Nah, you have to give him his job too, basically. And yeah, I mean, I got him number 6. Okay, I got him number 6. I got.
Well, he's the greatest winner of all time. You know what I'm saying? This is where we go with the Tom Brady comparison. Tom Brady's your number 1. He got to be your number 1, man. This dude won like 8 titles, and then I think he coached and played in 2 other titles, man. This dude was bad. First head coach to go on out there and lace him up and win it. I think the only head coach to lace him up and win it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how valuable the team thought of him, man. He was that great of a player that, you know, they said you can be our coach and we still gonna compete. Yeah, man, that dude is tough, bro. Like, he ain't gonna get a lot of it because he don't have the numbers. Because he really was just somebody who did whatever it takes to win. Whatever it took, that's what I'm gonna do. And he took pride in making sure that we get stops.
Yes, sir, he did.
But congratulations to the baby Irishman. He's gonna be of drunken fame. We gonna name him Jaeger. His middle name gonna be Meister. Just kidding.
We're just playing Irishman. You know, you already know my guy. And his name is gonna be either Mickey or Liam or Patty or what's the other one? I'm just fucking around. There's a million names. He's laughing. See, that's a man with a sense of humor.
What are you gonna name him though? Have you guys settled on a name?
If it's you know,
Jack Daniels. Hey, hey, I ain't mad at it. Dog.
What type of name are you looking at? Are you looking for a certain amount of syllables, a certain ring to it, a certain flavor? I mean, give me an idea of what you're looking for. I might be able to throw out some cool names. There's languages and names. That's one of my little hobbies on the side.
Like Katie Taylor, you see? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Katie.
Teddy Taylor.
Oh, Katie, that's for Bobby. Okay.
Katie says when he has a girl, he's gonna name it Katie Taylor because you know she was a great Irish champion. But could she handle her liquor though? She gotta be able to handle her liquor though. Gotta get her like.
Let me get to other positions. Let's do the. Might as well do the point guards.
Point guards, man. Y'all really not gonna like me, but go ahead. We can do the
I'm lost there, man. I'm lost.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll give you mine. John Stockton, Isaiah Thomas, Steph Curry, Jason Kidd. Excuse me. After Steph Curry, Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, Gary Payton. That's 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. I got 4 more to go.
I like Gary Payton. Yeah, he was real good. Supersonics. He wasn't as good as he thought he was when he came up against the Chicago Bulls, and he said Michael Jordan was a little bit too old for him. I was like,
yeah.
You about to
learn, 26 on him,
boy.
though, play.
You about to learn, my man. You are.
Yeah, he really fucked up.
And he learned a valuable lesson.
Oscar wasn't a point guard. Oscar
Yes, he was.
Oh, well,
Yes, he was. Oscar was a point guard. One of the greatest to do it.
Yeah, I'll put him in. The thing is that I don't have, like, people say, oh, why not Magic? Why not Oscar? I'm like, because to me, point guard, and listen, the Formula 9 is still here, but to me, the point guard is somebody that always played that position. You know, that's how I see it.
Fair enough. That's fair.
You know, like Magic, like John Stockton, Isaiah Thomas, Steph Curry, they're not gonna be playing center or power forward like Magic was. That's the only reason why I don't have Magic or Oscar there. Trust me.
Oh, you bugging, dog. You bugging. I don't care what nobody say. Nobody say. Well, then what you think about Penny Hardaway, or what you think about? Well, Jalen Rose didn't have that conversation.
Well, Penny Hardaway is the greatest what if in NBA history, even more so than Grant Hill. Yeah, even more than Grant Hill, bro.
You think so?
Bro, that
Is it a maybe? A maybe?
That guy was putting buckets on people at a level.
And Grant Hill wasn't?
Nah, of course he was. Of course he was.
I just remember one time they had to take Michael Jordan off of Grant Hill because Grant Hill was giving him the business.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was, bro. Listen, it's a debate.
It's a hell of a debate because there's other players as well too, man. There's a lot of players unfortunately could not play that because of either they had injury or they didn't pan out. Some things took up. Cause I know Roy. I keep wanting to say
Brandon
Rob.
Roy?
Brandon Roy. Yeah, I thought he was another one. I thought that
Yao Ming, Allen Houston, Tracy McGrady to a
Tracy
point.
McGrady definitely. Yeah, Tracy McGrady was another one.
The problem with Yao Ming, bro, is that he always had to play for China in the offseason, so he never really got proper rest. That's why his feet was no good.
Reek my horn.
When he made that joke on Allen Iverson about practice, bro, I was
for sure.
But I love Yao Ming. Yao Ming is the only 7'5" plus. I think he was 7'6" that showed real skill. Sean Bradley, not really.
You think?
Yeah, by a million.
Man, Bo, dog. He got mad skill, dog. Bo.
Manute Bol?
Hell nah. Bo, his son. He's playing somewhat now. The dude like 7'8".
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't follow.
He crossed.
Yeah, no, I don't follow the NBA. No, I'm sorry. Maybe there's another. Yeah.
So let me say this. Then. I don't care what the standard is. Magic Johnson, the best point guard to ever play the game. Period. Point blank. A close second is Isaiah Thomas. Then from there is John Stockton. From there, I believe it is Gary Payton. From there, I believe it is my man Jay Kidd. From there, I believe it is. Let me see who else.
I personally prefer Steve Nash to Jason Kidd. That's just me.
What?
Yeah, I'm a Steve Nash fanatic. Listen, Jay Kidd is more complete, but Steve Nash, bro, that run
Steve Nash didn't take the Mavs to a title. You know who did though?
I know.
Jay Kidd, baby. No, but that team was stacked. That team was stacked though.
You got swept with the Nets, bro. Come on, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me see who else.
I'm not from Canada. I'm from Puerto Rico, Bobby. You're crazy. Because of what I said about Steve Nash.
I never actually asked you that.
I gotta put Curry in there, even though I'm not a big Curry fan. Who else? That's 7.
I'm going to say a name that a guy who I thought had incredible ability and talent, but he kind of faded off into obscurity, and that was a young Rex Chapman. I thought he was excellent.
Rex was tough.
Interesting.
Rex was tough.
He was, real tough, but he just faded away, and I didn't know what the heck that was about.
Well, I mean, a point guard I really love, man, that, a lot of people hate on, Stephon Marbury. I love me some Marbury.
Yeah, I mean, in talent, I'll tell you this about Marbury, and I think we talked about this before. To me, Stephon Marbury, if you look at his talent, he could have really, he's like the point guard version of Shaq. Like, he could have really been the GOAT. Now, in the case of Shaq, even if he wasn't disciplined, he still made it work. Marbury was either getting bounced out in the first round or getting the first pick in the draft. It was one or the other.
My bad. Marbury was a G dog. I'm not gonna hear any bashing. I take that back. It's Magic, Isaiah, then Oscar. You're right. Oscar not that low. I forgot about Oscar, but Oscar not over. I really didn't see Oscar do his thing like they did. I know he's great, but I got to see them two play up close and personal. But yeah, Oscar is a great player, man, and he's the reason why they call that stat the triple-double, man. So shout out to Oscar Robinson, man. Truly great.
But let me tell you something about Marbury, bro.
Talk to me about Marbury, dog, and I'm going to tell you how much of a G he is. Come on.
Yeah, you're probably not going to like this.
I'm going to love it because you're going to love how I reply to you. Come on.
You had KG. You had Amari Stoudemire. You had New York. And nothing worked. Like, come on. I'm sorry. Like, how long are we, who's the common denominator here?
Bad coaches. That was the common denominator, dog. I had some garbage-ass coaches, dog. And some bad fits. Kevin Garnett and them had to go through San Antonio, had to go through Sacramento, had to go through the Lakers, had to go through Utah. It wasn't easy going through that West, dog. The West was really where the champions came from. And over there, and you said Phoenix. Well, I don't think the ship was right over there, and I think the coach really he was a major disservice to the team. I think that when you want to be a champion, you got to get stops, and I don't think that he played with teams that focus too much on getting stops. And then I think the Nets. Well, the Nets, he was on his way to being blackballed. He got ostracized out of there because
I already know what you're gonna say. I already know it, but go ahead.
Now, what was I about to say?
But on the
Are you going to say Tim Hardaway? Are you going to say Tim Hardaway?
No, he's talking about Marbury.
Oh, my bad. I thought we were still on the guards.
But on the Knicks, he wanted to play with Isaiah Thomas, and he wanted, when he got to the Knicks, like that.
Ask Isaiah Thomas about Starberry, boy. He'll tell you that's one of his favorite players of all time. He was getting blackballed by the league at that point in time, dog. That's why, he had to bounce. They didn't want him in there. I forgot what he did or said. He said something that, Stern didn't take too kindly to, and, they blackballed him. But, I mean, I hear you when you say he should have had some better productivity with some of the teams that he had. I'm not going to never discredit that, man, But I have seen people that had mad good teams and didn't do absolutely jack snaps. And, it was when they got the right chemistry that, things started popping off. And sometimes that comes in the form of role players. Sometimes that comes in another star player that can alleviate that off of you. A lot of times it comes in with the system and the coach that you have in there. So, I think a lot of that stuff factors into things. I just don't think it's just one single person. Because if it was just one single person, then hell, like I said, man, I'm a Laker fan. And I felt every year the Lakers should have won a title because we had Kobe and we had Shaq.
Yeah, absolutely. That was disappointing. I was born and raised in LA County, so
Two guys that I love at point guard are Tony Parker. I don't know why I forgot about him.
Because he's not a top 10 point guard of all time, that's why.
Ooh.
Well,
that's a burn.
He had a run.
I'm just messing with Ernie. That's all.
But and I forgot who the other one is. I think the other one is Tim Hardaway.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's the name I was going to throw in there. Thank you. But he was another guy who got blackballed as being a sports analyst because he made a comment about sexuality. It's like, that has nothing to do with anything. I mean, that's his opinion. I don't give a crap. You fire a guy because he made an insensitive remark. I mean, grow the heck up, homeboy. Grow the freak up, dude.
Yeah,
if you could take a D up to straight A, you could take a joke. I mean, I don't want to hear that.
Exactly. And why does someone? I mean, like. Listen, that's on him. Like, why does it affect people so much what one person thinks?
Something, may I say this? Grow the hell up. If you can get to a point in your life where you're so secure that you could tout the fact that you like to go out there and screw other dudes or go down on different women, when you're a freaking chick and you're around flaring your arms out with your love handles like you actually have muscle underneath there, that you should be comfortable enough to say, all right, if somebody's going to make a crack about me going up in a crack, live with it, grow up, right? That's how life is.
Yeah,
he did his job.
I disagree with a ton of things. Like, there's a lot of people that I disagree on a lot of things with, but that doesn't mean that I think they should be out of a job for it.
No. I didn't say it was right, but you know something? Yeah. Man up. Not everything has to be politically correct. You don't need to agree with everything. We don't. All three of us right here, we dang sure don't agree on a lot of stuff, but that's okay. I mean, our politics. I would say this thing. I didn't speak on politics because I know we were going to get in some heated discussions. I let you and the other gentleman cook, Marky, which is great. I mean, I appreciated the point of views, but you were both much more well read on those issues than I am, so I had to defer because I'd be speaking out of terms if I were to speak on issues that I didn't have the same amount of knowledge. So there it was. I was going to let it go. But that's not to say I was agreeing with everything that was being said.
Yep.
And that's fine. That's fine. We don't have to.
I don't agree with everything my own bloodline says, let alone people outside of it. So.
Yeah, I hear you there as well. No, we do not. Heck, as a matter of fact, that gentleman you pulled up the video of, that actor, he's played a lot of roles, and especially as like a Latino gangster, he's been kind of typecast. But, earlier in the show, you showed me that role about his faith and his transformation, and I really appreciated that.
You talking about Danny Trejo?
No.
No.
His name is Noel Buglielmi.
Yeah, he was a guy. He was a guy in Training Day. He said, "Hey, Pig, have you ever had your ish pushed in?" He was that guy.
Yes.
Oh, word! I didn't know that.
He was that guy.
He was on the early Fast and Furious movies as well.
Yeah, he was on. He was on. What was that movie called with Shia LaBeouf? Tax Collector. Tax Collector. That's right. He did a great job. Even though he had one scene, he did a great. He always nails it every time.
Yeah, he had one scene in The Mule as well with Clint Eastwood.
Yes, he did, and he nailed it. He always nails his roles. Every single role he gets, I don't care how they're not. And the thing is, even though they're in the same kind of genre, every time he plays a role, it's not the same character. He adapts. He puts a different spin because it's not the same guy. So he is an excellent actor. He's what you call a utility actor, a typecast actor, but he's not really typecast because he has a lot of range. But my point being, yeah, I really did appreciate him speaking the word, but at the same time, he was adding a lot of his own personal beliefs that were not necessarily a part of the gospel. Now, people could argue and say, well, based on this and this and that, it really was. Well, no, he didn't back that up with actual scripture, so I can't give that to him. And a lot of what he said is just, it wasn't true. He said, if you're not living this, it's like, listen, doing has nothing to do with salvation. Salvation has everything to do with complete acceptance of Christ. Nobody comes to the Father but through the Son, for he gave his life so that we may live forever. And I'll get off my pulpit right there. It doesn't come with the conditions of, but if you do this and you do that, because it says in the word itself that God looks at the heart and you come through the Son to the Father. But he didn't back up his words with actual scripture. He just added his opinion. Well, if you get buzzed and you get drunk, you're not really a Christian. And that's what I was hearing. And I didn't agree with that. But that's fine, because he's a believer and he's got his own walk with God. That's between him and God, not me.
Well,
and I'll leave it at that.
There's an ongoing debate that I am a little familiar with, but not as much as I should be familiar with, against mainly Catholic and Protestants. When it comes, not exclusively between those two, but mainly between those two, when it comes to the OSAS or OSAS, which means once saved, always saved doctrine, which Protestants hold to, and the salvation by works. Now, I'm not necessarily qualified to get into it.
I'll get into it.
But I'll happily get into it too. But you do have to keep in mind, brother, that it does say that faith without works is dead.
It does. But guess what? It also has the caveat of God looks at the heart. Are you letting your right hand, where you're letting your left hand know what your right?
I think
that's what God wants of you. Are you doing it because you're serving a God? Because I'll be honest, doing the right thing, I won't even say that I'm out there doing the right thing, but oftentimes doing the right thing, it sucks. I don't want to do it, but you know something? It's the right thing, and it doesn't always come with the reward. It doesn't always come with gratification. It comes with inconvenience. It comes with pain. It comes with, oh man, I lost that friend. Oh man, I lost the girl. But say, you know something? That girl was bad for me. But man, I would have had a good time. I would have had a good time for a little while. But oh, it would have cost me. But so yeah, it hurt. But I knew it was the right thing. So I let it go. That's one example I'll give you. I let it go. And it hurt. It hurt me real bad, because I'm the one that actually cut it off. But you know something? It was the right thing, and that's the one props I'll give myself, because one example I'll give myself that I'll put out there, because God looks at the heart. In that case, my intent was pure, and God knows that. But all the other stuff, I'm gonna leave out, because yes, works, but true works from God comes from within. It comes from a pure heart, not wanting something as not wanting rewards. Like, okay, where's my payoff? That's not, God knows that. God sees that. And I know I'm oversimplifying that, because his ways are not our ways. And I could be very, very wrong in a lot of my little nuances. And I'll accept that, and I'll learn as I go. And I'll just leave it at that. It's a constant walk in faith. And you learn little by little. It's like watching hair grow in your head. It's not going to turn from a bald head to a streaming, glowing, long Conan the Barbarian set of locks. It's just not overnight. It's not. It's going to take time. It takes a walk with God. It's a lifetime process.
Yeah, for sure. T Hill, do you want to add to this? Because T Hill,
I definitely can add to this. Let me just come from this. I agree with both standpoints. I think they marry one with another, and I'm gonna show you why. Who is the great example for us?
Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior.
Jesus will be the great example. So for instance, he's our blueprint. He came, he did things too, to show the testimony of his faith, show the testimony of what he believed in his heart, and show that, you know what, because I believe I'm going to trust you and do what you tell me to do. So with that, I'm going to say, like, if we have Jesus as our roadmap and he's our guide, like we use a regular map, we're supposed to trust him turn by turn, left by right, you know, in every direction. And I think at times we implement our own beliefs in there when he has given us the blueprint. He showed us that this blueprint right here is what gives you absolute absolution. So why don't you follow after it? And I think a lot of times we do interject our own personal beliefs in there. See, when they asked him what God said, he would often say, God said to do this and God said to do that. And he is one of the people who helped create all of this stuff. But he acquiesced. Sometimes we have to acquiesce to our authority that is above us and that is giving us the direction. And oftentimes we do not. And then, like we, as all people, we often tend to try to put the finger on everyone else and things like that. Yeah, and we can't do that. See, because he didn't do that. When he got upset the right way. When he was down and not happy with folks, he handled that the right way. There's always a better way of doing things, but we got to do things the right way. And the best thing that we can do is show love one to another, and that we can choose others over ourselves. So that way we would always treat people with the respect, and likewise we would get that respect in return. And I think that, you know, those are part of the things that we got to do. We have to earnestly contend for the favor of God by doing things that show forth his nature. And I think that that's the clearest thing. We're not perfect. None of us ever will be perfect. But what we can be perfect in is our ability to try to do the things that please him. We can commit to it. Now, we won't mess up, but if we mess up in earnest, then that means we won't mess up in the same time. What we will do is we'll learn from that and we'll move over. So that's why you got to have a pure heart, because your heart has to be after God. Because when it's after God, even like David was doing things wrong, but he had a heart after God. He knew that, when I messed up against you, and I got to change it, and I got to do better for you. And that means I got to treat my other fellow people better too. So, you know, I think it's a dynamic of both. I think that you definitely have to have a mind after God, though. That's the truest thing, because those are usually the people who were benefited the most in the book that we can read. Those who did, like case in point, Noah. Noah was told to go build an ark, and he was told to do it a certain way. Now, had Noah chose to say, you know what, this wood cool, but this wood is so much stronger and better. Let me build it up this. We don't know what happens to that ark. We don't know if that bad boy floats, and I'm probably not going to float because, you know, he was told to do a certain way. Now, we don't know why it was that way. Only God knows why, but we're supposed to do what God says. And I think that ultimately, when we start putting, you know, ourselves, our personal ambitions and goals and desires, then that's when we start to supersede the authority. So, yes, you have to have the mind of God. And yes, by having the mind of God, it's going to cause you to do the things that is necessary to affirm that relationships. And those are the things. And that's why it says, show me someone whose faith, whose works, or someone like, I forgot how the scripture actually goes, but he said, I'll show you their faith by their works, because their works will follow the faith that they have in God and the fact that they are trusting in him and they are willing to commit to him. And those things will be his works, because it says we are here to do God's good works, not our good works. So that's why I think it says that. I think it's not often interpreted the correct way, but if we truly have the faith, the mind of God, if we truly have the heart of God, then we would do the works of God. So that's why it says, you know, you will be justified in the works, because the works will approve you. They will say, see, that is a child of God. That's what a child of God does.
Well said.
Exactly. And people get lost in the sauce a lot. And I'm certainly not innocent of that either. But
none of us are, dog. We're human.
And people tend to believe that or they tend to either make it as if we have to follow an instruction manual. Well, yeah. I mean, what do you think the Bible is? Like, the Bible is many things, but among the many things that it is, it's also kind of like an instruction manual. Like, there's a reason why they are narrating the life of Jesus Christ to you. There's a reason for that, right? And they're showing you all of this suffering that he went through, and they're showing you that not even him was immune to the devil's temptations, so on and so forth, right? It's I just can't believe that by just believing or saying that you believe, or I just can't believe that that's just good enough. I just can't believe that. Like, I can't believe like what you do matters. Now, again, we are going to sin. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. You are going to sin, and that's in the Bible too. But that's not an excuse for keep doing something wrong either. Like, a lot of people love to use this false dichotomy. So, well, we all make mistakes. Well, we all sin. Well, that's true, but you're engaging in willful, how do I say this? Like, it's one thing to sin, and it's another thing to be like, well, I can just sin and just say this, like a get out of jail free card. That's not what that is. Like I don't think people take that seriously enough, to be honest with you. And I forgot the other stuff that I wanted to say. Works, salvation. It'll come to me for sure. Man, I'm trying to find some notes because I am one to be following those debates like crazy.
Debates? What debates you talking about?
Mostly Catholic versus Protestant debates. My favorite topic is either works or Mary. There's the most complicated issue to me is either purgatory or the papacy. Those are the two that I find most complicated. But I mean, they're all interesting. The saints, do they intercede or not? So on and so forth. But mostly I watch Catholic versus Protestant, if possible. The challenging of the sola scriptura doctrine, or the Virgin Mary, or what's the other one, or works are needed for salvation. Whereas Protestants, and listen, when I say Protestants, I am fully aware that not all Protestants are the same. A Lutheran and a Baptist are two different things, so on and so forth. Like, I know this, and I know many Protestant beautiful people. Okay. But I love those debates, and I'm opening to being wrong too. I have been wrong on many things. So I'm very open. Like, I am a Catholic. Excuse me. I am a Catholic, but I am not watching this with any sort of pride whatsoever.
I can appreciate that. I'll open up and say that I would, just for clarity's sake, I classify myself as a Protestant. I'm not particularly legalistic, as some are. I realize everyone's a little bit different. Everyone has their own denominations, and Protestant is a very, very sweeping term that encompasses many, many different denominations. But that's how, when people ask me of my faith, I simply say Protestant, so they have a better understanding, which simply means non-Catholic or non-Jehovah Witness, non-Mormon. That's what it means. That's what I mean by Protestant. And I will never disrespect a man for his faith. I mean, you could be I mean, for instance, if I were in the presence of Artur Beterbiev or Nassim Hamed, who I hold in extreme, profound high regard, both as boxers and both as men of faith, even though we do not see eye to eye, that does
Right.
not mean I do not have the absolute utmost respect on a profound level for their steadfastness. And that's all I'm going to say.
Like if you're a God-fearing person, a genuine God-fearing person, whether you share the same faith or not, because again, like we could also, let me just say this also, like we use the term Christian just like we use the term Muslims, as if they're all the same. Like
Which they're not.
Exactly. Like a Sunni and a Shia ain't the same thing.
No, they want to kill each other. They want to kill each other, and they call themselves Muslims.
Exactly. And not only that, not all Sunnis are the same either.
Nope, absolutely not. They're not all radicalized. That's another thing I should have put in there. I was wrong for making a broad, general, sweeping statement.
Yeah, and just like I stated, like listen, not all Protestants are the same, not all Catholics are the same either, nor all Mormons, even though they don't like that term, they prefer you call them the Latter-day Saints, whatever.
Well, that's just too bad. I'm calling them Mormons.
Me too.
And I'll leave it at that.
Me too, because I'm not going, with all the respect, and they're very nice people, but
they are.
Yeah, for sure. That much I can give.
But they're Joseph Smith fight their little
come on,
Joseph.
bro. The angel Moroni and
No, there's no such thing. It's not written in the book. It says, do you remember what the last words in the Bible were? And the very closing before is this is the word of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. This is the word of the eternal God. It says right before that, none shall subtract nor add to the word of God, for it is written in the bookends. That's it. That's eternity in a nutshell. And they added. You don't do that. And I know they at heart they may very well mean well, and they're very kind people from who I've met at least. Not saying they all are, but they've been very kind people. But I cannot, in good faith, nod my head while they speak. I cannot put on that front.
No, their theology. Listen, and again, I had nothing but good experiences with them. Like I think they're very nice people, and they are pretty charitable as well. But when it comes to like their theology, bro, oh my God, man! Like I'm sorry, this just cannot be true, man. I'm sorry. Like you know, I hate to be the asshole that says it, and if there's any Mormon listening to me, forgive me. But come on, man! Like we're all gonna become gods when we're gone, and this, that, and the third. Like, God's sakes, bro. And don't they say like don't they say like the Messiah is gonna come to Missouri when he does the second coming? Or something?
Yeah. And then depending on the hierarchy or how much work you put in within the Mormon church, that determines how big the planet in your next lifetime will be, because you'll have your own planet as a god. And I'm sorry, but Jesus Christ didn't die saying you're going to become a god with your own planet. If I say anything more, I'm going to be offensive, and I don't want to do that.
Me neither. And to keep going with and again, like as principle, I do have a level of respect for people that are genuinely faithful, that are genuinely God-fearing, despite whatever I may or may not think about their theology. There's a level of respect that I think you should have for somebody like that. But when you go to the JWs, again, they're not all the same as the Mormons, same as everybody else. They're not all the same, but the JWs, actually are one of the groups that I have the most issues with. Okay, and I hope that I'm not offending anybody.
No, because they actually had me sold for a while. I was going to their, they don't call it church, they call it meetings. And
no,
I've gone
they call
to
it the
many.
Kingdom Halls.
Yes, the Kingdom Hall. They have meetings. They do not have service. They have meetings at the Kingdom Hall. They do not have a head pastor. The elders take turns leading each Sunday and each Thursday or Wednesday. I believe it's a Thursday or Wednesday that they do their meetings. They don't have sermons. And each meeting, a different elder or a person who's becoming an elder will get up there and lead the meeting. And it is not much of what I learned over 3 years being very, very good friends with one individual in particular who is since gone, and I still cry. I'm not ashamed to say it. Whenever I think of his name, I can't even go there. But yeah, just an absolute wonderful man, and you can't tell me because he was a part of the JW segregation, he's somehow excluded from the kingdom of God by Protestant standards. I can't say that. That's wrong. That's wrong.
I don't believe that, because
I don't believe it either. I refuse to believe that. But many of their teachings, I was like, no, I can't. I can't accept. I told him. I said I can't accept that. I can't accept that.
Yeah, like don't they say that Jesus is the Archangel Michael?
Yes. And when he told me that, I was.
Come on, man.
I doubled. When he told me that, I felt like I was just punched in the stomach. I'm like, what are you talking about? Jesus Christ is. He is not an angel. An angel is a created spiritual being, a heavenly powerful force for good. It was created by things. All things were created through him and by him. In the beginning the Word, and the Word was God, and through him all things were created.
Yeah, but that's not what their Bible says. Their Bible says
a God.
Yeah.
A God, not God. They said
with
a. They added
with a lowercase g, bro. Can you believe that?
And you know what? You have the lowercase g and an a. You know something? I asked them that. I asked them. I said, why in your quote unquote translation, your translation of the Bible, does it say a God? And they say because in the original Greek, the original Roman Greek, which it was written in, or that it was written.
They love going to the Greek. But
but yeah, I followed up. They said that the word a doesn't exist in Greek. So I looked it up, and it found out there actually is a substitute for the word a in Greek. So they lied to me. They straight lied to me.
But they're banking on the fact that people are not going to do the research, bro.
And that's the thing. They were They were very impressed that I agreed with many of their points of views on holidays here in America, because almost every single holiday we have in America is based off of a European pagan ritual, and that's an absolute fact. And they appreciated me for saying that, because it's the truth, and I will speak the truth as I discover it. But when I discovered that, I did my due diligence, and I said no. And you know what they cast me out as? They found an excuse, and that now the JWs who know me, they see me as what they call an apostate. And it's like, no, because that's not the word of God. You professed the word of God from the Bible, but you didn't. You didn't. And I can't go with that.
And I have my problems with my issues, rather, I should say, with JWs. I don't even have to go into scriptures to list you the many issues that I have with the JWs. I'll get to the scriptures in a second, and how many times they added the word a, which is not once or twice. It's literally dozens of times that they put the word a. added to it, particularly God, and they love putting the lowercase g on God. Go figure. But you begin to realize that their God really is, what do they call it, the Watchtower or the High Tower?
The Watchtower.
You begin to realize that that's truly their God, because they put a lot more emphasis, on the what's it called, Atalaya, I think, their magazine.
I know exactly what you're talking about. They have a publication, they have a news outlet, they have a Watchtower, and they have now gone to the internet where they have their online website, which is pretty much their new God.
Yeah, and not only that, like, to go outside of scriptures for a second, they reject the military and the police, like, joining. They don't allow blood transfusions to be performed. So if you have a disease that can be cured with that, well, better luck next time, you know. They don't celebrate birthdays. What else do they do? The bad thing about it is that families end up being broken. I've seen marriages broken. I've seen people getting disowned from their families for not sharing the faith. I mean, yeah, like, and they reject the term church. Not only do they not use it, but they completely reject the term church. And I'm forgetting a bunch of other stuff. I've seen James White doing an expose about Jehovah's Witnesses, and James White is not Catholic. There you go. Like, I'm very open. Like, I also see Sam Shamoun also on the JWs. But they completely dismantle that theology, bro. And not only that, I mean, like atheism as well. I don't know too much about Buddhism or what's it called, Hinduism and those. Like, I don't know too much about those, to be honest with you. My focus is more on Christianity, Islam, and atheism.
Oh, I'm just listening to you. I'm enjoying your oration. Please, by all means, cook. You're nailing this.
Yeah, no, I mean, those are because the only faith that I considered converting to at one point was Islam. That did not happen. And I've done my research, and I'm not going to go and get into the million issues that I have with the faith, let alone the political aspect of it, aka Sharia law. But atheism just fascinates me because I guess I was an unbeliever at some point. For sure, I stranded away from the faith for a long period of time, but I just enjoy to a level hearing atheists talk, because I mean, it's for the most part, it's just a blind refusal to believe, which unfortunately does bring back some memories of my own. When you just don't want to believe something, like in the Bible, Jesus literally did miracles right next to people, and they would say like, "Oh, that's not the same guy," or "You're not the same guy." Like, they will come up, they will flip and flap to end up not believing. So that
may I add to that?
Sure.
My experience with atheists, and there've been many. I've known many atheists, and the thing is, they're not only deniers of all deities, but the only, out of all the gods, out of all the religions, if we were to presume they all existed, the only faith that they ever make an effort to absolutely dismiss and destroy is the gospel of Jesus Christ. That is the only one they actively look to destroy. And if you look at the many different Luciferian, I don't even want to go deep in this, but the dark, the evil, the twisted, the demonic, the devil worshipers, those who sacrifice. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. You know something? They call themselves atheists, and they turn around and they light black candles and praise demons and evoke spirits. No, they're liars. They're deceivers. They're put in there. Every single time I had interaction, even those who called me a friend, every chance they got, and even when the chance wasn't there, they made it a point to mock, to ridicule, to curse the name of God, to pose him as a sodomite. Every evil, unspeakable, unfathomable thing they throw out there, and it's disgusting. And it will have nothing to do with anybody who professes to be an atheist. Nothing, because I've had nothing but evil, sickening experiences. But if you're an atheist, that's great. But do not bring it to my attention, please.
I think atheists, because look, my father, God rest his soul, was an atheist, and my sister is also an atheist. But like, my father was such a special kind of atheist, and what I mean by that is, listen, at the end of the day, you want me to tell you the truth? He never really meant that he was a believer, because deep down I do.
He's not an atheist. He was not an atheist.
No, but let me explain to you, because
okay,
the reason,
please tell me.
The reason why, or the big reason why he was an atheist is because he lived through. He's from Argentina, so he lived through the military dictatorship of the 70s, which was an absolute freaking nightmare.
Yes, I know yeah.
And he had a very tragic thing happen. One dude that he knew, this is what I remember of the story, okay? One guy that he knew he was being persecuted, and he helped them get to right where the border with Uruguay, I believe is. But for a reason that I cannot remember right now, I think it had something to do with a family member or whatever, he had to return, and they caught him and executed him. And he could never really get over that, unfortunately. So that's a big reason. But I'm talking about a man that loved the Latin Mass, loved the Gregorian chants, loved the Christian art. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, he wasn't, because unfortunately too many atheists will disrespect the Lord and will do things that paint the whole community in a light that is really bad, right? And I'll be the first to admit that. Like, 7 out of 10 encounters that I've had with atheists are usually pretty nasty.
Oh yes, I believe you. I believe you.
But we do gotta keep in mind, bro, that the devil has no boundaries. You know,
None.
Like an unbelief. That's one advantage that we're gonna have to concede to them. Like, we are bound by principles and walking the walk and everything like that, and they know this. They are not bound by anything, and they use that against us. So that is something that we're going to have to live with.
Well, here I come.
Man, he keeps dropping out. I don't know what's happening. Bobby, excuse me, Dane, are you there? T-Hill, are you there, bro? Are you snoring? He's sleeping. Dane, I'll wait for you, and if not, I'm gonna go ahead and pack it in. It's been over 5.5 hours. Oh golly. Oh, let me shut down the surveys though. We've got 4 votes on the vertical, 2 for Sonny Liston, 1 for Larry Holmes, and 1 for Vitaly Klitschko. Okay. And on the other end, we have 7 votes. Oh, wow. 5 for Vitaly Klitschko, 1 for Larry Holmes, and 1 for Ken Norton. Okay, so Larry Holmes got 2 votes. Sonny Liston got 1 vote, Ken Norton got 1 vote, and Vitaly got 4, 5, 7. Wow. Plus me, 8. I love it. I love it. We'll let you back up, Dane, and after you're through, I'm gonna go ahead and call. It's been over 5.5 hours. But
Oh yeah, man. Good. Have a great night, brother. You know something?
Hey, do me a favor, bro. Join my Discord server. Do you see the link on the studio? Because we can have a talk off air too, anytime.
Okay. All right. In the Discord server, you have the invite section.
Yeah. Do you see on the private chat here on the? Well, okay. You know what? I'll just put it on the general chat. Let me put it on the general chat. You can join directly.
I don't from my vantage point, all I see is a clock and the opening thumbnail for your video. I'm not even looking at the chat here, but let me see.
Oh, okay. Well, I can send it to you by DM. I can send it to you by DM as well. Let me do that. Join my Discord server. And there's the link right there. I sent it to your by DM, bro. Okay? I sent it to you by DM. Oh, yeah. You picked Vitaly, Bobby? Yeah, nice. Yeah, he won by a landslide, actually. Dane, I appreciate you, brother. Awesome conversation as always. And like I said, just hit me up on Discord anytime you want to talk. I don't have to necessarily be live. We'll see. I don't think I'm going to have as much time as I used to, but nevertheless, we can always arrange for something. We can watch a fight together. We can just talk, whatever the case may be. Anytime, bro. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, brother T Hill, as well. I appreciate Bobby, my brother over here as well. I appreciate Marky Dan that popped in earlier as well. My brother as well. Everybody that pulled up. Drunk Irishman, what an honor to have you as well. Everybody that pulled up, God bless you. And he says Vitaly never lost a legit fight. Both fight he technically lost was for torn rotator cuff and caught on eye. Yeah, absolutely. Peace, my brother Bobby. God bless you, my guy. Let me go ahead and end it with the Lord's Prayer. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Thank you, God, for everything. I was so blessed today to have great people on the chat and on the panel with me. And tomorrow I might go live. Yeah, I'll see if I can call the Terra Moana fight a bit later. Until then, we shall see you soon. It's your boy Irony or IB. We'll see you soon, fellas. Peace out.